Так, уважаемые коллеги, решите открыть
Dear
круглый стол.
colleagues, allow me to start this round table, humanitarian and
который
technical in
проходит
the
в
artificial personality
Московской
project, which takes place in the Moscow
международной конференции
Institute on Physics and
человеческом
Technology as part of the international
мире,
conference Humanities Vs
посвящен проблемам
Science, and our roundtable
личности. Это как бы новое направление
is about the issues of
искусства.
artificial
То, что
personality, which is a new area in
эта тема
modern research. I wouldn't say it's completely new.
проблемы.
This topic
Тем не менее,
has been discussed since the onset of the artificial intelligence. However, it hasn't been discussed at such a wide scale that this conference gives us. So we will have 25 speakers. 25 speakers will present their report, and that means the time will be limited. So each speaker will get 10, maximum 20 minutes for each keynote. And the first speaker will be Valery Makarov, academician of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Doctor of Sciences, Physics and Mathematics, Professor, Scientific Supervisor of the CMI and he will be talking about digital twins of artificial societies. Please, Valery Leonidovich, you have the floor. It is my great pleasure to see you all, and my congratulations, and I believe that the roundtable is dedicated to a very interesting topic, which is so far has been poorly discussed, even among the academic community, because I have a short presentation, and during this time I will try to formulate this key problem, which I hope will be advancing in solution, although I have a doubt that we will be able to find a solution to this problem. The humanity will, because the spiritual part of the human being is cannot. It is very difficult to invent an algorithm for the human, for the soul part of a human being, and it's very difficult to analyze it. So, but since we've started living in the digital world, now new terms are being coined, which never existed before, and these terms, these new words, are used in everyday practice. For example, digital twin. We didn't have any digital twins before, and they appeared rather early when there were digital twins of sophisticated products. For example, a digital twin of a car. Large companies were working with that, earning a lot of money, because in order to perfect a vehicle, a car, make it better, different experiments are needed, and they used to have actual physical cars for that. But now you can create a digital car and speed up those experiments, and the same goes for airplanes and whatnot. And what is now has become very trendy is 3D technology, which advanced towards construction. So now you can build a house, build an electronic model of a complete electronic model of a house, then just use additive technologies and build the actual house. When it goes layer by layer, and finally you get a house. So that has become a part of our life as well. However, it is still too far from what we are discussing today. And We discuss artificial society issues quite a lot, and this term, which was coined rather recently in the 90s, so artificial society or agent-oriented models, etc. This is another big area today. But okay, so suppose we have created this artificial society. What should we do with that? If it's a car and we can use it for certain experiments, then find the if the digital twin of a car is very close to a physical car. But if we take the artificial society, then it is too far from being identical to a physical society. We are trying to create models of small regions, municipalities, in order to use those models to test different scenarios, like building a road from A to B, or building a restaurant. And one would be able to see what the end result is going to be and how the budgets should be spent. So yes, we start this work, but considering that this is a real artificial society, that would be far-fetched. So to say that we have created a digital society which is very close to actual society, fortunately, that can't be said. Although we already have a magazine, a periodical, which is called Artificial Society. However, it has only its online version. It is not in print. But this journal is included into the list of academic publications. So this magazine is available. It is quite popular. So the word artificial society is now, we're now used to it. And the key problem, which
так сказать, отреагировали на это. Что это вот
I would ask
в искусственном обществе,
those present to respond to is that if you take artificial society, the key agent here is human being. So we need to be talking about the digital twin of a human being.
Компьютер, то есть описать его существование в форме алгоритма, на самом деле
insert a person into a computer and describe a human being using algorithms. Well, that isn't working because a person lives in two worlds, material world and spiritual world. Material world and the life in material world is relatively easy. I mean, how people earn money, what they produce, how they communicate with each other, all that is a part of material world. And algorithms can be used to describe that. And since it is possible, it is possible to create a program on the computer. However, if it's a spiritual world, it's much more difficult because emotions alone, there are several thousand types of emotions, the way people respond to different problems, how they make decisions guided by emotions. That's a big problem. There was Kahneman back in the days who was awarded a Nobel Prize for rather primitive research, saying that if a person is in a state of fear, then a human being makes one decision. If a human being is happy in the same conditions, then the decision is going to be different. But this is just a tiny part. So the question is, how do we transform spiritual life into algorithms? This is not working, although a lot is being done here, and
было несколько на эту тему у нас там, так сказать, в основном среди философов.
Andrei, I think, will confirm my word. We had a lot of sessions, mostly among philosophers, and we failed to do that. For example, robots who look like human, but in order for a robot to have cognition, to have a mind, well, when nowhere close, because the notion of cognition, everyone know what cognition is. But giving a precise definition to that, according to Nietzsche, so that it could be constructed, built, no one can do that.
Не пока, но кто-то говорит, что и в принципе это невозможно сделать, поэтому
so it's not impossible. It's not possible to construct an artificial consciousness or describe it using algorithms. Roger Penrose, large mathematician, well-known mathematician and physicist who worked with black holes and who was awarded a Nobel Prize for that. He wrote 3 books, and Andrei can talk about that because we discussed those. And all 3 books, they are about what is consciousness and whether it can be described by algorithms. And his conclusion is that that cannot be done, despite the attempt to use quantum mechanics. And you know, in quantum mechanics, a lot depends on how you view upon that subject. So quantum mechanics fails to help to understand what consciousness is. So the key problem, which I hope is going to be discussed today, is that on the one hand, we have a digital twin of a human being, and on the other hand, we have a real human being. And what needs to be understood is that how these 2 entities interact with each other, how these 2 beings interact with each other. Because we are, for example, planning to create a digital model of Kaluga region. And once it's there, and for example, there is the administration of Kaluga region, the governor and the deputies, so there must be some interaction between those 2 things. Today, we already live in the world of robots. And what would be the proper way to communicate with robots? I mean, we are people, and those robots, they can do a lot of things a human being cannot do. They have a better memory, they can find any information. Robots have that, but human remain human with those thousands of emotions. And this couple, an artificial human being and a real human being, how do they interact with each other, and what this is going to result? Where will humanity advance? This is the objective. And I hope that the keynote speakers today will be talking about that. So, Andrei, I would like to round up my message. It's not a keynote, it's a message. I hope I was able to stay within 10 minutes. So I thank everyone for attention. Thank you very much, Valery Leonidovich. Right. I suggest we give floor to the first keynote speaker, Vitaly Dunin-Barkovsky, Doctor of Science in Physics and Mathematics, Professor, Head of Division of Neuroinformatics, Russian Academy of Science, Scientific Research Institute for System Analysis, Moscow, Russia. We're talking about technological aspects of intelligence and mind. Please, Vitaly Lvovich, thank you very much for the invitation. And it's been my long-standing desire to share about technological aspects of intelligence and mind in such community since there's been a revolution of deep learning since 2012, when artificial intelligence and the role of artificial intelligence in intellectual system has grown multifold, and when we started analyzing reasons, it happened that instead of modeling in a logical way what to expect from artificial systems, we simply started building those networks layer by layer, bluntly, without thinking. And it turned out that those networks, they start behaving intellectual way on their own. It might seem strange, but when we started thinking about that with the colleagues, we ultimately came to a conclusion that this is what Pavlov discovered in the beginning of the 20th century. And he was supported by Bertrand Russell, who said that a person, by analyzing saliva, realized how a thinking process works. We try to analyze and formulate it with the colleagues that intellect, well, it's not quite clear what we call intellect, and that the intellect is the product of large neuronal networks where each neuron interacts with each other, and the connections between the neurons, they change, and they change under the impact of those signals they transmit, and those signals which show whether the behavior of the object that is controlled by the neural system is adaptive or not. And if you create a structure that will let you know how adaptive it is, then the neural network will make it possible to fine-tune it in an adaptive way. For example, it helps understand why human beings have intellect, why an octopus have intellect, although their neural system, when they have thalamus and hypothalamus, amygdala and hippocampus, that's what we have. And the octopus, it has a different organization, but still has intellect. So within the system of neurals, if they have this setup, they develop intellect. So intellect is something practically every animal has. Next thing is the problem of mind. And when I was young, we were taught that Pavlov, yes, it discovered everything, but what exactly wasn't clear. And yes, he was talking about the second signal system, first signal system, second signal system, something not quite something which we couldn't quite understood, because he said the neural signal system differs in a qualitative way from that of the animals. And what was the difference wasn't quite clear. But back then, when he invented it, there were no words to describe it. The right word is a theory of information. And I haven't heard anyone else talking about that the key difference between first and second signal system is in throughput capacity. Because what is a signal system is the channel that transmits information. So we're talking about the throughput capacity of the information transmission channel. If we're talking about speech information transmission channel, it is three orders higher than any element of any signal system of the neural system of animals. From technical perspective, it creates a fast interface between computers of human beings, and fast interface make it possible to join computers into a cluster. A cluster is smarter than one computer, not by the number of computers in it, but by the size of the cluster. It's not a linear progression, but at least this explains why a human being has become the must has conquered the world. And since childhood, I was amazed by a phrase from Gospel from John. In the beginning, there was a word, and the word was God. But these words, they have a pure technical meaning, that words made it possible for people to form clusters and become smarter than any other species and become people. And it's word that connected human beings, not work, because crows from Galapagos, they can work, as it turned out. But it is the word, the language, the speech that formed and created human being. And it looks like the language was invented by people, because only a human being can use, and this is well known. And so what these words are pronounced for, quite often they say, well, animals, they have speech. Yes, but it's not speech. They have maybe 1.1 of the first signal system, and they're way too far from the second signal system. Well, if we're not talking about whales, elephants, or octopuses, they cannot be raised as part of the family, but maybe they could have developed intellect if they were raised in the family. And Evgeny Pavlov was absolutely amazing. This is what I wanted to say. And we were looking into that not just during our leisure time, but, and these are the conclusions regarding Pavlov.
Собственно, ну вот, говорил Валерий Леонидович, создать человека.
Valery Leonidovich mentioned that, so this is a dream which was part of cybernetics from the onset, and now the technology has advanced so much that one want to do it. And this hypothesis, in this article, we printed it, and well, our journal is not quoted very often, but it is being read. And it is rather popular. And we also presented a keynote.
Международное в кластере Frontiers In у нас такое поле или
we have this field or
искусственный интеллект вроде пользуется
a periodical on the way to the artificial intelligence towards and beyond human level AI. It seems to be popular. And on January 21st, we discussed the project, and as part of that, we discussed what would be the way to create an AI within 3 years, and which at a certain point would match a human intellect. And Tenrose and Landau believe that nothing, something like that can be done. And they are, because they were absolute genius. And Landau said, my mind cannot be reproduced.
3 минуты. Хорошо.
Ну, значит, minutes. And after that publication,
Геннадий Яковлевич сделал какое-то заключение, надо дорабатывать. Ну вот процесс доработки идет, мы с разными
Геннадий Красиков
пытаемся это делать, но вот сейчас
representation, and we are trying to do that with different partners. And now the status is that we're trying to formulate something that is a acting technical model of a successful graduate of an elite technical university. We do have certain plans how to do that, and how exactly. It's not just data that should be pumped into it, but tutors, personal tutors. should be working with that, and I hope that MIPT will help us with the curriculum here. And so there are certain elements of reality here and plans to go stage by stage. In 3 years, it looks like it's possible. It doesn't cost that much. It looks like about 10 billion a year, and 10 billion, I mean rubles, not dollars. And for now, the process of implementation of this project is in the discussion stage. This is a small group. The core of the project. And I also forgot to mention, we have a standing event, and Atamanova supports it. And we used to do a screening every week of what was published regarding AI and artificial intelligence globally, although now it has become rather challenging. And moreover, all that can be done with the same efficacy once in 2 weeks. And that's what we do. So everything new on AI, and we keep track of that. And thank you for your attention. One question, if I may. No questions. I like to ask a question. And how many sessions have you had so far? The next, it's going to be 319th. So it hasn't been so long ago. Well, the Port of Ideas was created in 2019, but in 2011 there was Dmitry Skok, and he instructed me with the creation of artificial brain as the project of laboratory project. And in MIPT they started this reverse engineering brain laboratory, but I didn't fit the criteria because of age. And this initiative has been continuing since October 2011. It is even before NeuroNet, which appeared in 2015. And so there is this core team that's been working since then, and it gives us hope that we will be able to move on. Thank you. And another short question regarding 2045, Russia 2045, this artificial brain. Part of artificial brain, that program 2045. Well, in 2013, we had a forum, Global Future 2045. I think it was in Carnegie Hall in New York, and we gave our presentation there. And after that, Dmitry Ilyich stopped financing the project. So we didn't have financing since 2013. The website is still operational, and the lab is there. But yes, so now we take part in the internet and Neurointellect Pavlov. That's a new project that started on the internet, and this idea that Pavlov was as originator, that idea was reflected there, but it was just a local project. It didn't have a goal to be ahead of the world. However, the project, this technological model of a successful graduate, it claims to be top of the world, and this is where we would expect support. And I think this humanitarian community, headed by philosophers and economists, is a powerful lobby, and it would be nice to support that lobby. And maybe whether real intellect is capable of that or not, we need to experiment, and there are no real experiments so far. We're keeping track of everything that appears, and most often these are gadgets which can resolve only a narrow specific problem. But what we aimed at is that we expect
Не
that
в
there is a
виде
specific physical
робота человекообразного.
entity, not in the form of a
Самого
robot, but most likely
Стива Хокина напоминающего, интеллект
as
типа
looking like
двигаться.
intellect like Stephen
Вполне
Hawking, who
нормально.
couldn't move,
Значит,
but
вот
he still had intellect, right?
можно было
So this is what
обсудить.
we're looking at, and if we could get support or at least discuss that. By the way, laboratory of reverse engineering of the brain. I presented this project in New York at the session of the Council on Methods of Artificial Intelligence, and all these scientists in AI were there, and they decided to fine, let's do it. But the finances stopped the same year, and now they tell me you promised to do it, but yes, promising is one thing, but you can't do anything without financing.
Спасибо.
Спасибо большое. Да, памятное
Thank you.
выступление у вас и Ицкого
Yes,
выступление в
definitely your presentation was memorable, and Itzkov's presentation in the Institute of Philosophy was quite memorable. He's yes, quite a character, and unfortunately it was too expensive to do that in New York. Thank you very much.
So the next speaker is going to be? Dear colleagues, now please, this is the 5 modern methodological problems of the project of artificial person and waves. So this is Alexeyev Andrei Yurievich, DSc in philosophy, professor, Humanities Social Sciences Center, MIT University, science secretary, and coordinator of scientific programs. So from 2005 we were, our council existed there. It was 110 sessions that we had with the leading seminar, and there was a lot of sections. So I do hope that we could reflect these issues of what we look at the project of the artificial personality. So the topic is 5 methodological issues of the project of artificial personality. Well, that is just notional. It's endless, of course, but nevertheless, we suggest to leave it at this. And I can't go through the slides for some reason, so the slide doesn't change.
Спасибо. Так, значит, ну и в качестве каких-то целевых выступления.
Target thesis of the keynote, I just wanted to draw attention that the project of artificial personality starts dominating in the problem of the artificial intelligence altogether. So the role and the place we need to define of this, and to delineate the key methodological problems, and maybe to draw a roadmap of interdisciplinary solution to these issues. The problem of AI viewed as basic projects in the contemporary world, and they have these names. So this is the project of the artificial life. So the computer implementation of vital phenomena. So the machine can be alive. The second one is artificial brain, artificial mind, artificial cognition. This is the vector of direction of mental phenomenon, and of course this is the scientific basis that we take when the brain is the key in the main thing in this project, or is it an architecture of cognition, of mind, like Anorhin, he is talking about architecture of mind, so this is something different. this is the topic of artificial mind. And so this is the project that has got the name, the European again, so the brain project of the European Union, and their project didn't work very well, and Ichkovsky did talk about it in our sessions in 2015. And very pessimistic he was about the project, but nevertheless, the project is alive and is developing. And the next one is artificial personality, and that is at least we're imitating a trace of personality. So of course we don't. There is no mind. There is no self. Realization, there is no self-awareness, so we just imitate. So we imitate personality in various social or cultural contexts. Artificial society, Makarov was talking about it, and that starts from 2006 when in Kyoto there was a big forum on artificial societies. There was a forum on modeling, actually, modeling of social cultural computer modeling of social systems, and within that forum in Japan, there was a topic of artificial societies, and Valery Makarov from 2006 they quite intensively carry out seminars and other events, and there was a weekly seminar in the center. And can computer be a society? So can it construct social relationships like friendship, hate, or love, and these things? Can it impact? Can it impact in a causal way, or impact on these kinds of relationships that exist in real, in natural society? So this artificial world that all the world community, the metaverse, probably can computer do everything, and we see what we see here is directly the ideas, the models of our digital twins, or digital twins of human beings, which in various universes function. They carry out their tasks, they have goals. My twin in one world runs, for example, the accounting, and on the other there's a digital twin is an educator, and another one is chilling out, and another one is chilling out as well. And then for my digital twin there exists a number of options. So this is a system of virtual reality. This is what this is a virtual reality. So the future is gonna take this, and then it's not. This future is not that far away, so it is approaching fast. And these five projects, and I think that the first one, the number three, sorry, the artificial personality, should be the first. It should be the first most important in the problems of artificial intelligence, because Turing, when he was talking about the idea of artificial intelligence in 1950. When there was the imitation game, it's famous, and now it's grown into this really Turing testing movement, and the complex Turing testing. There's about 100 tests, computerization of various cognitive phenomena, and he was saying that. He was not talking about artificial intelligence, he was talking about artificial personality that successfully imitates a human being in all its social cultural respects. And there is this prediction, Turing's prediction, Turing's prophecy, by the year 2000, machines will start replacing people in all the spheres of social cultural life. Social life, and so this was the idea, and so that was 10 years. It was moved, and in 2010, 2020, now even computers they don't replace. They do replace. Like journalism, for example, in artistic creation, and in many in creative writing in many spheres that it was considered as purely human beings domain, and the Turing's prophecy is becoming true. So playing the imitation from 1950, that is the beginning of artificial intelligence, of the idea, the possibility of computer imitation of a cognitive phenomena, thinking first of all, and that is artificial personality, this realizing the scenario, imitating the personality traits. And what methodological problems I would like to describe here within the project of artificial personality. These are the basic problems: definition of information. So, is it self-developing, self-acting systems? And as far as there exist two directions, two spheres in the attributive and functional. And attributive that belongs to specialists of natural sciences, and that is the information that is a reflection, the ways of structuring as a measure to do with the structuring of our reality. And the second approach is the functional cybernetics, and which is close to specialist humanitarians. So the content of messages from one person to another, these approaches are quite good, but they don't have the private kind of active identity. So the private information, Chalmers was developing it for quite actively, and Dobrovsky, in the concept of subjective reality, he was stressing the importance of this internal subjective notion of information. And so this could be referred to as a qualitative subjective perception of experience. So that builds into this project very well. And the second one is the complex Turing testing, which makes it possible to join various spheres into testing of computer testing, and for various cognitive phenomena. Can the computer think? But Turing actually posed the question, and of course he was talking about can computer play certain gender, for example, gender traits, and he was talking that the game, imitation game, it is the game of the situational activities, but then the computer, can the computer understand? Can the computer create? Can the computer realize? Can the computer have be a personality, be a person? So these issues of Turing testing is about 100 of weighted tests that which exist, which have the right to be discussed, to be used in the research, the prospects of machines being included in our lives. And all these tests, they are suggested to get together as a complex, as a set, and look at the problem of the personality as in the context of this diverse set here. There is an endless set of metaphysical materialism, physicalism, and there's a lot of various systems. And when you're researching artificial intelligence, you have to pick a basic concept, which first of all will make it possible to construct the conceptual models of all these metaphysical concepts. And secondly, of course, you have to be able to understand the relationships, the conceptual basis for the methodology of intellectual systems. So this is functionalism. This is pure functionalism, starting with the machine functionalism, 1960, and this is psychofunctionalism. This is analytical functionalism that is built on complex language which would envelop the psychophysical problems. So the vision of a certain conceptual unified model there. And what we are saying here is that these issues of functionalism as a methodological basis of the project, they are probably the key. And of course, the problem was calculability. This is the vector is so it can be calculable, and there was a suggestion on the organization of theory of algorithms and joining the Turing machine and Korsakov machine in the same format. So the Turing machine is a classic symbolic algorithm, and Korsakov machine is a classic conjecture algorithm. And so what happens then if we, in the role of symbols, in Turing machine there is perforated punch cards of Korsakov. So this is in Turing machine. Then we have the opportunity to have this symbolism and in this hybrid complex system, machine of Korsakov Turing. And again, it has got to be a manageable vocabulary. This is the modeling of meaning, and the meaning. This is what the project started with, and that was declared in the research of artificial intelligence in the mid-90s. So this is. There were very interesting experiments in introducing non-traditional information technologies. It was led by the General Major Savin, and there was a book published that all the armaments that he's come up with, the non-traditional technologies that involve the management of the army management, there's extra senses, sensitive people, and all these people they involved. And it was a very interesting topic because here there was quite a spread in the understanding, in the interpretation of results, what your usual intelligence officers do and what the extrasensual people do, for example. So can you make a decision, an adequate decision to what is happening in reality? Can you actually reflect on that? So this project was led by Viktor Deyev, Professor Deyev, and then the project it seemed anomalous. It seemed a strange thing. So we were published in the Anomaly magazine or journal. So these ufologists are doing it. So you probably heard, you understand that what kind of sphere, what intellectual system the project of artificial personality developed in 1995. I did talk there too. And there was a lot of people gathered there, 2,000 people, and with the project of artificial personal. And Nikolai Nosov was talking about his especially on virtual reality, and the topic of virtual reality then was perceived as an anomaly. So that virtual reality and the prospects of the artificial personality, they are going hand in hand, and I don't really have to talk about the subject. So maybe there are questions. Just one question. Yes, please ask. The committee there, you did mention in the committee on the mind. The committee on mind, there was this project, the committee on mind. Evgeny was Zodik led it. Bakursky was there, and Tatiana Chernigovskaya was there. Was there any connection? No, there was no connection. There was a probably conceptual connection there, but the project.
Это в 80-х начиналось. Они начинали
And that was
June.
started in the 80s. They started with June.
О чем это значит? Как раз Савин вот с этими товарищами-то работал, а мы как...
And Savin was working with it, and we as programmers, we did the particular technologies that were introduced in the army. Specific. So there was the team of. There was a second wave of the Chechen War, and within the pre-show of the artificial personality project, there were army. There were 300 generals there. There were fewer colonels there than the generals, and being a captain, I was talking about the artificial personality there. So why are they useful? Why are they not useful? So photos were Dudaev's, for example.
Была какая-нибудь связь?
Да, была, конечно, конечно. Это наши...
Was there any?
Да, конечно, МИРА, СНИА, это базовые партнеры. А вот о чем вы говорите, да, вот в 90-е годы...
You were talking about in the 90s, there was the project of artificial personality. What their orientation was? The artificial intelligence is doing the knowledge. This is the traditional technology of manipulating knowledge, and here we are talking the meanings, finding the meanings, and of course that was a failure. That was a big failure, and there was a lot of effort, a lot of energy put into it. And the failure was that the modeling of meaning is impossible. So what is meaning? Meaning the actual notion. You have to reflect on that, and it's endless. So you shouldn't be actually doing that. It's just we're doing the metaphysics of mind. Yes, there exists that, yeah, such a certain level, yeah. And I think that the problem of modeling of the meaning, it is the 3D approach, and I do have a suggestion here to broaden our subject and to have a monthly session. We will invite you, please, to come. Maybe it's not elite, maybe not elite company. Yes, I understand. Thank you very much. If there are no more questions, then I suggest that we move on to the next one. So this is Sergei Fedorovich Sergeyev, DSc in Psychology, Professor, Department of Information Systems, Arts and Humanities, St. Petersburg State University is in the Presidium of Russian Academy of Sciences. Artificial Intelligence is
Сергей Федорович.
And Sergei Fedorovich, please come onto the stage.
У вас проблемы со звуком. Есть у вас все там?
You do have problems, don't you? You do you have sound?
Сергей Федорович, проверьте, какая дорожка у вас. Дорожка должна быть русская. Не знаю, что это.
Так, Сергей Федорович.
Попробуйте еще раз что-нибудь сказать.
Нет, тогда...
Смотрите, вот у вас внизу в Zoom есть кнопки. Среди этих кнопок есть надпись, значит, перевод. Есть русский, есть английский. Вам нужно выбрать русскую дорожку и говорить нам. Что-то у нас со звуком странности какие-то.
Так, уважаемые коллеги, есть предложение вот с техническими проблемами сейчас разобраться, потому что это далеко у нас как бы находится, Санкт-Петербург.
Объявите, пожалуйста, следующий.
Да, и решите объявить следующий доклад, как бы, ну, на замену.
Allow me to
Сергей Федорович подключится у нас.
present the next keynote.
Совместно с Солдатовой Галиной Владимировной.
Alexander Vysokovsky, collaboration with Galina Soldatova, PhD in psychology, senior research fellow emeritus, Moscow State University, and Galina Soldatova, professor, was head of Department of Psychology of Personality, Moscow State University, Academician, Russian Academy of Education, and the keynote on the topic of art of modeling and artificial personality.
Сейчас слышно?
Александр Евгеньевич, пожалуйста.
Can you hear me now?
Сергей Федорович, отключите микрофон, пожалуйста.
Да. Ну, я могу выступить, Андрей.
Здесь.
Andrew, I'm ready to talk.
Так. Сейчас.
Добрый день. Мне неловко выскакивать впереди объявлен.
Good day. Sorry for this exchange of turns of the keynotes, but we're good friends. And
Немного.
so
То есть оно скорее маркетинговое. Да, я здесь. Самое начало нашумевшей беседы,
so it
которая...
is a very start of a rather interesting discussion that when an employee of Google, I think, said that Lambda is sentient, that can generate thoughtful speculations. That was a rather long interview, and that's the very start of it. And as a result, Google got angry and sent the employee on a leave and then probably fired him. But what's been done with this program is not quite clear. And unlike the competition, Logna competition, I think that was one of the first people who said you can't destroy a program because it's a living being. Well, if you're interested, you can read more about it. As far as psychology of a personality, one should operate the notions, a smaller part of which are listed here on this slide, because this is all rather difficult and challenging. And the situation reminds me of the 56th last century when computers appeared in big universities, and the memoirs of those who worked in MIT, student postgraduates and young professors, they were working well, producing topics like this. So we will not be working in technical or design things. We'll create a model of society, personality, a sentient personality, a group personality. This is what we're going to do. And those people were trying to develop their projects working in MIT. And today we have learned that the problems of artificial personality started with those fatal failures, which Andrei Yurievich has just mentioned. In fact, it is much easier to follow the path of creating a surrogate of a known personality, some personal phenomenons, personality phenomenon. So instead of having a detailed speculation about the situation, you might just create emotional statements. And this is a very human thing to do. But just to sit down and speculate and create the graph, assign percentages, that is not a human way, that is more of a computer way. So this surrogate personality, well, those who work with speech recognition software, you remember ELIZA? It was the first program American students in the 60s were able to talk to in the laboratories. And apart from the impressions of the participants of those conversations, they would cry after that, and some of them realized that their life went the wrong direction and people behaved strange way. And there was a study of Pennsylvania University, so they invited people who said, you will be talking to a computer, and they would take them to a laboratory, they would give them an element, some gadget, like a typewriter, and then answers would receive answers. And as you see, 60% of the respondents, they believed it's a person who were talking to me. Well, only 70% hesitated. Not many people took part in the study. Every fifth message from Elisa, it was off context or it was grammatically incorrect. But we are good subjects.
Мы не граммар нации, которые обижаются.
Grammar of nation that is offended by every mistake. So if somebody asks me directions about using incorrect grammar of Russian, well, of course I will answer. And if there's a disturbances in the channel, or if there's a jokes or poor knowledge of language, then 62% of the respondents recognized Eliza as a personality. One can refer to the population survey under the guidance of Glina Soldatova, and in our country there were a lot of questions regarding the components of a smart home. So there are voice assistants, and it is a big problem. They were telling it to the students who have younger sisters and brothers, who quickly realized that one can cheat. You can get on the nerves of parents. For example, when your mom switch off the light, you just say, Alisa, switch the light back. And this is where the response from school children and teachers were relatively similar. But nevertheless, there are certain disagreements, and as far as trust to digital assistants, digital aids goes, the response differs from teenagers, teachers, and parents.
Из разряда людей трудно сказать, будет это или нет.
Teachers are those who find it difficult to say whether it's going to happen or not. And there are no solid academic context, but we know there is Xiao Weiss, who responds to every Chinese, answers emails and answering to every Chinese. It's an interesting task as such. And
программа Элиза называли
as a program.
психотерапевтом.
Somebody called it a psychotherapist. Well, if not a psychotherapist, then it is the future of psychotherapy.
Пожалуйста, сюда можно вести беседы. Там была еще
So
одна.
when you have Liza, you can simply talk to it, and there was a different, another software, the artificial paranoid was called.
Обратите внимание на последние 3 строчки. 25
And if you could read the 3 last lines, approximately 25% of users, they wrote to "I love you" to this software, and it turned out to be not that difficult. Those who like movies, well, I don't like them, but this movie, Her, or She,
человек, который уже начал зависеть немножко.
this movie, Her, when a person felt addiction to his therapist, realized that it was a software that talks to 200 clients at once. And Isenbaum, one of those who started to believe in the prevalence of artificial intelligence, he started to call those people artificial intelligentsia.
Профессор Хирогура,
And we should mention Professor Hiroshi
делает
Ishiguro,
неотличимых людей. Что эти люди могут сказать, это другое дело. Первый его вариант.
Creates robots that, and you can't tell the difference between robot and a human being. I mean, visually. So he would come to the audience, and the robot would come into the room and play a recording of the lecture. So there was no interactivity. So this is Professor Ishiguro and his robot.
Контент. А это для этого тоже есть неплохой задел. Есть
What about content?
Косинский, о котором
There's Michal Kosinsky, and before the pandemic, the entire world talked about him.
Хороший психометрист.
He's a good psychometric specialist, and he was able to convince the users of Facebook to answer his stupid questions. But those were not stupid questions, but psychological questions at the Big 5 level, highly reliable,
длинные.
but not very long. And the personality profile of Big 5 was referenced against the parameters that Facebook shows. So what topics you like,
полученные посты,
what is the response to the posts received, how many likes are there. The scandal with Kosinsky was that he seemed to be a researcher working in the lab, but there were companies like Cambridge Online. They simply acted as parasites. They used his methods and sold them to the companies that organize election campaign, like a Trump campaign when Trump won, and when Brexit happened. So all that has to do with targeted advertising. And targeted advertising that's based on what a person likes and what type of personality he has, and he receives an ad targeted ad not as a person who lives in a disadvantaged neighborhood, but to a person who has a low level of neuroticism and using other parameters. So the content has been solved. The content has been solved. It's not Kosinsky work, but these are age-related spikes of those words which are used by young person most often when they talk about school or tomorrow. Then they talk about semester, exam, work, then family. Here we have a daughter. So please, this is the content of what an artificial intelligence should be talking about with the person of required age and biography. So please, Kaczynski and the team, this is all big data developments. So millions of posts, millions of texts analyzed. And if Google would take that, then of course it's the smarter than anyone, and they can digitize all the messages in the world. And all that looks like an argument about heuristics and algorithms in the 60s and 70s. Well, first of all, that's Daniel Kahneman and Tversky, who didn't live to see his Nobel Prize, showed that a human being acts irrationally and illogically without playing every move, and this is the human way to respond. And his model was supposed to make mistakes, and even the pioneers knew that. Artificial intelligence and his co-authors insisted that the solution of the problem is to use heuristics. So such ways which help resolve similar tasks, and the algorithm guarantees that. However, an algorithm can be constructed using millions of repeated actions. And if it's a fast computer, even if it's a fast computer, the task might take millions of years. So at least even the span of one's life won't be enough to solve this task. So heuristic programming is a very good mechanism. However, so those heuristics methods, they belong to each specific type of activity. There is no meta heuristics, which would be few and which, depending on the surrounding context, would be able to produce practically useful heuristics on their basis. So, but still it's better than algorithms, which would take a lot of time and you might not be able to see the result. So what we would like to emphasize is we need to talk about the oncoming movement, because the natural personality is not like Chekhov described it, or Goethe. Goethe personality develops towards privatizing new technologies. For personality, it is important to be hyper-connected. Try punishing your child the way it was done 10 or 15 years ago. If you don't do your homework, I won't allow you to use your computer. We are hyper-connected, both children and adults, when we talk about smartphones. So it's like a reliable channel. And then, yes, they tell you about the computer invasion, and when children come to a museum, they look into their screens rather than looking at the art pictures, works of art. Well, let them stay on the internet while on the way to the museum, and while they are in the museum, they can spend some time over the screens and look at the exhibits. So apart from hyperconnectivity, the personality acquires new qualities, and it is difficult for us to notice that, but a person can learn any information, can get access to any information. So a person now have external memory, and it's been said that the previous year, the 20th century, was the century when psychologists started interaction between grown-ups and children. When the social knowledge and skills were formed, but what exactly are we ready to offer to the external agenda? If students in the first course, they study Google effect, when it is faster to ask Google rather than trying to recall it, and even if you do recall it, you might be mistaken and so on. So the study was done, and it was about the attitude. And if we'll talk about conceptualization, then we build a model, a digital personality that's a digital part of an actual personality who socializes, who has a mom and dad, and plays games and hugs. But a digital socialization, it produces a great amount of new types. And just one more thesis. Anthropologists today publish articles saying that there is no consciousness. The conscience part emerges among people when there are people with whom you can discuss, and it develops when you don't have to carry the luggage of knowledge with you all the time, but your tribe feeds you with right people with whom you can come to the right solutions and solve problems. Thank you.
Спасибо, Александр Евгеньевич. Один вопрос.
Thank you, Alexander Evgenievich. One question. Alexander Evgenievich, I like the way you your final thesis that development and socializing is key for development of personality, but wouldn't that be in contradiction with what you said, that it's organic, it's normal that children and teenagers are too attached to computers because this is where human interaction is limited. So correspondingly, there's a limitation of their psychological functions, because, and we see that it influences in a negative way on the language, on the thinking process, because they trust too much to internet and computer memory. Well, every application of some intermediary is a surrogate, and this is so. And please note that these are children or recent children, they invent things again and again. So it's not people of my age who came up with emojis. Children create, imagine, they create their sublanguages. And every group of friends, they have their own memes they use. And if we are grown-ups and let's help them, because they are hyper-connected, they will keep on talking with each other using their own language, sublanguage. Let's provide them with more channels, more opportunities give them interesting tasks that can be resolved if you speak Russian or English or Chinese well. Let's create good translators. Yes, there are quite good ones from one language to another, but let's create better ones that would help children communicate with their peers in Portugal and New Zealand. And I remember advanced schools in Moscow in the 90s with good English or Spanish language. They started correspondence via internet with schools in Britain. And that was such a discovery for children. And they didn't even know that you should congratulate British school children with the birthday of a queen. They didn't know the time difference. What was it? And even at the class level, not just at personality level. And so they learned a lot. And I think that only made their lives better. Thank you, Alexander Evgenievich. Let's come back to the previous keynote, which was replaced by technical reasons. It is Sergei Fedorovich, a doctor of science and psychology professor. St. Petersburg University on the issue of creating systems with artificial consciousness and actual personality. Sergei Fedorovich, you have the floor. Colleagues, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you. Thank God.
Так, скажите, экран мой виден?
Can you see my slides?
Да, все видно. Замечательная презентация, красивая.
Коллеги, прежде всего...
Yes, we can see the slides. This is wonderful. You can see, well, first of all, I want to thank the organizers of this conference who involved in this sphere of hopeless scientific knowledge, like Academic Makarov, the member of Academy, Kunsky, and so you involve these people, and it's so wonderful. And I just wanted, first of all, what I wanted to do is to congratulate you on this wonderful subject from St. Petersburg Council on Methodology of Artificial Intelligence and Cognitive Science. And so this is our group. All the colleagues join in this greeting, and I just wanted to, first of all, I just wanted to start talking on actual keynote. So the systems with artificial mind, this is not a subject for a 10-minute talk, so I'm not going to be able to actually describe it to the depth that it deserves, but nevertheless, there are things which happen here we have to point out, and within this topic we are among many false goal setting for Confucius, for example, the famous Chinese philosopher. If you start with a wrong, then there is no hope for a correct finale. And so often we start with wrong premises. Everybody understands that a person lives in a world of subjective reality, and of course that is a very strange thing that nobody actually studies that. Probably Cern, who was studying phenomenology and was trying to show us that the human being doesn't deal with the physical real world. The human being deals with the physiological reality constructed by the brain is subjective reality, but it is so effective on impacting our personality. So we identify the subjective reality with the real reality, and it is not like that. And well, first of all, that when we start getting lost, we use the information representation when attempting to work on the artificial personality, artificial intelligence issues. And this information representation, this is certainly representation of the information process with the computer. And the founder of the information paradigm of artificial intelligence and the subjectivity, that is Dubrovsky, Professor Dubrovsky, that although the process is subjective reality, it differs from all the processes which can be realized by us in the computer. Dubrovsky was saying we shouldn't have the misconception that we're using the information systems, we can have the full analogy of a human being. And the key problem here is in that they seem to be quite simple in the first view, but they're fundamental. Essentially, life is simple, but we are making it more and more complex. That's Confucius, and so that is connected with this sentence of Professor Zinchenko, great psychologist, great personality, who is saying that psychology sacrificed the soul for the objectivity of its subjective science. So the attempts of getting the issues of artificial into the information, this is the first issue that is fundamental and that cannot be resolved. And the human being as a system, intellectual system, is really bad as a system. We can't count very well. We don't run algorithms very well. We're very chaotic. We're inconsequent. We don't follow a sequence. Even the silliest ape, the short-term memory is better than the short-term memory of a human being. 7 plus minus 2, and an ape up to 25, and it could jump around the jungle. So not even the best sportsman can compare. So can compete, but we understand very clearly that in certain conditions we become quite effective systems, and that is not anything other than joining people into certain network societies. And the member of Academy, Makarov, he is dealing with artificial society, but even natural society we don't understand very well. And in the society there is a certain organizing and organized essence which we can call the intellect, and the intellect is the complex systems organizing the world, organizing it personally. That is the property of that, and the intellect it doesn't matter on what foundation it is realized. Is it biological or cybernetic or some other? We understand that intellect can be a diffuse structure. So there is an organized complexity there, built-in complexity. So this is the problem. And the biologically alive systems, they are the system organizing the complexity. We organize the world, we make it complex, and what we create, that is already organized complexity. So there is passive things which might look like for example, behavioral traits of a human being, but that is a passive. Those are the passive components, and that is the principal importance here. We cannot create a system which is the evolutioning system, which is developing in the environment. Without the environment, a human being cannot be, and this environment is a part of the way we have the technical system. We're used to technical system that are outside of it's not connected to the environment. It's just underlying system. And if we're talking about a human being, it is an organizing complexity. Look at the rooms of a member of Synsky and Jean Piaget, and you can see that you cannot rubbish tip of worse than that. And probably every one of you have this in your room, in your offices. This is the organized complexity. We are disorganized, and nevertheless we can organize while being disorganized. The mechanisms of cognition, they help us. The mechanism of cognition, which we talk, mechanism creating subjective reality, this mechanism that makes it possible to act rationally, the mind is a total reduction of physical and psychic reality. Total reduction. The mind simplifies the world to such simple schemes that makes it possible for a person to exist in them. The world for a normal human being, that is a simple thing, clear, understandable, which doesn't need operational reaction, and everything is clear, everything's understandable. And then when we start trying to study something, and even the simplest fly is a very complex construct, and you can study a fly of your entire world. It's endlessly complex. For all your life you can study, and you won't understand how the fly works. And so these models are all simplification. The subject that works within the mind is the result of dynamic reduction of the world. So there is the endless reflexive process, the reduction of the world, and then there is a subject called Mittelberg. Said there is no subject. There is a topological construct which arises due to the change of viewing angles, and so the subject is quite artificial, quite an artificial object, and that it doesn't exist in reality. So this is arguable, but the subject is a point which is a result of reduction, which folds everything, reduces everything, and the psychology as a mechanism of the support, the personality. We talk a lot about the personality. What is personality? What is a person? That is a behavioral. So that is something that is manifested in behavior as the acting system. And in this respect, the notion of personality could be the robots could have personality. We can see the behavioral traits. They say the behavioral traits of that person. But what is a personality from psychological point of view? That is the result of societal relationships where the cognitive and physiological system of a human being is included. And in this relationship, there is a certain limitation: what's possible, what's not possible, what's allowed, what's not allowed. And that is the artificial personality. And that is because we can have certain limitations. We can have the limiting instructions. Then we have the laws of robotics. So how is it not a person? It is a person. So if we talk about scientific models of work with a human being, with the personality, with the mind, we always have to understand that what we're dealing with is the reduction of a physical world. And the physical world is a quantum world. So there's a double reduction is happening here of the quantum world. The reaction first, and then into the quality of subjective reaction, and then the secondary reduction. The secondary reduction, so to say, when with the help of our processes that we call cognition, for example, thinking, then we try to reduce it even further, this world. And so, since we are the only system that can reduce the physical reality, that then our products, they cannot do that. Anything that we do, it is not a system that reduces the world. What we build in certain aspects of reduction, so it is just an algorithmic system, although it may look like the behaviorally it could be very complex. And reductionism is a very, very strange thing, because in reality we understand that technologically we get to the point where we can reduce the information flows. For example, the networks and the network models, these are the attempts of the reduction of information flows. So any machine learning is the system reducing, system simplification, or the classification that makes it possible to get a complex set of data to something manageable in a manageable size. And so it seems to me that there is, if we have this, if we learn, if you study that, then it leads to the subjective reality, to the arisal of a person, of a human being. They will, unfortunately, no, it is not the case, and our knowledge is built on the connections between the reduced reality, which we call the physical world, or classic physical world, but classic physical world, that this is a construct. This is just a construct, and we work with this construct. Doesn't let us understand what's happening, because we are always working with a model, and everything we do is a model, and our essence. Our essence is not necessarily of the model, not to do the model of a human being. So it is not possible to make this kind of model, because then we should come up with a new postulation here. The system should have certain drawings, so that certain blueprint for work, and it should be built into the environment where the system is gonna be working. So the human being is built into the world and becomes the part of the world. Well, it seems like we're dealing with an external world. Well, no, we're not. We're part of this world. If the system is built into the world, then this system is self-organizing. It cannot be created. It can be only created by itself. And when we create it, we start talking that this is the teachable system. It's a system that can learn, but we don't know how to teach this system. And following the principle of a human being, then if we teach, then we may create a monster, uncontrollable monster with totally different properties than humans. And this system, if it gets into the environment and gets built into the environment, it will not be a human system. It won't be the body preservation oriented like we are, and will turn into a kind of a very dangerous situation, like now it's happening when the information systems, when they don't do the feedback, they make people idiots. Yeah, and then they just press the button and see what's happened. So these things are quite dangerous and not quite clearly understandable. So things which we say that they are correct, as it were. So far, that is not a science fiction. That is just our phantoms, figments that we were trying to create something similar to us, but contrast to God, we don't manage very well. And I'm not going to be taking any much more of your time. I'll just tell you that we have to give some attention to some systems which autopoietic systems, for example, for instance, where there is operational closeness, the systems working within the description, which always lead to the self-replication of the system. We can't do that. The systems that do self-reference within itself, we can't do that. So far, etc., etc. So this is why I'm not going to be told that automatic systems, automatic things, they need a very serious repetition series, although it did in the 70s, last century, but somehow it wasn't noticed. So the current researchers, they go into classical algorithmical systems, and that is a cul-de-sac. It's a dead end, and we can talk about the principle of total autopoieticity. What everything's constructed by an alive organism, but is autopoietic. So we deal only with autopoietic systems, no other. That means that the human being is not an architectural system. That is a self-replicating system. The system ending up in a social environment. So this is a self-organizing system of the society. This is in technogenic environment. So this is total autopoiesis, where the human being, humanity can actually disappear. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, just one question. Dear colleagues, so we'll just carry on now. It's because we are behind the schedule. We're going to catch up, coffee break, and so the next one is Larisa Sannikova, Doctor of Law, a professor, head of the Department of Russian Academy of Sciences, is the humanitarian. Legal aspects of chatbots in professional communications. Dear colleagues, hello. I am so happy. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm so happy to take part here in today's roundtable because this kind of interdisciplinary approach does have a very important place here because you understand the law and you realize your own issues that you work on from the new point of view. And if the screen has been shared, if you can hear me well enough, so I can start. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, everything works. So I just wanted to say that. I have to state that we live in a world of robots, of artificial personalities, and we even communicate with them every day. And that causes quite a lot of concern. And we all ask a question, do we need to regulate this? And my keynote is on legal aspects of the use of chatbots, and it's quite a narrow thing in socio-political communications, and the use of bots in the political processes. And it's quite possible that today it's probably the most serious problem to do with the use of bots. As people mentioned, they were used quite broadly in political processes to do with the establishment of public opinion, for example, and of course, and elections, of course. So this is the slide that you can see. The work of researchers who talk about the growth of this trend, the use of chatbots and the use of political processes. So, what the chatbots are, and how do they work, and how can we regulate the processes? There is a certain, there's quite a lot of classifications of bots. The terminology, it's a robot, it's abbreviated robot, so bots. So we're now dealing with not actual robot, but just the software. So this is why it's kind of been abbreviated like this. So these robots and these bots, they are used in various spheres. And the researchers who've been researching the diversity, they suggested the classification, and from the scientific point of view, you can't really accept these classifications as relevant because these dialogue systems, chatbots and dialogue systems, human being and computer, they are used the platform of social networks, the social media, and then we get the social code. And so here we see various options for the use of bots. And we have to accept the fact that when we talk about the political bots, then those are the social bots which are used predominantly on the platforms of social media. What makes them stand out is that they are used for political communication. And the peculiarity here is in that these are normally fake accounts that imitate a real personality. And naturally, this kind of imitation gives certain effect in political communications as a whole, and how they manifest and how do bots impact the electoral process. And these issues have been put as a subject for research for many researchers, sociologists, political scientists, and to a lesser degree, lawyers. But if we talk about the signs, the properties of such bots, one of the works suggested to describe a number of signs, for example, spread of illegal content and disinformation. Second one is the fake human identity. And this content is spread with potentially unlimited number of network activities, communication and network activities. And so these are the signs. And we see two very important points here. Nobody's going to argue with the attributes that spread through a limitless number of messages and other communication activities, this is what the bot is. And as far as two other things are concerned, so there's a problem here. When we talk about the spread, dissemination of illegal content and disinformation, then we get ourselves into a dilemma. What if imitating a person, a human being, then political bot will spread legal information or correct information? Can we consider that these actions are correct, that they are right, and that they are permissible, and that is the need for ethic assessment? It doesn't actually get raised by the researchers, and in my view, it is a failure. Essentially, it tells us that we are trying to fight digital tool of our adversary. And social conflicts are quite complex, and who is in the right, who is in the wrong in this social conflict, that is an incorrect wording of the question, because there's arguments and counter-arguments, and inside the political discussions and in external politics discourse, and every side they blame the other for spread of the disinformation. And at the moment we live in a post-truth era, a so-called post-truth. And so, in my view, most important problem that arises in this connection is the human identity, when we don't understand that it is the machine, that it is not another personality whose opinion we can take into account or not. But when we don't understand that this is in reality is a bot that is programmed into spread of certain information, the impact of political bots on political communications, and then there were two key effects recorded. On the one hand, this is political mobilization, and on the other, it's the spiral of silence. So, what is the essence of these two effects? First of all, I have to say that people prefer communication with the others similar to themselves, and the opinion of people similar to the actor, and that's very important to have communication with people who their opinions are important. So when you're forming your own opinion, and naturally when when the surrounding, when people surround you, when everybody is disagreeing with the opinion of that person, and that person starts thinking how right or wrong his or her position is. And there is a big probability that this person will actually join the majority. So this is the political mobilization. So when the political bots, when they start en masse spreading information, then we see this joining together of people who support the point of view on the one hand, under the onslaught of this information, some people can change their point of view, but the others who did keep to the point of view, they will be more active and they will be more actively talking about their position. This effect of political mobilization. We could see an example of, for example, the Arabic Spring and other destructive processes which happened in various countries with the use of social media as platforms. And the second effect that is this pattern of silence when your opinion does not match the opinion of the majority and you're not ready to change that because you have your own reasons for that, and that makes you to shut up, to just go silent and not to express your own opinion. And I think that now we're in the country, what we're seeing in the country is the spiral of silence like that, and we can judge the negative relationship to a political process inside the country only because people start running away from the country, for instance. And at the same time, it is not encouraged. Free talking is not encouraged, so nobody's talking because there's no encouragement, and there's this, and so this what you have is that as a result, we see the manipulation of public consciousness, and if we talk about political mobilization and the spiral of silence, then coming back to the ethics assessment, there is a very important point here that people who deny the politbots as tools for manipulation, I say that both processes is manipulation, and any manipulation is of a destructive character, and those who fail to give the assessment, and so this could be used for democratic processes, they have to admit, and this spiral of silence can be used for in the authoritarian states. And when you have the authoritarian regime, then you, again, in my view, this approach is not legitimate because we can see the spiral of silence in quite democratic societies. For example, LGBT plus, for instance, in that agenda, is quite a low percentage of the society, about 10%. They make to suppress other people's opinions, for example, opinion on normality or abnormality of certain things or events. And in my view, this bears witness to manipulation, and that needs not only ethical assessment, but also it needs to be regulated legally. And the approach is to legal regulations. There's two key approaches. One of them is prohibition, and the other one talks about the possibility of marking. So you can mark these bots, and when the marking of the bot tells you that you are talking to a real person, not to a real person, but to a user of social media, which is a bot. So artificial. So the prohibition. First thing that you find straight away, because if you're dealing with the prohibition, so how technologically, how are you going to be doing that, right? So there is a constant battle between the developers and those and create services to follow up and to establish these things, to find these things. And of course, the opportunities, not only finding these bots, but prohibiting them, they are very, very limited as a whole. There's a danger of use. The artificial intelligence systems for the manipulations, the danger is widely accepted. And it seems to me that that is the Committee on Regulating of Artificial Intelligence, and it was mentioned there, pointed out that artificial intelligence may be used for manipulation, exploitation, and social methods of control. And what's pointed out here is that there is a need to prohibit these practices, but however, it then states that this kind of prohibition has to happen only in a situation where, when this manipulation causes a serious physical or psychological harm. And in the opinion of majority of researchers, this prohibition cannot be not involve political bots or social networks bots. And in the majority of cases, lawyers they kind of lead to marking of these artificial intelligences. So people, when they talk to this, that they don't talk with Elisa when they talk about with artificial intelligence. So in California, and they passed a law which demands transparency in the relationships with these bots, in respect to these bots. And what they're talking about here is that the user has to be notified that they are communicating with artificial intelligence. And it seems to me that a law has been passed, but there is no practice of the enforcement, and nothing is known. And the study, the research, the articles, they show that there's very few of those, first of all. And one of these papers of the law professor from the States, this comparison of the American laws, then in principle, of course, what can have the misdemeanor, and certain losses can be reimbursed, but also this law has not been supported by anything. So what's going to happen if you break it? What kind of losses can you cause? What kind of harm can be caused? How this information is not been made available? So the law actually doesn't stipulate that. And these general requirements to the systems of artificial intelligence to open, to disclose its personality, disclose its identity, it has been recorded in the majority of bills which impact on the development of the internet somehow. Now I give a couple of the code of ethics of the artificial intelligence sphere that was passed in the Russian Federation. Well, the code of ethics, the code is not a law. It is not. It is important only for the further development of laws in the sphere. And here, the stress is on the goodwill in informing the users when they talk when they communicate with artificial intelligence. And a few days ago, in October this year, the US they suggested a blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, which arises to do with due to the fact of the use of one of them is the right of explanation and notification. You have to know when automated systems are used, and you have to know how and why it achieves the results that impact on you. So we can say, thus we can say that today there is no specific regulation for the use of these programs, despite the fact that they impact quite destructive. The law doesn't suggest anything so far. Nevertheless, this is not a standalone problem. This is the problem, the general problem of designing of artificial intelligence systems that researchers will have to work on. And in my view, at the moment, it's very important. Understanding is very important that any use of the system of artificial intelligence with the view of manipulation, it should be considered unacceptable regardless of the purposes, be they good or harmful, in which these systems are used. So for that, we need to mobilize both technicals and legal solutions. And the society should understand the dangers in the sphere, where the danger arises for the entire society. So my keynote is kind of this is just setting the problem. There's just putting the question, and in the future, I hope that we will be developing these issues, work on the research on these issues together with our joint effort. Thank you very much for your attention, and I am ready. I can answer some questions. So just one question. Well, so just one is tops. Just one question, because we are behind the schedule so far due to technical reasons, and we can just discuss Andrei Yurasov, and then we will be discuss it at the discussion time in the round table. So Andrei Yurasov, PhD in philosophy, research associate of State Academic University for Humanities. And it's a non-cognitivist approach to the problems range of artificial personality. Andrei?
Good day, dear colleagues. I hope you can hear me.
Внизу есть кнопка правая с правой стороны. Дорожку выберите прямо русскую.
Теперь меня слышно?
Да, замечательно. Спасибо.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Да, тема моего доклада обозначена. Когнитивистский подход к проблематике.
So this is the topic of my keynote, non-cognitivist approach to the problems range of artificial personality. The essence of non-cognitivist approach is that it emphasizes on the existence of non-cognitive aspect of the psyche, and I would like to show why it's important with respect to AI and artificial personality. It's an approach which is mandatory for these projects. And before talking about non-cognitivism, I'll say that artificial personality, as has been mentioned by Andrei Yuryevich, we understand not a complete personality, which is created artificially. This is more of a sci-fi scenario, but we're talking about modeling of certain aspects of a personality, and artificial personality should be understood as an artificial system which has a quasi-personality properties. But let's first talk about cognitivism and non-cognitivism. So, cognitivism as an approach can be understood in counterposition with cognitivism. So let's talk about cognitivism first, and let's talk about in what sense we can understand cognitivism. And I will be talking about 3 ways to understand the term cognitivism. First of all, cognitivism is an approach which emerged as part of the cognitive science. And this is the first research program as part of the cognitive science, and then other appeared. And the second part is cognitivism in the broader sense as a pan-humanitarian paradigm, and the most relevant one for our keynote it is this understanding. And third option is cognitivism as the framework of meta-ethics. So I'll talk about 3 definitions. The first one, classic computational cognitivism. So when there's cognitive science, it appears as a classical computational cognitivism as an interdisciplinary area. And for that, computer metaphor of the mind, or understanding of internal representations, critique of behaviorism, creation of computer models of the mind, the idea of the autonomy of psychology, and I think here the autonomy of psychology or neuroscience. And if mind is studied, then why is it believed that modeling the brain is not that important? But that's connected with functionalism, because the same program can be implemented using different areas. So the computer metaphor of the consciousness, and it is understood as a program which is realized in the brain. So it's not that important how the brain is organized, but it's more important how the conscience is organized. In this case, cognitivism is opposed to behaviorism. And on the other hand, it's post-cognitivism, what appeared after this classic computational cognitivism. And the most important thing I would like to draw attention to is the understanding of cognitivism, duality of ambiguity. But in cognitive science, I believe, well, unfortunately, cognitive is now understood in a broader sense. It is understood as something informational in the psyche, and I think it's unfortunate that the cognitive science adopted this title, because here we have ambiguity. On the one hand, cognitive science claims to study psyche in general. On the other hand, this title, cognitive, tells us that it is about cognition. So as a result, the entire psyche just boils down to cognitive cognition, which is wrong from the neo-cognitivist perspective. And this is organically connected with understanding of cognitivism in a broader sense. Cognitivism, not as a area of cognitive science, but a cognitivism as a pan-humanitarian paradigm, the position where all psychic notions belong to the cognitive sphere, and this is a paradigm. It has existed for thousands of years. So all cognitivist ideas can be found in the ancient times, Socrates, etc. And in my opinion, the most interesting and in most detail and most professionally this topic was detailed by Maximov. And this is cognitivism as the paradigm of humanitarian philosophical thought. And it is a seemingly simple idea that psyche is not just about cognition. And it has several dimensions. It becomes a multidimensional question. And there's of particular importance when we regard cognitivism in a pan-planetary understanding. It is very important to pay attention to value, cognitivism of values, because the key era of cognitivism is here, that values related to cognition. So what elements of psyche are equated with cognition? Wrongly so. So first of all, these are values, and here cognitivism as opposed to non-cognitivism in broader sense and pan-humanitarian one, we oppose cognitivism and non-cognitivism. It's in first meaning cognitivism as opposed to behaviorism, post-cognitivism. Then in a broader sense, it is opposed to non-cognitivism. And the third option, I will not stop on that in too many details, but I need to talk about it, because usually this terminology of cognitivism and non-cognitivism is most actively used in ethics, specifically in meta-ethics. But it is of no particular importance for non-cognitivism with respect to artificial personality. And if we talk about the opposition of cognitivism and non-cognitivism with respect to artificial intelligence, then I would like to draw attention to the fact that it is in the notion of artificial intelligence that the idea of thinking as a cognitive process is emphasized. But artificial intelligence is there to perform different functions. So ideally, it should perform all the functions that are inherent for the natural intellect. So artificial intelligence is viewed upon as one of the disciplines within cognitive science in general. And from that on follows the understanding that everything in the psyche is cognitive, and hence in artificial intelligence everything is cognitive as well. And as can be understood, I do not endorse this opinion. Specifically, if we talk about the problems of non-cognitivism, it is of particular importance when we talk about understanding artificial personality. Because when we talk about artificial intelligence, well, those personality aspects are not that well represented, that cannot boil down to cognition. But when we talk about personality, well, here we deal with communication, emotions, values. Well, values first of all, and it is particularly obvious here that artificial personality doesn't boil down to a cognitive system. So not everything in the artificial personality is primitive. And to make sure it doesn't sound too abstract, I will give several examples of how cognitive error can present itself in the area of artificial intelligence. And from that on, it will be clear that this is a question of fundamental importance. So this is the quote from the development of artificial intelligence, 2030. Artificial intelligence is a set of technological solutions which imitate cognitive functions of a human being, including self-learning and search of solutions without a predetermined algorithm, and they allow obtain results which are comparable to the results of intellectual activity of the person. So the definition states the understanding of cognitive functions. So artificial intellect, by definition, so goes down to cognitive functions. Let's review this example. When artificial intelligence creates music, art, literature, does it boil to cognition? Well, by all means, this process has a cognitive aspect, and it is impossible to carry it out without it. But this is a process that cannot be boiled down to cognition only. And we cannot say that this picture is just the result of a cognition process. No, for example, a symphony composed by artificial intellect is the result of cognition. Well, in the common sense and theoretical arguments, they tell us it is not so. Then ethics of artificial intelligence, which is a very popular area. And it is clear that when we talk about ethics, when we talk about morale, then our example cannot boil down to cognition only. And a wonderful keynote about
долженствования, да, на присутствие. Должны ли мы делать так? Нужно. Как нам
about the modality,
здесь уже речь
whether we should do so
о ценностях. Если мы
this is where we talk about our own choice, our own values, and if we believe it is only about cognition, then we could make a cognitive mistake. So we just don't notice that we are dealing with the ethics of the artificial intelligence. We study moral and value phenomena which don't boil just to cognition. It is important to note the paradigmatic nature of cognitivism.
Когнитивизм
And Maximov emphasizes that cognitivism is a paradigm, and it is very popular, but has a paradoxical feature. The theory of
часто
that paradigm,
не осознают себя в качестве таковых. То есть для
they
них
do
это
not
собой разумеющееся, что
are
все
unaware that
и
they
гораздо
are the
реже был
participants. For them, they take it for granted that everything
лист
boils down to this perception and cognition,
полемизирует с
and sometimes they
все это не
might
так.
be consciously aware, but as a rule, it's not so. And usually, cognitivism is understood as something that should be taken for granted. And here I need to note that when talking about a cognitivist
Я уже
era, I mean
позицию неокогнитивизма. Соответственно,
the neo-cognitivism position. So neo-cognitivists believe that a cognitivist makes this mistake. And the cognitivist might have said that we make mistakes, but of course, attaching those tags is not an argument in theoretical dispute, but as both common sense and conceptual construct, they show, in my view, that
человек не только познает,
the psyche cannot boil down to cognition only, because a person does not just
у него имеются ценности, которые лежат в основе
perceives the world, he also controls his actions, activities. So psyche can not just be boiled down to perception or cognition. So it means artificial mind can not be limited by cognition only. And the spread of cognitivism and cognitivist era, it causes a certain raises alarm from the point of view of the outlook of modeling of the psyche and the
Представим себе, что
outlook of creation of artificial
современная
intelligence. So I'll draw a parallel. Let's imagine that today's mathematicians are not, wouldn't be able to differentiate natural and irrational numbers.
математики о том, что что-то в ней неблагополучно. И вот если
And
можно констатировать, что
if we can state that
специалисты, успешные специалисты,
modern specialists or successful specialists who achieve results in the area of psychology and in the area of artificial intelligence, if they make that cognitive era,
признают когнитивными те
if
феномены,
they
которые
admit those phenomena as cognitive, when these phenomena are not, in fact, cognitive, then we have fundamental
влияет на
confusion, which we need to deal with because it has a fundamental impact on understanding of AI
разработки.
and the outlook of its development. What to do with it? I think that one needs to use formal philosophy
моделировать
tools here in order to be able to model values and model
формальная аксиология, формальная этика здесь быть применены.
So formal epistemology,
вот это различие
formal ethics,
когнитивным и некогнитивным,
to draw the difference between cognitive and non-cognitive in the psyche and artificial intelligence. Conclusions. I believe the use of cognitive in the wider sense is not expedient. When we talk about cognitive as an information psyche, this causes ambiguity because the meaning of the term cognitive is the one belonging to cognition. And this is how we should use this term. Artificial intelligence implements more than just cognition functions, but control functions as well. So it's not purely cognitive. And the cognitive error in the area of artificial intelligence is the aspect of cognitivism as a pan-humanitarian paradigm. I talked about 3 ways to understand cognitivism. So the second option, specifically cognitivism as a pan-humanitarian paradigm, it is the cognitivism that has a direct relationship not just only with psychology, but also with AI. And the erroneous nature of cognitivist approach in the area of artificial intelligence is particularly well seen when we talk about personality, because when we talk about personality, we primarily talk about values, and it is values that, according to cognitivism, values cannot be equated with cognition only.
Исчерпали, то вопросов вам не будет. Вот есть предложение перейти к следующему
докладчику. Thank you very much. And then we invite the next speaker. Please remember that you have 15 minutes for the keynote. Gavrilina Елена.
Доцент кафедры социологии и культурологии МГТУ имени Баумана.
Елена Gavrilina, PhD in Philosophy, Senior Research Fellow, Center for Scientific Information Research on Science, Education, and Technology. She'll be talking about artificial intelligence systems and the reduction of human agency. Thank you. And in the context of the theme of my keynote, I realized I don't want to use an indirect assistant in the form of slides, so I will be just talking without having slides, and in principle, I would be grateful if the colleagues could turn on a timer, so the camera, so I would be able to see you. And those who did it, well, I thank you. So I'll start with a short introduction because saying by intellectual systems, they're understood as artificial intelligence systems who have a certain degree of autonomy, and there are plenty of such systems in our life, starting with the appliances at home, like robot vacuum cleaner, so something simple like coffee makers or neural systems we interact with. And the objective of my keynote is to show that they're not just agents of action, and according to technical theory, it is which is quite well recognized and used, but also is that the agency reduces our human capacity to act. And this is something that poses a lot of questions in terms of what forms of sociality should be formed and how. And to that end, we can look at the category of agency in sociology and social philosophy. Initially, that category was reviewed as a characteristics, as a part of subjectivity, making it possible for the subject to make actions, which was understood in 3 moduses. The modus of physical action as such, the modus of orientation in the space and situation, the modus of moral assessment, which has always been given when we design our human action in order to build it into the system of values. So, in that way, it was suggested that this ability is vested in human only, and that was not disputed. And this is where we have an interesting dilemma. because once we set an technological object which helps making certain action, it looks like we pass on some of our competence to this object, and competences aimed to make sure that this action can happen without our presence. A simple example: who
да, потому что по большому счету мы эту способность как бы передали. И здесь уместно видеть...
can do mental maths well. The right answer is calculator. We have passed that ability on. And the theory of new materialism. An engineer, when creating a technological object, what happens is the delegation of agency to a technical device. And the agency is delegated, and at the same time, a certain human capacity is added into it so that it frees human resources to work on other tasks. But the question, what is the delegation of agency? What is the delegation of competencies to a technical device? On the one hand, it leads us to understanding that we start what we start doing is that we start mutual articulation of technological objects. For example, a man with a gun is not just a person, a human, but a person who is about to commit certain actions. But a gun outside of that system, it has a different significance rather than in a situation when a person is holding a gun and about to use it. And at the same time, we start converging and acquiring composite properties because it is in interaction with technological objects. So at some point, what happens is that it is all packed into a sort of black box. When we become a hybrid together with the technological object, like us here, we are a hybrid, which is mediated by technology. And thanks to that, our communication becomes possible. And at that point, a technological object, when it becomes an object, and when it acquires our ability to act, in essence, we have a reciprocal relationship because that technological object starts acting in a certain way, so that the hybrid system is capable to work without technological objects. So this is a very brief description of the understanding of how human action becomes possible without human involvement. And on the other hand, there is another important sequence, specifically, we become capable of committing actions without mediation. For example, an aircraft pilot, well, and it's a big problem. Quite often they become incapable to fly a plane without autopilot. And vehicle drivers, they are incapable of driving without having a navigator. And in that respect, the agency becomes a part which is not a part of an object or a subject, but it becomes what
so it stops being connected to who is producing the action, and that leads to our ability to act reduces because actually we spread it, we distribute it into a network in which we technologically built in, and so there is the establishment of social technical hybrid in global sense, and we can't be talking about sociality without the technological context, and taking into account the fact that people can anthropomorphize, and there is this ability that we can look at ourselves from a side, so to say, and imagine the technological manipulations, for example, and we can For example, during the surgical operation, we can look upon ourselves and see, and then the person is objectified. But with the need, which actually it leads us to the understanding that the structure changes, the structure of evolution, and then the agency becomes the content of the interaction of human and machine interaction. Our human ability to act is potentially preserved, but often we give it away, and quite seriously we cannot get these competencies into the computer, and then so that physically the ability to interact, and now we can't separate it from the computer. So at this point, I'd probably stop, and I want to stress once again a humanistic pathos here, which maybe it makes sense when we're viewing technological objects as agents, and the agents of many things, and very often they look to us directed, but this is not in the legal categories. It's not discussed in that, and what we need to think about is what forms of sociality and how to design so that we can preserve ourselves first and foremost. So at this point, I'll probably stop, and I think that I managed to keep to the time allocated. So thank you very much. Thank you. One question would be allowed here. Time for no questions, and so thank you very much. Thank you, and I suggest to have to stop here for coffee break and coffee break. So we're going to be having a coffee break. That is
Сместим на 15 минут.
15 minutes shift. Now we come back.
Осип Георгий Васильевич, 13:15. А до
13:15. 13:15. So
дело в том, что у нас
break until 13:15, because one of the keynotes is not gonna happen. She's the pro-rector, she's the deputy principal, so she can't talk today. So thank her very much. We keep to our schedule. So coffee break now. Thank you very much.
And Vladimir Losik, Doctor of Psychological Sciences of the Unified Institute of the Problem of Informatics.
Здравствуйте.
Good day. I am visiting from Minsk, and I'm a postgraduate student, as been said, and it is presented on behalf of Losik, Georgy Vasilyevich Losik, who is my thesis advisor, Doctor of Psychological Sciences. So it's humanity and artificial intelligence, more conceptual nature, and raises questions, but we have specific suggestions to address the rising problems. We believe that considering problems on the level of a human being and atmosphere, that's too narrow, and this system, a hierarchical system of world, which many philosophers raised, Vernadsky and Tsiolkovsky, they're quite relevant because this way we can identify the place of a human being here and where is the technosphere. Because each system has its goal setting so that they are in harmony with other systems and do not violate the common order of things. I'm interested in human being and just dealing with artificial intelligence, working with cybernetics, and our institute in the Soviet Union was Institute of Cybernetics. I've discovered that thanks to that, you gain a better understanding of a human as a living system and cybernetics. This is where it started. So Shannon and Norbert Linan, they describe the human being as a living system. And what's suggested here is a human system which is composed of certain components of psyche. And if we consider human body as hardware and psyche as software, then this system has certain modules, and depending on what kind of how this or that module operates, that determines the behavior. So this is not my idea. There's a number of authors who call themselves interdisciplinary team, and they've come up with these components of psyche. So there are instincts, we all know that. They are baseline. And thanks to these instincts, and on the level, and at the level of these instincts, we are similar to animals. We need to eat, sleep, etc. And since animals have that, they call it animal type of psyche. Then habits, that's and what's automatic. This is a level of culture where the person learns living in human society. And being a part of a culture, it uses these components. The same goes for automatism, which are dictated by culture. Unfortunately, what we see today is that rather often culture might not be that useful for human being and for the society. And one can say that imposing a culture, and when a person makes a decision on the basis of this automatism, it behaves like a robot. Mind is a higher component where human has its own will. But there's a hazard he doesn't show here because he can be self-centric here without taking into account such a biosphere, cosmos, and higher mind. And he can behave like in a demonic way. And higher components like intuition and consciousness. And the real person, the ideal person is whose conscience and the intuition prevails over other components. So being able to tell the difference between good and bad, they determine the humanity. The humanness of a human being. And there are fundamental contradictions which we all need to understand and which exist when we compare a human. First, it's cognition, perception. We cannot explain that. There are several hypotheses, and Bekhtereва came to it in the end of her life, that brain is a receiver-transmitter. So we receive some information from higher worlds, and hence we use it to project, to reflect the world, and it is subjective, and it is endless. So the great creators, composers, they're using their cognition to create new worlds, new entities. And for machine, everything is determined and built on algorithms, intellect. What do we call intellect? If from point of cybernetics psychology, intellect is interaction with the sum of things, building interactions, the relationship is construction of a model of the world. And what is artificial intelligence? Is it a process of human mind or a product of the human mind? And then it has nothing to do with human mind. It's a different entity. It becomes more of a tool or a work created by a human. And finally, a human can be human only when it has a social relationship with the society, with the external world. Machine, well, it has that, but it has a different role. And what now is called an artificial intelligence, well, Konstantin Vorontsov, who moderated the first section, during the first day, in one of his interviews, he said it's not artificial intelligence imitation of intellect, it's machine learning, which on the basis of algorithms and data which are being uploaded, performs certain functions. And since it depends on the goal, the author and the customer said, there's a danger, because depending on what intentions people who create this machine intellect had, this intellect will pursue the goals that were programmed into it. And data, it's also a big limitation, data loaded by certain authors for certain objectives, and they can be really dangerous for human being and for biosphere. And what artificial intelligence doesn't have is it content difference between what's good and what's bad. And of course, a mandatory feature of intellect is empathy and creativity. If we, of course, consider intellect as a human part of human nature, can we bring artificial intelligence closer to a human intellect? Well, here we have more of a social, philosophical approach. Let's not forget the human should remain human, and let's not forget about its own intellect, its place in the world, and having all the components of the psyche, which are listed at the bottom, instincts and mind and reflections at the same time. It should develop its will, its ability to tell the difference, its intuition, be able to tell the difference between good and bad, be human. And of course, it's about education and upbringing, etc. But on the other hand, we need to find the place for AI in technosphere to understand who is leading and who's being led. In my opinion, it is the person who should lead, and the technosphere should be led. But yeah, it should be a tool, but a safe tool, tool that is nature-like and which can be predictable. I like this word, nature-like. It comes from the Kurchatovs, And in MIT, there is this center, but the idea here is also that not just repeats the nature, but it harmoniously repeats nature and doesn't violate the laws of nature. So how are we, Law School and me school and me personally, try to contribute here? Well, the topic of my thesis is we're building algorithms to recognize the intentions of a human being when we assess 3D objects. So depending on what footprints is left by a human being when reviewing 3D objects on the internet, we find science, and this is a standard job of recognizing, and we build algorithms. And here in this task, what happens is an interesting discovery. First of all, the intention which a person has and which it realizes, well, logically it happens before the action, but what's interesting is that the brain prepares even before that by milliseconds. So certain neurons are activated in the human brain, which get ready for a intent for action and then do it in a deliberate manner. So maybe these are mirror neurons, and the more ambitious goals is to understand how empathy works. Because in our experiments, when we show the way a person expects other objects, and when we ask to repeat that, we see that these mirror neuron mechanisms operate and empathy works, and person tries to repeat all the intentions and goals demonstrated to him. I won't go into more details here. What's important is the approach. In standard task of machine learning, it's a top-down approach. We take data and statistics and we load it in as a sampling for training. There's a physical limitation here, and many accept that, because we can't upload all the causal relationship with the machine. The world is too versatile. This data will be limited always by certain situations and cases. Our approach, thanks to the psychologists, we go from bottom to the top, and so during experiment, it is assessed from the point of view of motivation. They explain what by the testees. Person on test, they explain what they want to do and what they're going to do. So it's like higher functions in action. And if we understand how motivation and empathy works in this particular case, we will be able to make it part of the robotic systems. And maybe that will have to be inherited in the systems in order to make it more human, create better vehicles to interact with people. In conclusion, this is more of a lyrical conclusion. I like this topic of humanity, and we shouldn't forget about it. And my personal experience shows that every person should decide answer to the question of what it means to be human. And what inspired me is Soviet sci-fi adventures of electronic. That's boy robot created by a professor who was asking a professor what I want to be human and what means to be human philosophy there is. Then when that robot replaced the real person, his twin, the real person started degrading because he was switched off the community. This good old sci-fi where robot Werther helping Alisa, and all this is about what it means to be human. It means to be brave. So positive thinking, by all means, be involved in creativity. No matter what job you have, you can find hobbies. You can create, draw, play music, and family love. They help indulge into these arts, and that limits your egoism. This is a very serious work and also public work. The human structure of psyche. And my final slide, I really hope that our world will transfer from the picture on the left when we see that there's more and more artificial systems manipulate us. They manipulate our base instincts and the psychic components. The human is weak. It's being manipulated by that, and we see that it creates big problems at the individual level and public level. So, but we can flip the picture and go to the right when there is a clear understanding that the artificial intelligence, our assistant tool, which is predictable and controlled. And let's not forget who the human is. Human being should be strong and remain human. Thank you. Thank you very much. Lev Alexandrovich. Very compact format. I mean, Kant, he wrote 8 volumes about that, and he just was able to talk about that in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. And just a note is that not just imitating human personality, but helping and strengthening the natural personality, natural qualities. And this is really great. So what are the questions? The question, please. And what is your primary education? As radio technical, microelectronics. I'm an engineer. Thank you. We'll talk later then. I have also economic institution. I graduated from business school in Canada. Well, that's a pity then. Good day. And you said that you work on the project where the goal is understanding of the solution made by a human being based on how human observes an object. Could you explain that? What is the essence of the project? Well, the topic of my thesis is automatic recognition of intentions of the human when looking at 3D objects. So right now on the internet, there are more and more internet pages, web pages, where the content is 3D. And the person, when making decision, it looks at the house or car and leaves a trajectory, a footprint. This trajectory we can process mathematically. A neural network so mathematically. Well, I was afraid to go into details here. So we make experiments where we register a lot of those trajectories. Then we try those part of the experiment to assess them by a depth instruction where they wanted to say we wanted to look at the right side at the symmetry. So look into the cognitive intentions, and non-depth instruction when they say you need to do this and that and look there. And then we process that using Homer scaling. If you heard about that method, to find hidden science, not non-explicit science in those trajectories. And then we use that science to build the space of science. No, we don't go into neurons yet, but we can discuss it with you. And this is our approach. And when we build this algorithm, and once we're able to recognize the intentions, then additional knowledge comes out that out of these trajectories, we're able to find clusters of people.
There's certain similarities and differences on how they do that. And so, dear colleagues, the question that I have is just one. That's it, according to the schedule. So it just would be most interesting the trace that is left, the track. What are the points of evaluating the track? Is it a positive reactions or is it negatives or what? How do you actually trace the tracks left by the person? Not to dig ourselves into the protocols here. It's just a clear course. It's a cognitive visual inspection. So there is a sculpture in Louvre to look at how the Egyptian sculpture looks, and it's used a certain way. And hypothesis is of Losik with the school, with the vector psychophysiology, is that is a topologically built-in certain scales, so it's a scale of color, of sound for the perception. And there is a scale of perceiving topology of space, and this scale is fundamental anthropological. It is not acquired during a lifetime. It is inherited genetically. Probably we want to find these signs and to build, to understand this. So this is the trajectory. This is the manner of the visual inspection. This is what is essentially human. So people could be split into different types of perception. Well, yeah, that is to follow, but because then we have human experience. And
на то, как он все осматривает, как он познает мир. То есть...
How they view things. Oleg, I just thank you. And the next keynote is now. The stage is given to Ekaterina Alexeyevna. She's a PhD in philosophy, assistant professor of Department of Epistemology and Logic, State Academic University for the Humanities, Moscow, and it is artificial teacher.
День, коллеги, меня
Artificial
слышно?
professor. So thank you. Colleagues, can you hear me? Can you hear me? No, we can't hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Слышно или нет?
Can you hear me like this?
Так,
Yes, we can hear you.
слышат еще раз.
Can everybody hear me?
Переключиться.
Пожалуйста, выберите русскую.
No, just select Russian language in the interpreting at the bottom there. At the bottom right of the screen, there is RU. Select translation and Russian.
Сейчас, секунду.
Мы вас все еще
Yes,
не
yes.
слышим.
Yeah, just a second. We can still can't hear you.
Кнопочки. Вот там
At the bottom, on the right. Yeah.
все нормально.
Сейчас слышно.
Can you hear me? Yeah, now we can hear you. Yeah, good. It's just the translation into the Russian channel. So.
Добрый
Into
день.
the English channel. So, well, hello, colleagues, and my topic of today's keynote. This is the artificial teacher, and I just wanted to touch upon one of the spheres of the social communication, maybe. So Larisa Vladimirovna, for example, she was talking about the political communication, the use of technologies in political communications of artificial intelligence. And I want to touch the sphere of education, where they use technologies that we notionally denote as the artificial personality technologies. That is a great intention to use this type of technology, isn't it? And so naturally, the type of artificial personality which is used in education are denoted as artificial teacher. So the presentation, I just want to. Can you see my presentation? Yeah, full screen. Yes, we can. Very good. So, yes, and now we have naturally, if we have about the practices which exist when you use the intellectual systems, artificial and educational communications, I would describe a number of spheres, the types of used systems, types of technologies, but I kind of arrange them with the degree of how anthropomorphic they are.
Ну, то есть в первую очередь это, конечно,
So the technology of artificial personality, first of all, that is anthropomorphic robots, robot teachers. It's the one of the projects. This is a Finnish school. Finnish school there was a robot that, for teaching people, for teaching children foreign languages. So he's talking foreign language to the kids, teaching maths, and is not very anthropomorphic. There is much more anthropomorphic projects, and I'll tell you about it a bit later. And these are the programs that imitate personalized communication. They are the quasi-personality of a tutor, but not in the physical space, not a 3D, but maybe something on the screen of your computer. And of course, these are the systems that could be called anthropomorphic also, that they do, that they train particular skills. For instance, here there is this robot that is a system because this is training the foreign languages when the system can support the dialogue in foreign language, imitating how it would be done by a language native. And so chatbots, intellectual chatbots, assistants, often they don't often understand who you talk to. Is it a bot or is it a real person? Very often it is confusing. And there is much less anthropomorphic, not pretending to have this status. These AI systems, training systems in China, in this sphere is quite successful. To personalize training in maths, there are these systems. It could be personalized, and it's training this personal progress of TUT. So it's picking the tasks, the goals, and the systems which can be can be use various procedures, automate procedurally. They will be connected. That they don't need particular involvement in, for example, assessment of certain. Or maybe recognizing the handwriting, maybe it is difficult to recognize for the teacher, and this organization of teaching. So it's not aimed at not only the pedagogical process, but its organization. So it is clear that all of this will have a degree of anthropomorphness, and so what we call artificial person. So the first four types of technologies, which you can see here, that is circled in red, and these are the first three technologies, which probably they much of what we're talking about right now. Yes, and as an example of the use of technologies of type 1, so the technologies where there is the aim to introduce anthropomorphic robots into the educational process. So this is Bina 48, so this is a robot, this is humanoid, this is the head, talking head, that was done. This is a real prototype, real live person that was used in construction. There was an experiment when she was reading as in sport. I was giving lectures. That was the experiment, and really that was a lecture, really, and where it didn't even, there was a system, you didn't have to connect up to the internet, there was internal database was enough. Can you imagine? And it could enter communication, it could answer questions of the pupils. The very interesting experience that was, although quite exotic, and this was one of those experiments which started all the conversations that maybe you can replace the teacher in the audience with a system like that. That would look like a human being and fulfill the functions. And then, of course, there's a load of worries and concerns and fears, and internal resistance was raised straight away. And there's another example that is Will the trainer. That's the second one, isn't it? There's a second type of technology when we use really the avatar that imitates emotions. Enter into communication with pupils. It's in New Zealand. There was running who can answer questions, could ask questions. People, so there is feedback can be traced. The result of the lecture, for example, the lecture that he given, and it was as close as possible imitating a mimic of a tutor, a human being, and so looks pretty realistically, and they are becoming more and more realistic. And even like in educational communication, you can get an illusion that you are talking to a real teacher on your remote link somehow. There's another chatbot, Jill Watson, for example, which was developed not for didactic purposes, but for because the teachers, they're just so fed up with answering the same questions of the students to do with the organization of the process. If you teach, just now, the information, they just exactly asking exactly the same thing that you just told them, and that's of the students, the majority of people, they didn't understand that it was a live assistant that was working with the tutor. So the examples are quite bright examples, which give us probably there is a certain optimism. It gives a certain optimism that these technologies imitating personality choice, personality phenomena involved in communication as quasi pedagogues. They, to a certain extent, they can replace, to a certain degree, they can replace real pedagogues, real teachers, and what is the whole range of problems that arises. And first of all, then, of course, very well, they were talking about that really the sphere of our cognitive abilities, the sphere of our mental activities is not limited to purely information processes, just purely cognitive processes. And when we're talking about education, we speak about not just the transmission of knowledge. We're talking about very different aspects of this process with communication. And of course, okay, if we're developing a system which is capable of imitating quite convincingly the emotional contact with pupils, this involvement in this, imitate certain educational upbringing type things. So this will be a teacher of a human. This system will become that, and then this system, the environment, educational environment, where is it possible to develop such a system where the presence of a human being will not be necessary if we have training in systems, so teaching particular skills or skills to do like programming or mathematics. So then maybe then a personalized experience when you have your task set to you due to your individual educational trajectory. When it's not 5 or 10 kids, but 1,000, so intellectual system, they manage this task much better than a human being teacher. And what stems from this is the third problem. Do we need to have the system of being anthropomorphic, the AI in education? Do we need that? So in this, I think that personally, I think that this, the excessive anthropomorphization, this is a dead end. It's not relevant, especially in the systems of education. This is why you don't need this, because if you're talking about the replacing the teachers, people with artificial systems, artificial teachers. So we are acting in a paradigm. It's very notionally like information cognitive paradigm or humanistic paradigm. So we are acting in this information cognitive paradigm, and when we presuppose that during the process of teaching, you passed on the information, you establish certain skills, and that is from this follows that the methods of training, they can work as an algorithm, very well developed algorithm that could be adapted to a particular pupil, a particular student, and so we don't take something into account of what we have in our educational process. We have value components, emotion, motivational components, which could be no less important. And of course, we have talk about the training, the educational. If we talk inside this paradigm, then we do have the feeling, why not? Why not replace actual teachers and with natural teachers, with artificial teachers, with this type of artificial personalities, which in educational communication they could fulfill these functions of information translation, establishing skills, etc. They could actually carry out that. If we talk from the point of view, the humanistic, like notionally denoted as humanistic approach, so oriented to human demands, the specific of human psyche, then education is the establishment, the forming of experiences, and that is to do with the aspects that we often, when we develop, for example, initial development of training system, training program, we cannot take into account. This is a certain spontaneity of experience which will leave behind the parentheses of the system, even if the system doesn't work like based on, say, for example, the system based on flexible technology, machine learning, deep learning, etc., etc. And then the second point is orientedness to any emotional sphere as well as cognitive. And within this approach, the subjectivity, the subjectness is very important, not only of the students, the subjectness, who it is aimed at, the process of teaching, but those who is teaching, and if it is establishing the experience, or its experience between interaction between the subjects, and then it is obvious that when we talk about artificial personality, we talk about quasi-subject, so it is not replacing all the aspects of the subjectness of human teacher, and it is obvious then that what could be delineated when using the technology of intellectual systems, intellectual technologies, then there is this effect that we can denote the enhanced cyborg, the digital centaur. So when we talk about the integration of the process, of educational process to do with the activities of a human teacher, integrate with the use of artificial intelligence systems, where we delegate a number of our function to speed up the processing of information, to improve the effectiveness. So there is a number of types of activities which may be quite a part of this in hybrid system, this pair of human and artificial teacher, this automation, the process of automation, and then the intellectual search of materials for education, for training, the analysis of what can be formalized in the process, the big data that can be formalized to make decision based on this analysis of the big educational data, development of personalized trajectories, educational trajectories when necessary, because there's quite a lot of parameters. We can talk about these standards. Answers can be answered, chatbots, they manage that. Organizational, methodological work, of course, and what is listed here is not all the types of activities that can be delegated to this system, but this connection, this tandem can be much more productive than if we were posing the issue of having these anthropomorphized systems, which we denote as artificial personality, into educational communications as processes everywhere. Well, fragments here, one-off, it could be done by the experimental educational experiments happened. The students, it was interesting. The pupils in the school, they were interested, but this was a very kind of fragmented experience which does not exhaust all the aspects, and it's possible to exhaust all the aspects of educational process. What I also wanted to cite here is the quote I really like it very much, that we have much more chances, many more chances that we're going to be working as teachers as robots rather than that robots will work like us and we will be replaced by robots. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. And yes, please, yeah, you had a question.
Вы, конечно, в курсе, что...
Of course, you are informed that anthropomorphic robots, they often scare people. Yeah, of course you do know that. Yeah, you can stop it. Yeah, don't need that. Yeah, thank you very much. And I got a question here. Yeah. Can you tell us, please, that you as an expert that mastered this subject, what would you recommend the official? If the official comes here, official from education, and they want to save, they want to cut the spending, for example, cut the costs, and there is this wonderful idea. You as an expert, what would you recommend this person? What I would recommend is not to turn teachers into robots. So if they want to save, if they cut costs, they should automate the process to do it routine procedures, which is a lot of resources are taken from the routine procedures, organizational procedures. That is where you cut the costs. The analysis of large data sets, for example. So these will be integrated solutions. If we talk about personal educational trajectories, that is impossible to just take it and do it in just one educational establishment. It's got to be a system.
Уважаемые коллеги, мы должны продолжить наш...
Yeah, dear colleagues, so let's carry on. Let's move on.
Тодор Пожарев. Значит, это у нас художник, наш художник, электронный художник. Значит, Нови Сад, город Нови Сад, Сербия. Пожалуйста. Тема доклада «Тест Лавлес 3.4. Проблемы с искусственным художником». То есть мы от преподавателя художника перешли к искусственному. Пожалуйста, Тодор.
Добрый день.
Good day. So it's Todor Pazharev, postgraduate student, Department of Philosophy and Methodology of Science in Novi Sad, Serbia. And the keynote on the topic, the Lovelace test, the issue of the artificial artist.
Добрый день, во-первых, большая честь.
Today, first of all,
на таком месте.
Great honor to be with you today. My name is Todor Pazharev, and I'm a professional artist. And at the same time, I studied the problem of
как знаем,
creativity of artificial intelligence. It's important because we know that the problem of creativity or ability to create is like a litmus test of intelligence, and this is a line that if a neural network can cross it, then it would mean an end for my profession, because people with technical background, they are exactly formal sometimes, and the creative people, they have problem with verbalization of internal processes. As a result, we get two different stories which do not match. So my today's keynote is connected with generative pictures and what it is, and it's which are presented to us as projects capable of creativity.
Основные вопросы доклада.
So these are the key points of the keynote.
Генеративные картинки, они
generative pictures, they are a product
состязательных сетей
of generative and competitive networks,
две части.
Where the process is composed of two parts. One generates a content, and another part, another competing neural network, its job is to assess the quality of the replica, and that poses the key question Lovelace, and it's remained on the fundamental question. Nothing has changed since 1943.
Считалось разумной, машина
According to
должна быть
argument, in order for the machine to be sentient, the machine should be able to generate new ideas. So, from the level when developers created a neural network or a system on symbolic paradigm, the problem is that they cannot explain how it was created. Was created based on the source code. So this is the litmus test.
в рамках
So question,
методологии
can a creative process be implemented as part of the methodology? Based on
она является
the methodology is fundamental property which is impossible to overcome during technical process.
самый важный вопрос по сути.
This is the question. So we have a technology.
Долго к ней шли, она сейчас работает очень хорошо, очень успешно.
And it took a long way to create this technology again, and a lot of useful comes out of it. There's a lot of hype behind that, and this is a result.
Это не тема доклада.
The work of technical companies, but this is not the focus of the research. What's interesting of us is whether this artifact is original. And
когда мы говорим на эту тему,
so overall, when we talk about it, there are a lot of questions that are posed, but I have grouped them into several items. So first of all, these images correspond to our understanding of creativity. If I ask a question of what's creativity, we'll give like a million definitions.
Достаточно ли сделать что-то красивое?
Secondly, is it enough to create something original and nice, or creativity requires some initial idea and understanding of what is being created? And we'll come back to that.
Я предлагаю такой мыслительный эксперимент.
Is this thought experiment?
Эксперимент создания художественной картины
the creation of an artistic picture on the condition which is comparable to the principle of again.
Два параллельных процесса.
Principle of work. So we have two parallel processes. A network is supposed to generate a picture in the style of Jan Bremer, and it should be able to achieve the expert neural network. So as part of GAN, we have two neural networks. One generates a picture, and the second is assesses how successful this fake is. So the first layer of is one neural network generates a picture, and then neural network should be able to identify whether it's fake or original of Jan Vermeer. Parallel to that, we have an artist who should paint the Vermeer picture in the style of Vermeer and be able to cheat other experts. So the conditions of the experiment can satisfy parallelism of work of two competing networks, and experts must be based exclusively on visual content of the picture, so without chemical analysis, etc.
Хорошо, нейросеть художник.
Right. So neural network as an artist. So neural network, it doesn't want to copy the existing picture.
Да? Поэтому нейросеть делает что-то другое.
So neural network does something else. It takes a photograph and it
контекст этой фотографии с
inserts adequate data from the statistical base.
Накладывает фактуру,
it overlays texture, it overlays colors, surfaces on it, and the end product is a new Werner's picture painted in this style of Werner. So in creative practice, we have two fundamental factors: psychological novelty and historical novelty. Psychological, it means I have done something for the first time myself, but someone else has done it before me. And this is a historical novelty. So from the point of view of these two criteria, this picture fits. So how sensitive is that? And this is a very slippery subject when we talk about it. So neural network, this is Mark Zuckerberg, and neural network called Stable AI that's created it. And neural network created Zuckerberg in the style of the girl with herring, the most known picture by Werner. And this is what neural network does. The second step, the neural network, an expert network should say whether it's original or not. And it uses it on the basis of database analysis. So all the Jan Werner pictures are uploaded into it, and then it makes a decision whether it's an original or not. So the analysis requires the many range of situations which cannot be programmed in advance, so one cannot foresee all possible circumstances. So what methodology should be chosen to understand whether it's original or not? Why? What factors should be given more focus to? You can't ask a neural network whether it can explain its original idea. You can ask this person to a person, but not a neural network. If neural network was able to talk, maybe it would say something I don't know because I follow mathematical and not human principles. A second option, you won't be able to understand because I was trained to behave in a certain manner, not to explain it. Neural network can lead us to the right conclusion, but most likely we don't know everything. What was the reason behind certain conclusions? So parallel process, a second person as an artist, process 1.1, a human takes, studies Werner's behavior, everything that has to do with it, and paints a new picture in a story context of the artist's opus. And then this picture is discussed by experts, they perform the analysis, and they pass judgment. And after the judgment is passed, and according to the rule, in these situations, the picture goes for discussion to the second group of experts. And then there's a great layer of possible events. Then that's not the topic of this keynote. So let's move on. So in principle, one expert can say, I doubt. And it cannot explain why, but intuitively, an expert might feel that something takes grasp his attention, concentration. Expert might feel something, but not able to put into words. And if one person disagrees, this is the reason to review the conclusions of the entire work group. In principle, right? And now let's imagine a situation that, so out of a heap of pile of coal, when find an unknown picture by Werner. That happened. And then there's a lot of noise. The newspapers write about it. Art collection is there. A lot of hype, a lot of noise. A calculation is made how much it might cost, but we need to check if it was original. Turns out that this picture was painted by Hans van Meegeren. It's the best faker from Holland.
В стиле Ван Гога, Вермеера, Рембрандта.
And the nurtured that generates pictures in style Van Gogh, Rembrandt, so on. This is Hans van Meegeren. So there is no difference. So, generative networks, they do not generate anything new, literally.
Картина — это картина.
Big picture, this is
Справа — это ранние
picture. Megarina, two pictures on the right, these are early pictures by Vermeer. And here is the scenery, I think it's Boston, New York. That's in Van Gogh style. So the principle is the same. The person contemplates having experience of copying Van Gogh pictures, for example. And the person just learns to paint a new picture, a scenery, for example. It's painted like that of Van Gogh. Nominally, it's original, but it doesn't satisfy the criteria of historical novelty. And with Andrei Yurievich, we have a series of articles where we ask questions about axiomatization, a detection of creative abilities, and that can be read in our article, Principles of Creative Robotics. And finally, we need to ask a question of the essence, the meaning of artifact. And here, what we need to ask is that we are the vis imperia territory, simply because art contradicts the baseline requirements of the research scientific methodology, which is experimental repetition. And in creative practice, if something is repeated in the same conditions, even if they're similar, this is not new. So here we have a direct conflict. And for this reason, creativity as ability, it was studied by science or only in the beginning of 20th century, and before that, it was believed to be too scarce, too inorganized, a matter which you can study and in any way can be an object of study. And first, we asked several questions, problem questions and problem answers, whether generative pictures correspond to our understanding of creativity. So I give my answers. Of course, I'm not claiming this to be truth. It's just my personal opinion. And it's my personal assessment. It's that of an artist who is working with that. So we cannot distance our creativity from anthropocentrism, because outside of anthropocentrism, it loses its value. In other words, creativity of artificial intelligence, even if it happens, even if we see it one day, theoretically it's possible, and then I believe fundamentally nothing's going to change fundamentally, but this is a separate topic for a separate keynote. The key conclusions is that a neural network does not create revolutions. And neuromorphic methodology will result in stagnation of creative robotics, because our process of creation does not just boil down to binary computations. So my time's up. Thank you for the attention.
Два вопроса. Знаете ли вы,
Two questions. Do you know that there is a serious ground to believe that cerebellum?
Мозжечок, cerebellum.
Cerebellum.
Do you know that
cerebellum
Do you know that the cerebellum?
Cerebellum? Что такое cerebellum?
Он художник, он вообще...
Простите, пожалуйста. Все, я вас понял. Я вас понял.
Now I understand. I just didn't understand the word cerebellum. I heard those hypotheses, but there are too many of them. And just to say that some specific part of brain is responsible for creative processes, there is no reason for that. Well, I'm working with that, and I believe there is a grounds to believe that. Okay, thank you. And secondly, from...
На самом деле, если совместить GAN
If we combine a gun with GPT-3, for example, then it is not difficult to do so, so that our and artificial artist to take into account everything you need. So I have an impression that narrow professional expertise like being
аналог не хуже любого.
Artists, it is quite easy to create an analog which is would be as good as the one created by an actual individual. Thank you. Yes, please. In your keynote, you said it's very important to give a definition to what creativity is. In my understanding, creativity always reflected in composers, artists, it always reflected the ideals of the epoch, of the time, and the society that lived back then. Baroque and Middle Ages, that was the ideals of God, Romanticism, the ideals of Romanticism, etc. Hence, people, creative people, they found inspiration in that time and space they lived in. How can machine do that? I mean, machine, it doesn't interact with the space around. And second, I play a piano, and my teacher said, and she surprised me, she said, music is written. And now it's everyone's waiting for an absolutely new tool, which will make it possible to combine music and light, so that in real time people would be able to transform their feelings into music. Well, then artificial intelligence can become this new stage of creating absolutely new form of creativity as a hypothesis. Try to answer quickly. It's a good question. Well, first of all, it is not the first time in our history when something or some event happens that threatens a creative person. That happened with photography, for example, right? How can a person compete with photography? And that was the time of late classicism and romanticism. And who was such, painting in Paris, so the revolution happened. Yes, it's a long story, but that is related with your second question. And secondly, what I can say, answering your question, I believe that what is coming is the golden time for creative people, because there are a lot of platforms which truly will be addressing things like applied design, different decorations, etc. However, purely human nature, you have a market, a production market, and manufacture. And this is not going to change, ever. Why not? Because we don't change. We can't change. This is my opinion. That's it.
Yes, but I just wanted to point out that the marking criterion is the meaning of the work, for example, the picture, the painting, the drawing. Does it have meaning, or does it not? This meaning, this, and they were made, when he was learning the trade in the academy, they were drawing or painting one and the same thing. Well, very quickly, I can tell you that there's a lot of arguments. The artificial intelligence could help us with the routine things which take time. And that is possible, yes, but it is a big problem, and I'll tell you why. So, I'm just telling you from the point of view of an artist, you for years, you've been trained to paint still life and portrait with hand, with arms and whatever. You just repeat, and it's up to here. You with this. There is a reason why you just getting this repetition. You remember the root of the composition and all the postulation, the visual theories of visual relations, and then after the number of years, then you're capable of applying these postulations without, you can be creative without the cognition, without having to think about it. It's just your brain. It will be taking the database from the psyche, from the motorics, and then apply it. You just apply that not consciously. So manual work that is psychic and motorics, but together and repetition. This is inseparable, inalienable part of creative ability. So 80-20. Distribution, you know, like Pareto, 80% is routine, 20% is something I don't know, creative activity. Without the 80%, I think that the 20% is not capable. I think that it cannot be condensed. It could not be realized. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Убежденность.
Yes, that is my conviction. That is not my conviction. Yes. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to continue discussion, and it's very important. Your next one is Olga Bogdanova. She is the founder and director of the Perm Doll Museum, Perm, Russia. And the topic is the history of the development of doll from automatons of 19th century to promo bots of the 21st century. So, Olga, are you with us? And yes, of course, yes, you have the presentation and everything. Yeah, it is, amongst the academics, it's, it's so unusual for me. Yeah, is it this? Somewhere there.
Так, всех приветствую.
So I'm happy to greet all of you here. It's for the first time that we are taking part in this kind
О себе расскажу, каким образом здесь вообще оказались, как обычно.
Kind of event. I just tell you about how we ended up here. So what is the Doll Museum, and why? So these serious things like artificial intelligence. I'm Olga Bogdanova, and I really, my trade, I'm ecologist. I work in ecology and environmental science, and so
что моим хобби стали
the environmental laws. So the authors, the individually made dolls is my interest, and so the dolls, one of dolls, and this was a hobby due to which there was the doll museum that arose. Yeah.
Слышно, да?
If a little bit, can you hear me well enough? As a result, there was this museum emerged, and how do I click? The clicker? What do I press? Like this? Yeah, that's it. Good. A little bit about it was organized in 2014 as a project to tradition and contemporary from the history of development of the dolls to the artistic. Those are an artist. This was my hobby, as I said. So everybody has to have a hobby, and then so as a result, we immersed ourselves in the history of this project in 2017. We registered the museum. It became the autonomous non-profit organization. Exhibition center is a museum of dolls, doll museum. So it was a thought of the exhibition platform, but it so happened that working with the arts, we immersed ourselves in the history, and today the museum is both the educational and research platform and a very interesting tourist attraction of our Perm Krai. And in 2020, we got a competition of social projects, the social project of the year. That was a
образовательная
private
площадка
museum
для
as a research and educational platform for children and grown-ups. So what do I press? Yeah, yeah. So what do we have in the museum that the research activities started? We started working with children, and that is from kindergarten students, pupils, students in science and practical work. They write based on the museum. We curate that. And their participation in children about important for children about important things, and they could immerse into certain disciplines through toy history, for example. If it's different epochs, it could be geography, could be dolls from different areas of the world, the physics, the chemistry, and so why. If you take certain mechanical parts of the doll, for example, or a toy, and the eyes that close, the automatic toys, that is physics and technology and information technology. I'll tell you a bit later. Those students, they do the practical education, so we share the experience with our different teachers, with teachers from higher education establishments, because we work with different with all groups, with all age groups. We work with the invalids, with the age pensioner during the pandemic. It is all for golden age, and for development of the motor skills, and all people who were working on doll making. There was a physical condition that was improved because the motor skills, they were stimulated. The results, if it's of interest to you, I can share it. And of course, the grown-ups, who we train who we teach how to make dolls, and well, this
занимаясь
doesn't look very good, but nevertheless, doing the research with kids is an important thing. Is collecting, collection. Making collection. You were collecting stamps, maybe, or something in your childhood. So the collecting is a very important systemic thing for a human being, and when through collecting, children come to their research, to their studies, and in 2021 there was a first forum on the research and collecting, because in their first collections they start on their first research ideas. As a rule, they start collecting with toys, and then they start studying them, and that is where they shared their collections, they presented their collections. And here what we saw, there was this point, the virtual collections, they exist. There are children who collect virtual images and toys, which are limited editions sold on the internet. So you can buy them a very limited amount of these, and this is also they're collecting these virtual things. And many children, they present their research work, and we've gone really deep into this subject. Can we move on with the slide? Yeah. So into the subject of various spheres of the generations change, the demand changes for toys and dolls, and so we imagined, we thought that back from research. Well, initially, we thought that a human being just did the image of itself, a human being just to make something similar to him herself, and to make it alive. So to anthropomorphize it, yeah, to make it as close as possible. So there were folk dolls. Then there was later there were automata, and automata were one-off, and the folk dolls, they tried to make it alive, to animate it somehow. And then there's a kind of a table here that is rough, so I'll tell you about each bit of this, and I'll tell you what I want to tell you about. And this is the process that is happening for a number of centuries, and what we're gonna get to. That is the big question mark here. Yeah, next please. So these are the folk dolls that were made from natural materials, and we all need toys, and we need toys for a kid to socialize. There were, of course, the toys for play, and then there were the right dolls through the rights. Even the peasants are very simple people. They try to somehow automate or animate the doll. For example, the one on the left, if you knock on the table, it starts jumping, it starts dancing. The one made of straw, and the wooden one, this was a very simple, elementary thing that you can see. Those are the smiths, and that you can make it move. Very simple. And so there's another doll, the training doll. So there is the girl, woman. It turns around, and it's a girl, and it turns around, it's a adult woman. So this is a training doll, kind of. You can use it in teaching doll, and then a bit later there's well, of course, there's automata, or the mechanical device which can do a certain set of actions. This is a very strict program, so this is just mechanics, but it's becoming more and more complex. And then, without legends and myths, tell us that from various works that from Athens, the ancient automatic mechanisms. They were they were impacting. They were considered miracles. It was all mechanical, and they were impacting on emotions of people around them very much. For example, in 1560, Philip II, the king of Spain, created a mechanic monk, and this monk could do a cross and then could pray for the king, and it was so it was affecting the ordinary folk very much. And then in Europe, and then in Europe, there was a very well-known master mechanic, and he built this. It was 12 pieces that he could play. I mean, this, and with tambourine, and these musicians. So he attempted to recreate the lungs of a human being. So functionally, it was similar to the smiths. To blacksmiths.
Могла, значит, принимать зерно и даже внутри как-то перерабатывать, и даже в итоге. То есть вот такое подобие.
So it could actually take in food and then actually to defecate even.
По заказу французского короля был изготовлен играющий автомат.
So the French king ordered the automaton, this Marie Antoinette. He could breathe and turn her head and then play the piano. It could play a musical instrument. So
известный мастер, когда уже появляется.
A very well-known master. So there's a mechanic clocks. There's in Switzerland in 1790. There's a son and father. There was a writing boy. 40 symbols could write down. And the girl that was playing the musical instrument, and the drawing girl, she could draw things as well. In the second half of 19th century, again, so 19th century already, the production, you can see the production of automata. And during this period, there were family production companies. They were making automata, predominantly in Paris. And they were exporting these dolls, and this was batch making. So they were no longer one-off production, but batch production.
Так. У нас, видимо, программа, которая вот это вот это, да?
So this is the screen, yeah. This is the button, is it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you have 5 minutes. So the mechanism.
самое интересное, что современные автоматоны,
Now,
они
there are
так
different automata here, and the modern ones, they work, they're mechanic, and there is an automaton.
Швейцарии, и даже вот создали
And the masters, the Swiss ones, that they came up with Putin.
деле
Christian Bayer
автоматоны чаще.
did that, and Pushkin automaton, but most often are not for the street performances. But they remain. And in our Soviet time, this was mass-produced, factory-produced, and this anthropomorphized toys. This was bears and hens and whatever that they were. They would move, and then a robotization of dolls. And toys that starts in 2020 in the 21st century. The smart toys, and that have various functions, and then they act as a helper. And I want to tell you that in Perm-Krai in 2015 there was we registered the company Promobot, so robots, and they are known as helpers. And what is ongoing here is the development in mechatronics, electronics, and recognition of faces and speech. So our robots are being improved. So when the robot is made today, and then for a human being, the creative process is very, very important. So in Promobot, you can actually buy one and pick what it does, and then you can program it. Yeah. I mean, the way you wish, you can pick color, you can pick the parts of the body or whatever. And the latest invention, although it happened before, but now what we have in multifunctional center, there is a very, very human-like robot. This is the girl or a man, and you can answer questions, and the children go and look at them, and so this is the question that I answer. What could be the toys? What could be the toys that I expect wait for us in the future? So, but the question is, it's still open. So this is the questionnaire of a kid. So the seventh form, and there was a surveying the schools in Perm, and the question: are you afraid of dolls?
Такое понятие, как
Because there is this phobia, which about 8% of people, they are afraid of image of human-like creatures. So the doll is one of these things. 76% don't, and 24% say they are afraid of dolls. What toys would you play with? And then there's the answers with soft toys, stuffed toys, and then dolls and robots. But so 12% of people wanting to play with robots, they exist.
предпочитают мягкие игрушки.
And the children may still prefer soft toys and stuffed toys. And what are you afraid most? That's regarding dolls, of course. And
главного героя.
Because there was a doll with the protagonist in the scary movies. So children, that is why, through that, children perceive a doll as an evil protagonist, threatening a certain threatening element. So, in principle, that our research is ongoing, and I just wanted to tell you that why we are doing all this. I wanted to. The generations of children change, and in our museum there is different eras, and we see how children react to different images, different. So not just automated, but just the images, just the exterior of the dolls and how, and yeah.
И вообще, конечно, у нас еще стоит вопрос. Очень.
And of course, we have a question here. Many children, they ask, they demand, say, why don't we have the symbol of a Russian doll? We have the Barbie doll, but why don't we have a Russian doll? What would it be? What would it be, a Russian doll? What would it be like? No, the Russian doll, like Matryoshka, Matryoshka is a symbol of Barbie. Barbie is more kind of anthropomorphized, very detailed. So Barbie conquered the world, and what would?
Нет,
No,
просто должен...
no. It just there should be a different image.
Вот я слушаю,
And then here, when I was hearing the previous talks, the point of creativity in people, we have this. What it's trying to suggest is that the person could actually
национальность,
a construction set. So pick the ethnicity, for example. In Russia, Russia is multi-ethnic. Some parts of the Baltic would be picked, and then you can actually pick the image together. Maybe to build your own face. And artificial intelligence may maybe to build the image, help you build the image that you want, not just a doll that is foisted upon you by certain standard, what is happening in the States, for example. They come with the particular standards and then they foist it upon people. Yeah, there is this wonderful marketing that works there, yeah, but we have a little bit of a different situation here. So, as an option here, maybe a doll should be modeled by a human being, him or herself, like a toy. Maybe children, maybe parents for the kid on maybe it should be given certain properties as yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we don't have any time for questions. And the last question, please. From 98 to 2005, there was Tamagotchi explosion. What's happening with this idea? Is it continued? Is there interesting development? Tamagotchi. Well, Tamagotchi, that is more serious computer stories here, and that is looking after the electronic pet, and it's kind of gone into. It is not fashionable anymore. Yeah, it's no longer fashionable. Computer games, there's a virtual images that you have to feed, so it kind of spread broader and wider. Thank you. And now, so we are out of schedule. So they just go. Oleg Alexandrovich Naumenko, is he here? Yaroslavtseva. She asked to speak a little bit later. Are you with us? Are you with us? Excellent, wonderful. But you can't hear you. Please turn on a Russian. She's assistant professor, senior research fellow, Department of Philosophical Problems of Creativity, and she's going to be talking on digital engineering as a professional area of interdisciplinary competencies. Please.
Пожалуйста, выберите внизу в зуме в кнопочках, так сказать, перевод русский.
Перевод, вижу перевод, да, русский. Хорошо.
Спасибо.
Все замечательно.
Thank you very much называется. Спасибо большое. Я-то всех слышала, и не было проблем ни с Катей. Спасибо большое. Я сразу постараюсь опереться на предыдущих докладчиков, потому что материал очень сочный, и он позволяет увидеть проблему.
To base my talk on what the previous keynote speakers were talking about, because the problem that I have in my keynote, digital engineering,
мы переходим сейчас определенную нового отношения
as a professional area of interdisciplinary competencies, means that we are entering a new stage of a new relationship with the equipment that robotic systems represent, and the story with the dolls represents the psychological story of a human that as author that is trying to create its original projections, and the initial projections, they are also psychologically filled. Sometimes a human exhausts that need, and we've seen clock, and the clock master created a certain format for a doll because using those gears, a sequence of actions was passed on, and even the clock on the tower of Obraztsov Puppet Theater, where all the dolls were presented, it's approximately the same story. And so in a robot, a human wants to see its image, an imitation, like so that the lungs would be breathing, the eyes would be blinking, and there would be skin, and so it's like a projection of self outwardly, and it's been demonstrated right now that the clock mechanism, for example, now there are a lot of attempts to show that this is like an imitation of a man, but the author becomes anonymous, and it seems like it's the entire digital team, and that the entire program, which is in the program of that automatic bot, it creates an impression that it is doing that on its own volition. So the selfness of a human is being imitated. So human not only looks at himself from outside, but that imitated self is doing something, and that's how we discover self. We look at ourselves from a side and not just looking at the mirror or in the pictures, but we look at ourselves as a machine which costs a lot. And if this dolls made of grass, they didn't cost much, you could sew them and then burn them and then make a new one and then learn how to do it. Then today's bots, they require a professional program level of training, and effectively they replace the trend of imitation of self and the psychological imitation. They replace it with the professional work of a programmer over how a machine is working, how to make sure that there is no difference. So to introduce oneself into a shock, saying, wow, it works on its own. But really, this robot remains a machine. And what I suggest is to introduce this component of understanding of creativity, a biological system that a human being is a part of is creative, because it now approaches discovery because it's in affinity with the development of biological system. Its internal resource is inside of that machine. So human is the species subject which has its own vital forces. The machine borrows vital forces from outside, because a robot without electricity or battery, it's just a piece of metal that is not going to move. Even a clockwork mechanism is not going to work. And
текста, который говорят. Может, я потом на вопрос отвечу. И здесь, мне кажется, как раз вот наступает...
it seems to me that this is where it's time to try to understand what is robotic and technical systems, how those can be used. Now, the idea behind the robotic technical systems is, first of all, connected with the fact that machine could be sent to hazardous places which are impossible, where a human being cannot go to, so robot saves humans from risks, and the robots replace routine situations, like Ekaterina showed, when it takes like 5 times to repeat a topic to a person, and only then he starts asking questions, and then this is a mechanical routine work which can be given to a machine. But we now try to assign everything to the machines and then launch into communication between human being and bot, which was pre-programmed. Now, for a robot, it is typical to live in a system of encoded processes, live inside algorithms, but communicating with a human being that a robot cannot do, because a robot applies to a human being not through a code. A human being doesn't need to turn into a machine to be able to talk. So it's a question of border and limit of usefulness of a robotic system for a human being. I think that a human teacher can turn into a robot because it is a teacher. It's cheaper than transforming a robot into a teacher. And this is, again, the border of economic viability, because we understand robot technical system requires supply. Even if it's not a doll, but our electronic gadget, a computer, a monitor, different systems of information rendering, they are resource intensive, and they respond to and responded to a doll which is in the corridor and perceiving it as a model of training that won't be efficient. So engineers will face the problem how to find the optimal sphere of efficiency of a robot technic system, helping a human in those spots where a human can't do it on his own. So the efficiency of robot technic systems, which are connected with the invention of new technologies, it should be an assistant. So all machines which have been until now, they've served as an assistant. And if a robot stops being assistant, then it's going to be like entertainment, like people in dance and invest a lot of effort in it. They sing, and it's a separate part of hobby, a separate part of life. And at the same time, they invent robot technic systems, but they will not be a conveyor-like process, because in order establishing communication with the human being will not be available to them, because there won't be a programmer to invent a technology where its creation will be talking with another creation in accordance with the needs of that other creation, unless those needs are put into a certain framework, but that won't be human then. And according to our system today, a robot can approach to a human being through a certain sphere of imagination, where a robot would consider itself a biological machine. So I'm a biological machine, I have legs, arms that are moving, and the robot can move. So now I need to work with my head and create a story that is happening in the human brain. So let's create a brain. So a human being who is involved in the digital engineering should respond to this question: what would be the cost of those attempts? And I believe there is a question of resources for us, unless all those classes will be called toys. Just an entertainment which is there to help us learn about the limits of our abilities, unless we find out what are the expenses, the resources. And to answer this question, it will all be at the infantile level. The professional requirement is to make the calculation. And within the system of education, one needs to use the capabilities of digital technologies and the algorithmic systems. And robots are those in order to make the educational process more efficient. And we need to find those spots where that efficiency is higher. We know that if a teacher cannot go to school, then after some time they want to rush to school to hug the teacher and to be with the teacher in one room. Especially under military action, children want this contact with the teacher, and they guess this creative interaction, which we call neither artistic nor else, this individual interaction, the value in a transfer of knowledge, not just a transfer of information, because robot here is connected to the systems of databases and it's invincible. You can't beat it. But during training, what is rendered, what is passed on, is the ability to learn. And a good teacher, well, you all know that a good teacher can educate a child how to educate self-education. But how can a program do that? It can offer some methodology, but it's not going to be living. It will not follow child. It will force a child to squeeze into machine algorithms, and that's a big difficulty. And if we realize that there's always human behind the machine which created it, then we will be able to understand that this situation is unavoidable. Without the program, the machine will not be working. Without electricity, it will not have any power. It will not work. So in my view, it is sufficient to understand that today we have robot technical systems in different options, anthropomorphic or simply software solutions on a screen, and they should not be changed by us just for our pleasure. We won't find anything there. What needs to be found are specifics of a human being, risks of his her activity, and spots where machine would be able to feel those risks. Only after that, the unit commonwealth between machine and human can be productive. This is how I see it. And in that respect, I don't have any confusion between robots, because a robot is a machine. It has a power source, which is outside. And there's no confusion here. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm ready to answer the questions. Thank you. And Ivana, yes, please. Daria, please, you can ask your question. Thank you very much. It's an interesting keynote, and I quite agree with you actually about what you're talking about. I'm absolutely for it, fully support your idea. And what you say about the efficiency of a robot, etc. If we talk about a dialogue between artificial intelligences, virtual assistants, they spend much less resources, and their capabilities are not pre-programmed. When we talk about machine learning, I guess everyone understands what we talk about. We mean not only about cognitive emotional intelligence, COI, robot, the Chinese one, and there are robots that respond to emotional response. There is no pre-programming. There is very flexible reaction to communication in particular, so they don't cost much because these are just communicative support. And hence, it can be a very flexible response to various requests. So what we see now, it's a trend, and we'll see how it exists. So how do you assess these things? Why do you think they're not appropriate for the modern situation? I'll tell you, the cognition process, it happens in a holistic, when you say it's holistic, it's just philosophy. Like holicity, but it needs to be embraced in many professions. Well, why I say interdisciplinary for engineering? Because we need a person here who, with the ability to look in a holistic way. Because we split emotional intellect, non-emotional intellect, no emotions, there are emotions, no emotions, etc. And we call the AI, we use the AI for AI because we transfer ourselves to a machine. And this is pure psychology. I mean that a person is almighty and he can create sculpture out of a piece of wood and install a recording of its own voice into its culture, and then say it's my reflection. So what I would say, if we want to avoid that mistake, artificial intelligence, a wonderful title, most likely it's a translation from English, which was invented by students American, and they thought what to call it. They call it artificial intelligence, and now it's been in use for over 100 years. It's translated and it's advertising. So in several articles, I suggest to call it cyberlet, because there is no intellect as such there. And the fact that there is an emotional component there, these are all our symbolic things, which we just translated in the form of pictures, and we learn to respond to them. But ultimately, the number of emotions that we have, I mean, there are psychologists like Savelyev, for example, and he accused journalists that they know 6 emotions only, but the number of emotions is bigger. They're like 40. So professionals will tell you easily that it doesn't exhaust anything, and the fact that we identify emotional domain, and that some of the masters, they realize that this is similar. And we insert those emojis. When we use emojis, we just use the decisions which were made for us. So we are now already entering machinization, and we need to realize that. And if children are using that, they're writing a lot of SMS messages and tons of emojis. And what can be done there? Well, nothing really. You need to explain that the 81st smile, what will it indicate? That you love him more or less. So we need to realize that we imitate nature and create an imitation of nature, and then we make it real, and then we create difficulties we need to resolve. Robots don't have intellect. It is the intellect of a coder who creates a program. And that coder who animates a piece of metal or a plastic. This is my firm position, because we like to put spell on ourselves and stay under the influence of that spell. But then it costs a lot, not just to our generation, but the future generation as well. Elena Ivanovna, thank you. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, yes, time's limited, but we'll have a discussion at the end of our roundtable. So please join if you can. You're saying very interesting things. And
I now want to establish Oleg Naumenko and Bigbaev. No, don't see them. Don't see them amongst participants. So the next, Tagir Mahamatov. Makhamatovs, are they here? So if yeah, in Zoom there is a general wish there in chat to just let us know. So if we can start the next keynote now. Vladimir Ivanovich Arshinov, professor, member of our council. Lukyanchuk Boris is a doctor of physical and mathematical sciences, a professor of nanophotonics department of the Yan'an University. So this is Russia, and Singapore, it's Moscow, Singapore. And Anatoly Nikolsky, kind of technical sciences, Center of Cognitive and Information Telecommunication Technologies of Moscow State Technical Institute, Vladimir Rubanov, and Sheludakov Andrei, a Russian company of this Earth Space Research Institute. So there is quite a lot of people here. This is quite a close-knit company here, authors of a lot of books of various, maybe one person will be talking about theory of optimal representation, a person of secondary order. So this is Andrei Vadimovich. Are you going to be talking on this? Can you talk? Yes. Yes, I can do. We can't hear you. Yeah, great. I can. There's at the bottom right. There is a button. Choose right, so that we could hear you. In Zoom, there is at the bottom. There is this button. There's a button. There is a globe there. Globe. Nobody realizes. Yeah, globe. Yeah, choose, select true. Can you hear me like this? Yes, we can hear you. Wonderful. Excellent. Wonderful. Yeah, I've managed to sort it out quickly. Thank you. Well, yeah. Yeah, I can start, can I? It's just, you see, there's these wonderful people all listed here, and so it's just, it's quite scary to talk on behalf of all of them, you know, like, I am ever so grateful to organizers of the conference and that you that it's Physics and Technology Institute here, and in 1984 I graduated. There was a faculty of Physics and Energy Problematics. That was a department. So as a new member of Russian Academy of Sciences was there. And it was very, very exciting. And of course, while studying, I understand that the physics and mathematics, you know, the physics and maths, well, you know, I don't have enough imagination. So he became a poem because he didn't have enough imagination for maths. And yeah, I didn't have enough. So there was the theater of Moscow State University, amateur theater. So this is what this was my life. It was in this conversion rails of the precise sciences and humanitarian kind of trade like theater. So I did both, and you know, being an actor and the cynic, the theater roles, the social roles, they play. In terms of communication, they're probably playing the prevailing roles, the dominating roles. We're all playing roles. As this is the ancient Rome. They say the arbiter that was there, and or Shakespeare said that without theatre, all the world is theatre, and we're all actors. Petroni was it, and I think it was the first one. Was and so this theory of optimal representation, this is the top thing, you know, like, yeah, wonderful, it seems, and the theory of optimal management in the 60s on the wave of uprising of cybernetics, the theory of optimal representation, because representation in mathematics is plays a huge role, but the theory of representation is a module theory, and of course, here, having come up with this abbreviation, then that is where it all began. Everything started going sideways, and to formalize the representation in our theory of optimal representation, the representation, the tendency of structures like topological structures. For example, if we're listening to a piece of music and we're just listening to just one piece, just one line, this is again, it's line by line coding. So this is encoded, of course, and then all these threads, all these threads are like the secondary, tertiary, and like in the protein, they are interacting, and there are new connections, and there's a molecular, chemical interactions there. And here, essentially, what we have, this piece of music, the symphony of Rachmaninoff and Beethoven's sonata, it becomes something, and then it's really difficult to verbalize, to kind of to transmit. So Marcel Proust was trying to work on the verbal level. He was trying to describe the eternal looking for the lost time, for the creative work of musicians. And I didn't prepare the presentation. because there's many times I tried it out, just get lost material. There are comics. There is this little books like comic books, and if you're interested, then the theory of optimal representation, what it is, and there's pictures, and there's a little program there. I have email, and I will quite happily send you this. But so far, I will try to talk about the context here. Andre said the personality of secondary order. So we're talking about the cybernetics of the secondary order from first, the observer of the second order. So what you can connect here is the understanding of Leonid Mandelstam, the great physicist. When the subject matter is not known, if something comes to your mind and you start familiarizing yourself with certain narratives, and then the understanding comes to your head. Now, well, we're just going to miss that because it's not happening like that. And then we're getting deeper into studying the subject when what comes to mind straight away, it kind of dissipates, and then something else, so the image of a totally different order comes instead when you're looking not at the subject area, but you go from inside the subject area to the outside, and so these non-linear, this very much so non-linear. So Leonid Mandelstam meant now. So when you're looking at, so how can it be projected on the cybernetics of the second order, the observer of the second order, and the personality of the second order, and so then here the theory of optimal representation is an attempt of using certain physical methods from physics and mathematics to this humanitarian area, if you will say, of a cynic of the stage of the stage acting of so if a dichotomy, for example, of drama author and the director. So the encoding, what I don't agree. It's just he gets rid of the necessary information. So what encoding is just you get rid of everything extraneous. So it's not for reading. It's not a novel. This is something for the director. So this is just the essence, just the bare bones. And another person comes and he somehow reads and deciphers it on the basis of the information, the life experience that he has, the language that he has, and so you have this really bare bone form is filled out with the new content. So this is the balloon that is being blown up with the air of his own. So he gets people from the street, he gets actors, he gets troop of actors, because the drama writer is just the DNA. Everybody's brother and sisters, and we don't need, for example, the King Lear, Richard III. So they are not related. Well, they are related, but they're not. They don't have the same DNA. Romeo and Juliet is different families, but there's one drama author, it's one same DNA. So for that to be truth, or being truthful, like Mark Twain, I just said one thing. What's the difference between truth and truth-like? Truth and so truth doesn't have to be truth-like. Truth is the truth, and if you make something up, it has to look like it. So this often encoding that is for purification of the signal. So we need overtones, for example, the image of the cat that's cleaned up, and then which before was this auto-encoding process was applied. So this auto-encoding process strips the extraneous information and compresses, just leaves the bare bones of the image, and then the director fills it out with it. So Henry Gain, he just said that once that the form kills the content. Yeah, but the second one is the form dictates the new content. It helps generate new content, and that is one of the physical mathematical approaches. And so, for example, René Thom, for example, in the end of 60s, when it was morphogenesis theory, that was quite successful with Worthington preface that he wrote is the topology of linguistics. Yuri Manin translated that was published in the Mathematical Sciences. Linguistic sciences, they are kind of, there were certain contradictions there, and so René Thom, this catastrophe researcher, colleague of Vladimir Arnold, and he used to see that verbal, this textual cipher is somehow related with the space that where we exist, and the space where we exist. This is just like a projection of our mind. So this is a projection of our reality, of our internal reality, our perception of reality. And then the following, these superstrings, the multidimensional objects, the cortex, the topological things. So this is the development of this Euclidean space. But Euclidean space is quite simple. You know, you have the Plato's bodies. There's 5 or 6 Plato's bodies because tetrad is a part of the tetrad. They are dual to each one to the next, and the Möbius strip, and we declare that this Möbius strip, when you cut it, and even if you cut it along, so if you cut it, it stops being Möbius strip. It turns into a larger cycle. Either you cut it across or along the axis. So, and then what we have two. What we have two is Möbius, and the second one it loses the Möbius strip, so it becomes the double-sided. So it is the Euclidean space is like the Möbius strip. So this is the illustrative grammatics verbal layer on the extras, and the verbal grammar is based on the ability of Möbius in the Euclid 3D space. So, however surprising it may sound, but it's a theory. The evaporation of black holes of Stephen Hawking is the interaction of various personalities interacting with each other. So here, this could be perceived as a personality of second order. So, you never could know the second soul. It's not just a soul. It's just a black hole. The other person's soul. So, the words that come out of there, then they found the new black holes to find the context, and that is how you can model our understanding of each other. And of course, there's Arnold, of course, Andrei Yuryevich knows them very well. But this is just read the comics, the volume 2. There's also volume 1. It's twice as big. It's a little bit older. There is given to the philosophy and all these layers, there are various subject areas that are involved. I just wanted just in like a couple of more words, I tell you that all of this was started for technology transfer. What is the transfer of technologies? And there was this idea, Nikolai Bourbondier, and that is the mathematics, and René Thom is actually belonged to them for a long time. And inside the mathematics, there are many subject areas there, and this how to take technology from one subject area to another, and that on the basis that there was the language theory and category, and that gives these conditions of transferring these mathematical technologies inside the mathematics. And if you go beyond mathematics, and if you include the physics, for example, and bio, info, cogno, and social sciences, what kind of transfer what is the necessary and sufficient conditions. So in theory of optimal representation, this is a kind of a porridge that we're going to have. And I think that I've taken too much time. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Andrei Vadimovich. Thank you. That is a very important keynote because actually the social commonality when we're looking at the metaphors, Russia, as Merezhkovsky used to say, Russia is sick and America is threatened Russia. So somebody says these are the metaphors which within the theory of optimal representation, when we look at the various variations of connection of the individual and the big brother and then these, you can't be without these metaphors, without this theory, and these metaphors they become kind of they earn the real status, the game status, so you can play with them a little bit. You can direct it, as it was quite nicely said. It is a certain play acting. So, what are the questions, if there are any, to the speakers? Please. You mentioned the Möbius strip that the holography of space and quantum laws, they are revealed there. Yeah, well, I can answer. Yeah, I can answer. Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not against that. It's very rich. It's very rich model. But essentially, this is just a 3D property, the 3D space property. How can we use it to perfect our artificial intelligence systems? You suggest that you suggested for the understanding of a theory, or is it just a theory, or understanding the theory of mind and cognition? No, it's not just a theory. It's what I mean is that getting to the theory of brain, the theory of cognition, which doesn't exist. So far, Richard Feynman, the quantum dynamics, he started doing that, and he was reading it, and then it was said that new ideas are needed, and Konstantin Anofin is building these barriers. If something happens somewhere, if the theory of brain comes from space, we know how to test it, and if I'm in much doubt that we don't really know how to test it, and because we need new ideas, so we're looking for these new ideas. This is a trend that we're in. This is a theory of consciousness, theory of mind. And if this trend starts working, some cognitive bits and bobs which are found again, that will help, of course, building artificial intelligence. And so German Gref is just buried the idea of having a strong version, but it looks like it might work. There is some hope, some faint hope. Alexander, yeah, please, the question. Yeah, the question, yeah. And you say that you represent the method of representing of everything. Like compress, strip, drag the information nucleus into a different genre in different state, or do you have limitation? It's not everything that you're talking about. What do you limit? Is the mathematical representation of formal something? It's not German Gref, but normal limitations. Yeah. I'm so sorry. It's just. I just follow Kazima Prutkov. You can't fathom the unfathomable, but there are no limitations so far. I don't see them. So far, we're just we're just developing from the point into a bubble, and then we're gonna blow it up into a sphere. And then so far, we do not see any limitations, any borderlines. And this theory for optimal representation is aimed at looking for meaning, looking for meaningful essence somewhere. Claude Lévi-Strauss said that it is meaningless to find the last structure in the literary piece, because then there will be some other structure, because you can't find that. So we are at this endless road. I just wanted to evolved into visual meanings.
Презентация этой книги
I see meaning, so that this book will be presented in the nearest future, in November probably. I see meaning. Yeah, please. A quick question. How's Vladimir Ivanovich doing? Please ask him to write me. Yeah. Vadim has high blood pressure, so he couldn't join us. I went to college with him. Ask him to write to me. So, well, pass my regards. Please say hello. Yeah, with great pleasure, I will do.
Вадимович за коллектив авторов выступил. Так, Андрей Вадимович.
Thank you, Andrei Vadimovich. Thank you very much. And let's proceed to the next keynote. Is Oleg Naumenko with Rauf Bigbayev? Are they here? No. Then let's listen the keynote from Maria Panova. Maria Panova, Junior Researcher, Center MGIMO, Legal Regulations of the Artificial Personality.
Спасибо большое, спасибо за предоставленную.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Today we'll be talking about the concept of artificial personality, and what preparing the keynote, I found two definitions of artificial personality. It's robot and technical project, which says that artificial personality is a robot that has quasi intellect, and another that this is a artificial system equipped with mechanisms and meanings. So in my keynote, I'll make an emphasis on robototechnical part. As far as the law is concerned, I've monitored the Russian law, and I want to use that in my keynote. And I must say that such definition as artificial personality is non-existent. It doesn't exist, not in the Constitution, not in any federal law or any article with the regulation of artificial intelligence mentioned by the colleagues. It is not mentioned. Hence, we need to develop legislation here, and what needs to be taken into account are the risks. First of all, the risks. By risk, I mean harm that an artificial personality can cause. And we'll start with the top gradation. This risk or harm that can be done to human safety, or harm that can be done to the public security, public order, or the harm that can be done to personality, personal health, public morality, and then a harm that can be caused to economy, ecology, information, communication technologies, politics. When developing the law, we need to develop the responsibility the artificial personality is going to have. What status is it going to have? Whether it could be a subject of the law, whether it's going to have rights and responsibilities, and whether it is going to have some responsibility, whether it's civil or administrative or criminal, or it's going to be an object of the law, analogy with real estate, animals, and currency, like we have it in the civil code. So what should we do? Time's going and technology develop, and have first samples, which could be called artificial personality. So what should be done at the legislative level? Well, first, you don't need to wait until we have a artificial personality, and then we need to quickly develop from scratch the legal base. What we need is we start developing it here now, and we should start with the top level. That's international and local law. That would have the same terminology, status, responsibilities, and a format of punishment. The international level, in principle, that could be done by international organizations US and UNESCO. Then technical standards follow, which should regulate the functioning of the artificial personality. That would include the detailed process of its development, the knowledge of its operation, regulation, and at what point the artificial personality should be switched off. Third step, these are regulations for expert communities. First, for those who develop it, those who regulate the operation, the work of artificial personality, and who's going to be using it in its work. Fourth stage, ethical regulations and ethical regulations, they should work both ways. We need to develop an ethical regulations for expert communities, which is going to be regulating the interaction of human being with artificial personality, and ethical regulations for artificial personality as such. Simply speaking, they will be programmed into it. So the artificial personality would be talking to a human being as ethical as possible, without the possibility to cause harm to the person or what surrounds him. And finally, regulations or nodes could be developed for simple people who, after developing an implementation of artificial personality, would be able to interact with it at the everyday level. And dear colleagues, in order to illustrate what I'm saying, I'll open Google and I will give an example. Can you see the picture? It's about to show up. Yes, we can. On this picture, we see a humanoid robot who last December was presented by the British company Engineer Arts. It's Amiga humanoid on this platform to test technologies of AI. And this robot was demonstrated in one of the conferences, I think in California. And really, it's quite impressive because it repeats the mimics of a human being, and most importantly, apart from the mimics, it can maintain the discussion at an equal level. And it knows what to respond, what to say to a human being. So I do think we need to develop a law, and these questions, they need to be regulated. And in my turn, I would love to hear feedback from you. What do you think? What legal status should artificial personality have? Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Пожалуйста.
Елена Ивановна, вас не
That's
слышно.
Елена Ивановна, please turn on your microphone.
У меня вопрос, он как бы не
My
только...
question, well, it's not only to your keynote, but it's just this term, artificial personality. So we project ourselves into robots, and we recognize ourselves into robots, and we agree with that. But quite often we know that a different person, we cannot build a relationship because of this personality plan. So why do we put on equal footing a person and machine? In my view, it's the same as talking to a TV. I mean, there is some psychological attraction. But my question is, what evidence base is there so that we choose names to this creature? Why do we call it a personality? Why? Has it accumulated all characteristic traits of a human being? I mean, personality is too strong a word even for certain people, and now we're so generous calling it intellectual being and having personality. Why? We understand.
Елена Ивановна, спасибо. Я боюсь, что...
Елена Ивановна, thank you, and I'm afraid that from the point of view of law, we cannot give a certain answer why these designs are called artificial personalities. Well, then there is no base for the question. Well, still, the expert community raises this question because I can give an example. Last year, we had a conference, and the colleagues and the lawyers they ask questions. Legal practitioners ask questions. Why do you think that we cannot, if it's a robot or an artificial personality? What you like? Why can't we endow it with the right of subjectivity? That's a good question, and there is no definite answer. We need basis to approach the problem. Otherwise, law is gonna be working, getting money. Someone will pay, yes, but that will be for nothing. It's a question of storm in a teacup. Well, I'm not against. It's just to let them practice in their practicing legal knowledge, but comparing it with the person is a risk. In this area of relationship with a human being, there's a lot of risk there. Yes, Vitaly Lьвович, please.
Очень много вопросов. Слушайте, давайте, может, на дискуссию перенесем. Виталий Львович сейчас скажет.
There are a lot of questions. Maybe we should shift the discussion. Well, are you interested? I represent those who in the process of creating things like that. Are you interested in personal contacts? Yes. Very well. I'll write to you then.
Дарья Сергеевна, раз вы давно.
Please, Дарья.
Пожалуйста.
Спасибо большое. Я попробую.
Thank you very much, and I'll try to be brief.
Очень интересует, то есть вы говорите, что нет.
To me, the question of artificial personality is of interest for me. You say there are no such designs. Why don't you take as a background the designs about regulation for artificial intelligence? I mean, what's the radical difference here? Not quite clear. Philosophers say, why creating an entity? If you call it artificial intelligence, why should we call it differently? And so you narrow this responsibility to this personality, but it's the entire network that is included here. But the thing is, there's a lot of those who impact that personality. I mean, there are people in the audience who are developers. Are they responsible for this artificial personality? Well, the question of responsibility is definitely raised because it's also not clear who's going to be responsible. So either we give the subjectivity to the artificial personality, or it will depend on the state and the developers and regulators. And why not keeping it as artificial intelligence? Why do you need this new term, artificial personality? Why not keeping it as it was? There's a lot about AI in jurisprudence, international law, millions of articles. Why coining a new term, specifically in jurisprudence? Yes, these are different things. AI in modern notion is like a god. And personality is probably the one having practically a full set. Well, and just in this case, I'm talking in legal sense because a lot of work why lawyers should start a new, well, for lawyers, AI is like using any other machines or other devices. I guess they have well-developed law there. Thank you.
Да, извините, пожалуйста, своеобразная реализация данной технологии.
Совершенно верно.
Personality is a form of implementation of a certain technology.
Секунду, я хочу сказать.
Just very briefly. For a sec, I want to say the colleagues, this is a separate area in legal science, and it is true that they try to review on that through the
высказывались 60-х годов прошлого века. Сейчас это направление
through the prism of legal standing, and it was raised in the 60s, but now I would say it has become marginalized.
Потому что все-таки приходит осознание, юристы решают конкретные вопросы.
Because the understanding comes and the lawyers work with specific issues and tasks. And if we're talking about overall regulation, then we are talking about regulation of artificial intelligence via big concepts. So general approach is being produced.
Искусственная личность,
So I
которая не
believe this artificial personality, which is non-existent,
из области
and assigning it with legal standing, well, that is sci-fi, which is not probably in demand by real life.
Софья там
The number of countries they have already adopted it,
Они
like
все монетизируют, поэтому как бы...
Ну, это
they're
бренд, конечно.
monetizing it.
Кстати,
Yes, that's a brand, but
показывал очень хорошие демонстративные картинки.
Ken Sergeyevna has
Искусственная личность
shown
это
nice demonstrating pictures. But
научное
artificial
объяснение.
personality is quite an interesting
четко как
scientific area, and it is dated clearly it has a breakdown to foreign projects and abroad. There is active discussion, artificial person. They call it, which is in a way a synonym with legal things, and a person he is like.
Вот у нас есть юридический, физический.
We have entity, legal or physical, but here it's an artificial. It's like comes to replace legal or physical. An artificial person, at least in legal practice, that's how it is substituted. But talking about AI, artificial person is a clearly fixed name for projects which since the 90s they've been presented as independent projects. An example is the Pollax projects, and Pollax, it was translated into Russian. There was a number of works, and he's a philosopher and programmer, a great person with epistemology in the context of study of self-consciousness, etc. And artificial person, well, the Oscar, there were big discussions about the possibility of implementation and imitation of the phenomena of conscience and self-conscious, self-awareness. And Mike and I wanted but didn't have time to talk about that. And now, well, it's time for a coffee break. And since we started
наш перерыв.
later, we'll...
То есть следующая у нас сессия 16.
So the next session starts
Юрьевич, а можно
in half an hour.
малюсенький?
Пани, можно?
Can I ask a small question? Yes, please.
Да, хорошо.
Personal. Well, it might be of interest. Can these two personalities communicate with each other? These two artificial personalities. These are two different machines. Can they talk to each other?
У нас здесь нету никаких критериев, и никто про них не заявил.
We don't have any criteria here. No one talked about those. So they want to talk about it. They want to win a grant.
Грант никто не даст.
So fine, but no one's going to allocate the grant for that.
Никто не дает.
What do you mean? If they're abroad?
По поводу вот искусственной личности, очень хорошая работа.
Talking about artificial personality.
У него 98
There's robotics here, robototechnic. Some of the works from the 80s, and he starts this article. What kind of robots are capable of loving each other? This is an interesting topic, and this structure of reflexive means to modeling the knowledge. And what's happening here is to model a self-structure, structure of self. So a phenomenon of some freedom emerges, and or reflection of freedom. And there are several approaches here, a trinity of those ways of presenting information and, well, and from the point of view of methodology of the technical science, not only in the legal sense, but lawyers, that's, yes, a specific area. And at least for now, there is a number of synonyms. By the way, Khabrieva, she is quite interested in this topic of legal standing in the computer sphere, to what extent and what situations we can assign some legal grounds to computer systems. This is a huge topic, a very important topic globally. And
Дэн, к примеру,
Rudén, rector, he is also a specialist. He's defended his doctoral thesis on subjects of electronic law.
Области очень активно работают, и, конечно, нельзя нам, вернее, надо следовать.
And we need to follow their
стол в этой связи и работает.
And our roundtable is working in that regard. And the next conference under the Presidium, and we have this regular conference, it will take place in April, and it will be about the problems of artificial personality. So our roundtable is like a pioneer in starting a new area in science, fundamental science, and I believe it's a very powerful presentation will be in April. Of course, all the keynote presenters will be invited. And now we go in for a break, a coffee break.
Следующий доклад у нас
Александр Думов. The next keynote is Alexander Dumov.
Но есть предложение все-таки прерваться и следовать регламенту.
Still, let's make a half an hour break.
Спасибо.
Время начала следующего доклада во сколько будет, если мы сдвигаем?
Через полчаса.
Коллеги, я хотел бы сказать, что вот, смотрите, вот мы здесь сейчас сидим в такой комбинированной конференции.
Colleagues who are here
вот я обращаюсь
in this
сейчас
combined conference.
к людям. Знаете,
And I'm talking to people outside. Can you imagine what you have lost? This interesting conversation at the coffee break.
Вот мы можем и так.
Это все ерунда. Вот сейчас мы говорить будем. Вот это вот да.
Ну так вы будете между собой или будете электронные личности искать?
Will you be communicating with each other? Or will you be looking for
старинки, да?
digital personalities?
Мария Сергеевна, спасибо вам. Это ваш доклад был, как бы мы совершили ваше выступление. Спасибо. Все, до встречи через полчаса.
Спасибо.
Игорь, вы готовы нас выводить? Я думаю, наверное, еще секунд 30, да, прежде чем, собственно.
Так, можно начинать, наверное, да? Мгм.
Слушайте, пожалуйста, дайте сигнал, что, что вы скоро нас выведете в трансляцию.
Is called understanding of probability is a degree of rational certainty of historical agent in the content of the claim in speech or some events coming to pass. So it's about 50,000 and so to say in the interpretation of personalistic and there could be certain branches of, but the essence is the same. The essence remains that some people trust more the events, or some people study what people say. The axiomatics here, they should have a normative force there in terms of convincing the agent, and so there is this theory of probability, and the rules of calculation will be they will turn into rules of rationality, being rational as
Руков и Шубилин, исследователи из США, приводит к возможности. Что, простите? Да, да, знаю, я вот только
Yes,
сейчас
yes, I do know. Yeah. I just wanted to.
формализация
I just was going to change the slide. The formalization
образом
is the ways of formulating it to be more precise. That leads to a new consequence, and in the step. No, it hasn't changed
сделаем
yet.
таким образом.
So what do we do? Yeah, that's it. That works. So the synchronous rationality here is this is the philosophical, the theory of rationality of epistemic agent, like normative agents, like the real agents here. That when it calls doubt, for example, then you look. There is a certain list of rules of calculating the probability. This is quite exhaustive description there. The normative component of people's rationality. How can it happen? So what we can do is there is this synchronic rationality and synchronic. So the bias method here, it can be delineated into synchronous here, the certain and diachronic. So regimentation of conviction, the degree of conviction and certainty. So let's go to certain doubts, which the first group, if it is like then is Pollock. He points out that you have to doubt that the degree of certainty in agent matches the axiomatics, and he appeals to the fact that if the degree of certainty of real agents matches the theory of probability, all the mathematical truths, they must be obvious, so it equals 1. So I'm just saying here that any logical truth with the only tautology, this is the probability is 1, and if it's a lie, then it's a 0. So what's necessary is if we have the proof procedures, the procedure of evidence, then we have to calculate, and if you stop, if we stop accepting rule number 4, that cannot be done. Because the Pollock points out that this admittance will lead from the first 3 postulations, and this will lead that the rational agent will have to trust the suggestion, the tautology of which may be not obvious. So there's the table of truths, and it has been checked, and automatically. So this is the format. And what happens here that in this format it should be obvious and logically truth. So and Pollock says here that the very origin of the bias epistemology, it's the logical own knowing. So there is quite a large spectrum of these approaches that could either resolve this problem or go around it. But quite the good one, this is the fundamental one, is the normative status. What are we talking normative status of this rationality? William Talbot suggests the judgment and delineating norms. For example, when you describe certain situation, if there's certain idealization, and then another one is regimenting of real situations. And then if we're delineating it like that, we describe it and classify it like that, then the projects could be then the situation, the use of the probability representation of the in the conscience of the agent that is learning agent, so or cognitive agent. So this is quite a real situation, and is Schulbach is another contemporary researcher. His argumentation is quite interesting. There's a process of discussion. It could be a reductive approaches. A deductive point could be the deductive agent whose convictions will be reflected in some set of statements which was closed in itself, and when we're criticizing not for they're not they don't have the set of conventions, and they don't view all the endless range of the claimants and the statements. So it the epistemological agents and it's the same thing. The same thing is applicable to bias epistemology, which and instead of which we convicting any real agent, these attempts of convincing somebody may be built into this is the relationship of trust, which any that could be built into the broadened idealized system, and the most important
степени рациональной уверенности быть у идеального biased
certainty be in a ideal bias agent, so not just a system in a real agent or the ideal bias agent. So again, the modesty here will soften is that the worry that the ideal bias agent has the unfulfillable standard. The ideal agent has from 0 to 1 the degree of certainty on the scale of the number of infinite claims. It should not be viewed as a prescription to a real agent. So I just to summarizing it, that in our view, in my suggestion, a little bit of an conclusion interliminaries there could be a contest of normativity here, that there could be the normative for the real epistemic agents, the normativity is a prescription, so for the productivity according to the bias requirements, for example. And here you start thinking about the illustrative, for example, star fuckery and the model of the scientific rationality, etc. The normativity of judgment, it could be only the artificial historical agents, like, for example, the executive algorithm, certain devices based on these algorithms, and modeling activity of which you can study the organization of the actual processes following biases requirements. So, on this, I would like to stop and to probably answer questions if there are any.
Так, Александр Витальевич, ну вот такой вопрос.
Well, Alexander, the question that I have about Pollock and about Ghent that has Russian agent that has rationality. So the Pollock developed the subject that the agent with limited rationality. For example, can you explain how this, this all-seeing, all-knowing, this agent that have all-knowing, how they deal with the problematics of limitation? The co-agents, they do not normally. They don't have the all-knowing, whether it's complex, whether it's not complex. When they're interacting with external, they do not have the all-knowing capabilities. And so the concept of limited rationality, you did mention, how does that sound in this context? Well, look, it's I'm forced to say that I'm not so I don't know the work of Pollock very well. There's a little book where he was talking about why we should give up on. He is against the personalistic interpretation, so then he suggests more objective ways of viewing it based on the interaction of the environment, etc. And unfortunately, I have not familiarized myself with that. The interest is in how to justify the personalistic approach, just purely from the point of view of the development of historic development of theory of probability. And this message from Pollock is kind of maybe is not quite understood well enough, or maybe it is forgotten and undeservedly so. And so thank you that you pointed out at this point. I have to look at his reflections on the point, and I'll take it into account. Thank you. With Pollock, I was in correspondence there personally, and with Lena from Permi, and we were going to publish a book. He's got quite a lot of books not translated into Russian on the project of Oscar, and that is where the agents of all-knowing, limited rationality, epistemologic and epistemic aspects, and how it could be implemented in a computer. So the these programs, this is the language, computer pro language, and this is just a wonderful Oscar. Oscar is an excellent project. So this is a project of artificial personality. Terminologically, it is very interesting. And these agents which have this limited rationality, they are artilects. So arti is artificial and lect is like so artilect, and so this art is artificial meaning. So artilects, these are the agents who have a certain meaning, sense of meaning, and these agents, they include all the perceptual reflection mechanisms that your usual human being has, that has a psyche, and this is the artilect, is a certain. This is the agency system that is called a multi-agent system, and as a result, then you have the opportunity to interact for many agents, and in the context of resolving complex tasks and planning and making this decision making. And there's a lot of literature on and that correspondence with Pollock, where we are planning to publish the number of his papers in Russian, number of books, and there's not that many that many were suggested for publication, and all of that. It could be actually in the analytic material. It could be talked about. This is very interesting for this project of the artificial personality. Maybe that is something, Alexander, that we should start doing if possible. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, please. Yes, Andrei, please. Well, thank you. Can't hear you. We can't hear you. You have to press the glow button. Yeah, can you hear me now? Yeah, I can hear you now. So thank you very much for for an interesting lecture. And the question that I have, there is this paper, Bowers and Davis and Bias, fairy tales of neuroscience, and they criticize practically everything of bias approach, and then they say that this paradigm or this research program, whatever you put it, it is too flexible and makes it possible to interpret any data post hoc, any data, and this excessive flexibility, that is what they blame for. So how do you comment on that? There is a twofold point here. Somebody is criticized for excessive flexibility.
Требования, их неоправданность. То есть, ну, мне кажется...
Somebody criticized for too strict requirements and inadequate. So you have to view each particular case, and if you see that the approach doesn't make it possible to make planned result, then you probably have to review the approach. Maybe this probability model, this is a good model in order to represent certain process of inductive discourse or discourse as a whole. No more than that. And it is with difficulty that I imagine that what can be received from it, what can be done, what we can get from it. It could be a subject competencies, and I think from the philosophy point of view, it is something that might make that essentially in the end ultimately to realize other types of argumentation rather than comprehensive, rather than exhaustive. So this is why I was working on that, and that's what I was viewing. So universalism of this approach, I don't know how universal is universal in this respect, and to say a couple of words in respect of which, in application applying to which they were viewing it. Yeah, the psychology and neuroscience, psychology, and in addition to this, can you send us a link? I'm the core for the bias tales. Can you send us a link, please?
Okay.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful. And now I just want to draw your attention that Alexander Dumov, he translated the book and published it. Peter Paul of Kishuman information and reflection on some issues of cybernetics suggested by the contemporary dialectic materialism. It's quite old subject, but he's been inspired probably by this to talk about the issues of artificial intelligence. Thank you very much. And the next ones are. There's a lot of them. Again, a lot of them left. I don't see many of them in the list. Next one is Vadim Ushakov, candidate of medical sciences, leading research Institute of Advanced Brain Research, Moscow State University, and together with Georgy Vasilievich Losik, doctor in psychology, professor, Chief Research Fellow, Laboratory of Computer Graphics, United Institute of Information Problems of National Academy of Sciences, Minsk, Belarus, and Vartanov, Alexander Vartanov. He talked in the seminar of neuro. He is the Associate Professor, Department of Psychology of Moscow State University, Vector Coding on Information in Humans, on the similarity of phenomena. Are you here? We are here. We are here, yes. Can you hear me? Andrei Yurievich, can you hear me? Yeah, hello, friends, please. Please rename yourself so that we can understand. So we have 30 minutes.
Так, значит,
Thank you. Hello.
Докладчик, интереснейшая тема.
Can you hear me?
Мы просим 30 минут, потому что Ушаков вместо меня должен выступить. Ушаков сейчас движется к компьютеру, и можно пустить следующий доклад, а мы будем выступать через 30 минут.
Then in 30 minutes, we'll talk in 30 minutes. Ushakov is approaching the computer. He'll be here soon.
Данный доклад не будет.
It looks like this keynote will not be presented, and the next keynote is Oleg Anatolyevich Goncharov, Doctor of Science, Psychology, Professor, Department of Psychology, Dubna State University, Professor, Faculty of Practical Psychology, Dubna, Moscow, in collaboration with Losik, George Vasilievich, a very active colleague of ours from Belarus, and Igor Mikhailovich Baikov, PhD in engineering, assistant professor, leading researcher, NIN, Joint Institute of Information Problems, Minsk, Belarus. The topic is hypothesis about the third signal system in big data. A very interesting topic. The keynote. Are they present? Andrei Yurievich, can you hear me?
Андрей Юрьевич, тут пытается под ником «Папа и мама» сообщить докладчик, что он присутствует. Но похоже, что вы его не слышите.
Не слышу. Понятно. А можете включить микрофон?
Could you please
микрофон, там нужно включить перевод.
Перевод, да.
Значок справа с глобусом.
Just help the keynote speaker switch on the proper.
Я тогда напишу сейчас.
Proper language channel.
Нажать на этот глобус.
Могу включить оригинальный звук.
У нас ситуация такая. Раз, два, три.
Вас слышно только тем, кто в зуме находится, но не слышат вас все остальные. Вас не слышат все остальные. Вас слышно только тем, кто находится удаленно.
Ну и ничего.
Не, подождите, вам нужно...
Я прошу перенести на 30 минут, передайте Андрею Юрьевичу, на 30 минут мы просим перенести на 30 минут.
Андрей Юрьевич.
Я понял. Так, я понял, это Георгий Васильевич говорит. Понятно.
Они просят перенести время доклада на полчаса.
So they ask to move the keynote 20 minutes later.
Предложение попросить Игоря.
So then I'll ask Igor Felixovich Mikhailov. And listen.
Меня слышно? Тут
Yes, I
Георгий
apologize. Can you hear me, Georgi Vasilievich? It's from my name is Bobrik. I've just connected. Is it my keynote that you're moving?
Товарищи, это Гончарова доклад. Готов сейчас Гончаров выступить.
Гончаров is ready to speak.
Игорь Феликсович, ну раз готовы наши докладчики, которые...
Since our keynote presenters are ready to speak, as agreed, your keynote will be a final one in the list, and we suggest giving floor to Oleg Anatolyevich Goncharov, Doctor of Science Psychology, Professor, Department of Psychology at Dubna State University, and I mentioned that, and together with, in collaboration with Mikhail Boyko, PhD in Engineering, Assistant Professor, Leading Researcher, and the Joint Institute of Information Problems, Minsk, Belarus, and they will be talking about hypothesis about third signaling system in big data.
Так, Георгий, да. Там, коллеги, доклад будет о...
Colleagues, the keynote will be about the influence of internet technology, three components of skills.
Меня слышно?
Can you hear me?
Да.
Yes.
Да, слышно, хорошо.
Yes, we can.
Значит, фамилия Бобрик, я представляю лабораторию Георгия Васильевича Лосика.
Name is...
На, значит...
Our approach is based on
психофизиологии Соколова.
A research of vector psychophysiology of Sokolov. And
мой доклад будет на тему
my keynote is on the topic how internet technologies as a digital and how digital sphere influences, how distorts
навыка,
the formation of a skill. In particular, its three components, namely motor, intellectual, and sensory.
И начнем с первого компонента.
And we'll start with the first component. The first component is the intellectual component, both during interaction with the digital sphere and artificial intelligence, and virtual
наш навык теряет и в чем он
our skill,
если брать
what it loses. If we take an intellectual component of the skill, then during interaction with a computer or gadget or a digital system,
достоверность информации сейчас
the reliability of information, we learn about the reliability of information.
Об одном и том же явлении мы узнаем разные сведения,
we learn different things about it, and they are contradictory. Different contradictory data.
Вторая тенденция.
That's the first thing. And the second
отсутствие двухполюсных
is a lack of two-pole scales, so intermediary scales.
О том или ином явлении.
About a specific notion. The third tendency
достоверность информации.
We learn about the reliability of information following the frequency of mentioning of
именно
certain notion in the internet, not experimental data or research, but the frequency of mentioning in
выше
the
всего
internet. So the content that is generated
первую
most, it occupies leading positions, or which is in the front page. It becomes a main source of data. And the source of such data, which more correspond to your public opinion rather than knowledge. So there's a substitution of scales, and from the scale of knowledge, we shift to the scale of information.
такой пример, если
So here's an example. If there's a family couple that applies to get information, there is a conflict, and they're looking for a tool to resolve that conflict. What they see, first of all, they see what's located on the front page. And there's advice on information protection, information content. And that gives recommendation on how to resolve the conflict. That doesn't always work because it's not a expert information, and it might not be referred to a specific category of knowledge because it is generated. The top page, it's visible, this content, and this is a visible thing, and because of that, a false understanding is created. So people perceive this information as knowledge, but they cannot give a solution because it is not true knowledge. The second component of influence on the skill is a motor component. For example, if you take a simulator and you can use an exercise machine to learn to play football or fencing or dancing, then what is lost here is the sense of pressure of that item. What is lost is the feeling of that object, the tactile sensation, and even interaction. And whether it is a success or a successful emotion or not, because you don't know that because there is no contact between the object and the body. And there is no feedback. The typological feedback is lost. And that has a big influence on success, on the feeling of success.
Именно моторного компонента.
The motor component. And the third component is sensory component of the skill. And so
очень много в интернете. То есть здесь мы видим, как теряется обратная
Here we see how the feedback is lost in
связи
the form of
через
some closeness, via interaction. Via Zoom, for example, while I'm speaking here and you don't know where am I specifically. So what is lost is the background. What is lost is the understanding of our background. I don't know exactly your space and you don't know mine. So what's lost is the component of object-subject, the communication.
Ну, больше
It's me it rather than me it an object or you and it again with an object. So it's a subject-object relationship rather than subject-subject relationship. So this living connection is lost, and that has a significant impact on the development and it distorts the creation of skill. And here one should say that, and yes, I heard a keynote of one of the presenters about quasi-teacher, and it was mentioned
К чему это весь доклад мой? К тому, что
and what my keynote is about is that the digital systems and artificial intelligence needs anthropologization. Because otherwise,
выколачивается, эта обратная связь, она уменьшается и делается фрагментарной.
This connection is eviscerated, and as a result, well, we might feel surprised or feel joy, or give an assessment to internet technologies. But these moments, these problems, which are expressed in the form of distortion of the components of skills, cognitive and intellectual, and perceptive and motor, it gives us an opportunity to understand how can we improve artificial intelligence, how can we improve digital environment, digital systems, in order to create a more congruent interaction between a human being and artificial intelligence. And I believe that this is the field, a big field for development. It's a driver, and this anthropologization and anthropomorphization of the systems of digital intellect.
Коллеги, я закончил доклад.
Colleague, this is it from me. Thank you.
Да-да.
One question.
Так, вопросов нет. Тема сложная.
Well, there are no questions. It's a challenging topic. So let's thank the keynote presenter and move on to the next one. So it's Daria Bilyeva.
Значит, кандидат
She's here, a PhD in political science, assistant professor, Department of Social Sciences, St. Petersburg Polytechnic University, in Petersburg, Russia, and the topic is artificial intelligence, friendly or divine.
Правильно. Так, Дарья Сергеевна, пожалуйста.
So, Daria Sergeyevna, please, you have the floor. Yes, thank you. Very interesting conference, and I'm glad that I've heard the keynote presenters and that I'm here. It's a pity that I cannot be there with you and drink coffee. But on the other hand, I had the chance to go to work, meet on Zoom with other people, and as they say, but still, when you are there, it's a totally different feeling. So you're not submersed into that environment. Still, even this small amount of being included makes me happy. So I would like to talk about this interesting dilemma, which is now present in the ethical field. Today, we quite often encounter artificial intelligence, not just in movies or scientific conferences. It seems so that today artificial intelligence becomes a part of our everyday life.
виртуальными помощниками, агентами.
We encounter communicative virtual assistants, etc.
То есть сейчас уже очень
So
сложно.
we are in the area of communication. It's very difficult to real understand who is talking to you. Is it a real, is it AI or a person who's using a script? But it's been said that in a year or two,
общаться с искусственным интеллектом,
people will be communicating with the AI more than with their spouses. So it's either today or maybe a day of tomorrow, but not the only thing. It's the method, a way to communicate with the AI. And so these ethical risks, they've existed since long ago. We can go back to Asimov's laws of robotics, but today these ethics and questions of how actions of AI and robots and the ethics of actions towards the AI and robots, this discourse becomes very interesting. And for ethics, this is a challenge, both from the point of view of the human morality and the development of AI. So it turns out that creating a set of rules or a program which would determine what needs to be done, it turns out that it is impossible. So,
который, да, вот переход от Ветхого Завета к Новому Завету, да,
if you pass from an Old Testament to New Testament,
то есть такой интересный переход,
and
да,
following the law of
правил, если
love. So how do you act? There's no set of rules, there's love. So this is a philosophical discourse
обсуждается,
which is been continuing for centuries, and now it has adopted a new
действительно совершенно практические
angle in the context of AI. And today we have issues which are connected with legal or ethical responsibility for decision making, because today we already have those autonomous cars, we have robotic surgeons, and there's a great number of solutions that are made on the basis of AI.
Выдать кредит, кого принять, кого
whom to give a loan to, whom to enroll into the university, etc. So a lot of questions are resolved using AI. So these are specific choices. We have moral consequences. So what decisions should be made and who is responsible for them? That is very important. And naturally, this topic is highly discussed. And it's possible to calculate how many different codes and principles and strategies have been adopted, which determine artificial intelligence. For example, a year ago, the code of AI was adopted here in Russia, but still, I won't touch this topic upon in detail. But they don't have much impact on the state of things in the industry.
Ну и да, в чем, собственно говоря, вопрос, да, потому что.
And what is the question about? What's the discussion, the problem?
Проблема инструментальная, да, то есть если мы ставим,
я
имею в виду сейчас, мы ставим какие-то инструменты конкретные перед, соответственно, перед искусственным интеллектом.
So we put task.
Там считает что-то делать. Но даже это.
Task to AI, but even that becomes theoretically dangerous because, as some research said, well, there was an example.
Безопаснее, чем создание скреп.
What is even talk about creation of staples, what is safer. But if the AI is aimed at a paperclip, if AI goes into perfection, he will transform the world around it into paperclips. And finally, it will come to a conclusion that people, in the achievement of this purpose, and everything will turn to paperclips. Of course, it's a metaphorical thing, but nevertheless,
к которому будет стремиться в этом случае искусственный интеллект,
it
будет таким, в
says
котором
that
очень много скрепок.
future AI is advancing to, it will be a future with a lot of paper clips and very few people. And so this convergence intelligent agent without morale can use very unsafe methods of action. And it can also become a desire to turn the earth into a headless computer. So it turns, now it's clear why morale is in demand. And another question is for this morale to pass it on. Well, there is no established system of moral principles, especially if it's a practical application. And it's based on ready-made rules and principle behavior. Just for the example's sake, this is probably million people were involved into this experiment about moral car, where they choose whom the car should collide with. And
кто выигрывал в этой гонке на выживание.
we don't know who won in this race for survival, but the most interesting thing is that in different countries, there is a split on the right. There's a division into West and Southern and Eastern countries, and they have different preferences.
В общем, я просто
I guess everyone knows that, but that's not that important.
Да, особенно если мы говорим о какой-то практической морали. И вот одно из таких как бы продолжений дискуссий, которые я вижу, ну, особенно в западной,
discussions that we see, especially in the literature of recent time, it's about a friendly intellect.
внушить искусственному интеллекту
So first, they talked about the need to instill a love to people.
Должен быть дружественным.
Or that AI should be
Собственно
friendly.
говоря, о чем идет речь? Да? То есть, если мы знаем, что мы не можем изначально заложить все правила,
So if we know that initially we cannot
которые бы сделали искусственный интеллект дружественным
or
по отношению
implant
да? Ну и, соответственно,
all the rules, the idea is this should become the task for the artificial intelligence.
это проблема неспособности людей сформулировать.
So many researchers expect that this inability of people to formulate some universal principles, it can be resolved by machine. So it is the AI that, having studied a human, will develop these rules.
Как, собственно говоря,
And there's a big question here.
Туманными формулировками, вроде что должна быть такая согласованная, экстраполированная воля человечества.
Well, they have this vague wording. There should be some extrapolated humanity, which is more advanced,
Это должен, соответственно,
so that it would have a common will.
Вот, то есть, если
And
бы
that is what should be calculated by artificial intelligence.
представлял собой
And if people knew and understood more,
искусственный интеллект должен
then how it would be coordinated with each other. And this is what's supposed to be calculated by AI. In other words, AI should formulate the rules on the basis of that analysis, those conflicting systems.
Более того, есть некоторые статьи, которые предполагается, что
Moreover, there are articles which say that AI
наставник в добродетели, то есть он должен не
can
только сам
be a mentor. So it can not just create ethics, but it can help people to apply those ethical rules. So there are a lot of options here. What's important is that, and what they suggest is using this friendly AI, which will be resolving all the tasks and installing friendly framework. And hence the question why. If we expect that this AI is so better than a human being that it's going to be able to develop such rules and understanding the will and the desires of humanity, then it is might be expected that this is an AI which exceeds the capacity of a human being. So it turns into some deity. some divine creature, and the question is why this divine creature should be willing to be friendly. So what limitations can stop it? So, and if the objectives, if they...
Такой вопрос получается. Вот, то есть это вот новая эпоха, да, которая вот обозначила действительно такую
This is
ситуацию.
an interesting question. So this is a new epoch and era, and
Пенсионерский подход. То есть получается, что исследователи принимают
so the researchers, they accept this inability
за счет собственных способностей.
and they suggest that they should make it friendly towards the person. So humanity accepts that it's not capable of creating such rules, and they suggest AI to create those rules. And this artificial intelligence, is it friendly or divine? It's a metaphor, but it's becoming more and more popular.
В литературе это начинается связка
So in literature, it is a connection, and we see this abbreviation and this technology, which is called God's eye. And despite this metaphor is used in a very conditional sense, well, it's true that humanity is moving towards that, in that direction, thinking, why not? Although it's a metaphor, now one considers it seriously, but still, metaphors are rather vibrant and they say a lot.
Минуточку, сейчас вот
And just one more.
не могу этого не сделать, потому что я вот сейчас, когда отходила от конференции, мы как раз обсуждали вот с Павелом Барышниковым из Пятигорска.
One thing we discussed with Pavel Baryshnikov from Pyatigorsk University, discussed a conference which is going to take place a year later, and it's about the mind and body and cognition in the era of technologies.
Потому что как раз тут настолько интересные люди, настолько интересные
доклады. Asked for the permission to show it, because it also includes interesting keynotes, and I invite you to take part. It is a serious project. So it will be really warm and nice there, and we'll be happy to see everyone. So these are the sections and conferences, and a lot of topics, and I would really wish your speakers to be involved with the questions planned for discussion, so I'll be glad if you find the opportunity to take part. Thank you very much.
С Игорем Феликсовичем Михайловым связаны как-нибудь? У него следующий
do you know,
на тему. А он же один из организаторов этого Пятигорской конференции.
Игорь Феликсович Михайлов, because he'll be talking about artificial consciousness, philosophy, science, and technology. Well, we are in contact with Pavel Baryshnikov, and he passes on. Well, you probably should expand your sphere of communication.
Игорь Феликсович.
The next presenter is Игорь Феликсович Михайлов.
Дискуссию перенесем. А вот следующий товарищ Михайлов Игорь Феликсович, доктор философских наук.
Doctor of Science and Philosophy, Senior Research Fellow, Department of Methodology for Interdisciplinary Human Studies, Russian Academy of Science, Institute of Philosophy. And the topic is Artificial Consciousness, Philosophy, Science, Technologies. Игорь Феликсович, good day to all the participants.
Вас одновременно переводит синхронно.
Нужно выбрать перевод. Демонстрацию экрана можно было оставить.
А на что, на английский оригинальный звук или на что?
То есть кнопочка с земным шаром, перевод.
Я должен выбрать русский или что?
Да, замечательно, все хорошо, все.
We can hear you. Great, now we can start. And dear friends, Georgy Vasilievich Losik asked me to give a keynote. This is Vadim Ushakov. Is it still possible for me to speak after this keynote, or is it too late?
Мне кажется, там задают вопрос, который опять не слышно в долгопроводе.
I think someone's asking a question and they can hear you.
Юрьевича, микрофон.
Да.
Игорь Ильич, пожалуйста,
Там
пожалуйста.
просто коллеги из удаленки пытаются задать вам вопрос, Андрей Юрьевич. Я не могу начать, потому что...
Just I cannot start because the colleagues. Yes, they need to turn
Потому что
on
иначе
the
оно будет
proper
звучать в обеих
language
дорожках.
channel, because otherwise the
Так, но
sound will be in both sound channels. Well, can I start, or will they be asking their questions? Yes, please do start.
Хорошо, уважаемые.
Yes, great. Thank you, dear colleagues. I decided to talk about artificial consciousness, although there's a lot of artificial around us. We got used to intellect, there's artificial life and emotions. Today we talk about artificial personality. And most of the part I skipped because of work. But why important consciousness is important? Why is this topic important? Today, I've talked to students. I recalled some event, activity, and I think Andrei Yurich was involved.
Институт философии на заседании научного совета по искусственному интеллекту. И он там вспоминал...
And they recall this interesting story when in the 80s he worked as one of the team of liquidators in Chernobyl, and he
взорвавшегося реактора. Естественно, люди там не могли находиться.
Was working with the machines which were supposed to do something inside the exploded reactor, and remote operators were doing it. And he said, yes, the work of the operator was organized in such a way in order to direct the robot to a certain task. There was a light ray that was engaged, a laser ray, with the help of which the operators controlled their intentions and the actions of the robot. And he said that at some point operators, they started complaining and quitting job because I only thought about sending a robot to a certain corner. And the ray was already there. And as you realize, there's a link with Libert's experiments here that show that cognition, the consciousness, this in certain cases, it acts, or this phenomenon is something that evolution gave us, not clearly what for. And these are cases that do not take part in decision-making. Decision-making aimed at survival, at least. So the topic of artificial consciousness is an interesting one, and it is enticing to a certain degree, although from pragmatic standpoint, it's not quite clear what is it for. But in order to approach this topic from the point of view of philosophy, and I am doctor of philosophy, and not other.
Согласно Wittgensteinu, цель философии...
According to Wittgenstein, the objective of philosophy is to clarify the thought. So let's try to clarify what do we understand under consciousness. In a Russian terminological tradition, anything can be understood as consciousness. I try to focus on three possible interpretations. First, consciousness can be simply intellect.
По аналогии с английским словом awareness, то есть это контроль.
And second, identified with intellect. Second, awareness.
Касается знаменитых дискуссий в рамках.
And as far as analytical philosophy, cognition, most likely, they're talking about the qualitative part.
Феноменальное сознание.
Which is also phenomenal cognition. And here, speaking about
мне кажется, что первое
theoretical understanding, the intellect does not cause any problem among cognitive sciences, and it finds a successful technological implementation. As far as control, in terms of awareness, this is what's missing. This is what we're missing when we are in anesthesia. And this question can be considered unsolvable for cognitive science because now we have a rather successful empirical theories of cognition based on rich physiological data, which are acquired thanks to technology. So only the qualitative part of the consciousness claims to be the difficult part of the problem, according to Charleston terminology, because many are convinced, thanks to such philosophers as Frank Jackson, that the existence of qualia contradicts the vigorous picture of the world, but the availability of qualia does not stop you from studying consciousness from the point of view of control and awareness. And since here I'm trying to review both philosophical and scientific approach and the differences between them, in many cases the philosophical approach to consciousness are based on a certain experience which implies introspection, philosophical introspection. I don't know if many noticed, but in Kant, in mythological positions of natural knowledge, he speculates about a possibility of scientific psychology, where he says that the learning about science or the learning about body and soul is possible only by means of mathematics. Empirical study about the soul, it should stay far from the science because math is not applicable to internal feelings. The study of a soul will never be close to chemistry because the multitude of internal observation can be broken down only in thoughts, but so analytical procedures, in other words, they do not correspond to the real complexity of the object. And even according to Kant, even less another thinking subject. And we also distort the observed subject. I will not be stopping in detail on that, but I understand the train of thought is clear. Moreover, against the efficacy of philosophical theories of consciousness, well, Wittgenstein speculates about how difficult it is to define such notions as time, game, language, etc. He does not introduce any specific terms to determine such difficult notions, but I would suggest such a term as intractable concept. And in order, the resolution of which, and Wittgenstein suggested the conception of similarity. So games, they are similar not just by means of an abstract sign, which is not connected, but they intersect like the member of one family intersect. Some of them have similarities in the shape of nose or color of hair. So different intersecting meanings, they join certain games into one family. And the question is why not everything in the family becomes a family, because this game of a chain of games can become endless. There is a processual part, algorithmic. For example, time covers all actions. With duration, it is action and not a substantial being. Game is following the rules, and when we do so, we get dopamine as a reward from our brain, and awareness is the possibility to have counting, and then conscience becomes a processual property of our psyche. What can we say about the concept of knowing? Knowing what that we are trying to thinking. One should introduce what I would call a pragmatic criterion. Know in this case is not just about measurement, but also about changing. For example, we can measure time using a clock, different technologies, but knowing time, it is only possible when we can build a time machine. knowing conscience, well, we can have a lot of theories, but knowing the conscience, it only becomes possible when we can demonstrate that we have built an artificial intellect which we put into the domain of consciousness. And if we talk about difference between scientific and metaphysical approach in theories of consciousness, for example, how we said they divide their attitude to consciousness in such a way that science is aimed at explanation and mechanistic approach to consciousness, when philosophy is about the end term. I never realized what is an end term. Well, the philosophers like such terms. Gerhard Schurz, another author, he writes, whereas typical speculations postulate for each notion a new type of theoretical reason, a good science introduce new theoretical beings only if they become a reason of several interconnected notions. I think this is a random criteria, and one can demonstrate a philosophical or speculative theories like a Hegel theory, where reasons, they don't multiply without reason, and they just boil down to several standard ones. My option of explanation is a bit more sophisticated. In my view, the scientific cognition breaks down to a theory which can be false or true, and ontology, which is used for interpretation. And not to go into too many details, one can say that saying that all physical bodies have a mass is not a theoretical but ontological notion. We agree to see the physical world like that. But the fact that force is equals mass multiplied by acceleration, this is a thing which might turn to be not true in an alternative world. And here we're talking about counterposition of instrumentalism and realism. If realism is based on the fact that ontology used in a successful scientific theory is the truth, simply because the theory that uses this is successful, then instrumentalism, which takes the theory of science into account, approaches this point with more caution. And based on that, one can say that it's not the objective of not a speculative. Objective of non-speculative philosophy is to determine whether conscience is an intractable notion. Is it an ontological obligation which will disappear, like it happens with Phlogiston, by suppressing good operationalized models? Or does it determine the entity which is part of the physical world, according to many philosophers of consciousness? And some time ago, an interesting article by 3 authors, which was a high criteria for theories of consciousness, was called. There were 3 authors, and what was meant is empirical. And the authors counted more than 10 criteria there. These criteria are enumerated in the following. First, whether its model can it be shown that this model is applicable only to the cases of conscious processing of information, or there is no difference between conscious and subconscious processing of info, whether it is free from being attached to causal structures. For example, several theories can believe that neural networks can have cognition, consciousness, and fast forward they cannot. And this criteria doesn't pass. Whether theory is free from the argument of small and greater networks, so whether it is stable to panpsychism and the unity of consciousness, because like if it's Newtonian theory of integrated information, if it's capable of seeing a certain magnitude of consciousness in not sophisticated networks, then there is panpsychism. If it insists on big and sophisticated networks as carriers of consciousness, then there is a question. Well, networks that consist of sub-networks and so on. And finally, whether it is resistant to tolerant and many of you might know the most popular empirical theories of perception. That's Barr's theory of global working space. And then the theory of integrated information by Koch, who suggests this measurable indicator phi that shows the degree of physical integration of information, and that can help measure consciousness in such material systems where we wouldn't even expect the presence of consciousness. And these theories, they can be regarded as model ones because they indicate on neurobiological realizations, and the situation with potential falsification becomes clear. So if there are neurobiological implementations does not withhold criticism, well, and there are purely conceptual HOTT theory, higher order thought theory, David Rosenthal. And according to this theory, the psychological low order conditions, high order, they have chosen as objects any other psychic conditions. Something like that. And the authors of the article which I talked about when I was talking about hard criteria of the consciousness theory, they demonstrate this table composed of how many 13 empirical theories of the consciousness they studied, and according to this table, still, well, it is unexpected, but the Rosenthal theory is most corresponding. It's an ideal correspondence with the higher thinking theory of higher order. A theory of consciousness, they can be broken down into computational, non-computational one. So neurobiology and other, what they breed is natural, nomologic, like quantum theory or different biological theory. And still, again, because time's short, I don't quote this article, and I've quoted it in a number of articles where he reviews makes different international observations. And math and computer science, they breed what we can call computational theories of knowledge. But in my view, a computational approach, it might seem most difficult, and it is implements in 1,000 publications where I participate. It results, what makes us capable of thinking can be reproduced in other systems with similar computational capabilities, and we will be able to create as many conscious artificial assistants as we need. Talking about empirical theories of artificial consciousness, I don't know those in pure form, but there are empirical theories which then enter the problems of artificial consciousness, and we can talk about the theories. Graziano attention schema theory, where the brain constructs not just a model of physical body, but the model of their own internal processes, of information processes. On the right, And here we talk about neurobiological implementation. So in the temporal lobe of the brain, self-awareness takes place, and this self is responsible for social consciousness, so assigning consciousness to other people. And this identity or equivalence, it is a rather interesting fact, which proves, although indirectly, the concept of a self as a social construct. And one should also here mention the predictive processing theory, which Friston's theory, and that is in Russian as well. And what's interesting here, and the theory of predictive processing is expansionists. Since its proponents, they love demonstrating its explanatory capabilities in different empirical domains. In psychiatry, it explains the nature of schizophrenia and how it explains the changes in mood. And in Friston, in co-authorship, there is a neurogermynetics when they use the concept of the dynamic attractors and degenerative models. They use that to show how two computer modeled birds, they start singing in tune. First, generative model is used, and then like a pendulum, which swing attached to the same beam, and first they're off phase, but gradually they become synchronized. And Friston believes that the same happens here. So the birds singing, they become synchronized. And so the predictive processing theory explains communication as well. So it claims to be able to explain anything. And here we also can say that Friston develops its own proprietary concepts of proprietary robots. For example, neuron implemented degenerative model develops by means of learning, which transforms neuronal networks. So in predictive processing is connectionism combined with the generative model, and the perception happens by extra and propria in interoception, and the agent derives the action as a transition from present to the preferred future. And as I see, the key features of modern theories of artificial consciousness can be classed the following, characterized the following. It's having resting against the internal cognition model of self and the surrounding world. It's multi-agent architecture and its computational approach to the phenomenon of consciousness. And in conclusion, I would say that such philosophical issues that philosophy is facing, which are about the artificial consciousness, I would formulate in the following way. Is intellectual operation possible without comprehension? How is it possible? Is awareness possible without qualia, and whether the computational approach to cognition is possible and justified? And how a artificial consciousness, artificial intellect, and artificial life, and artificial emotions and artificial society relate with each other. Well, so the second question, whether the consciousness is possible is qualia. Is consciousness possible as an entity? Can it be separated from the problem of phenomenal consciousness? Then a technological implementation becomes a much simpler and more real. And the next question, whether a computational approach to consciousness is possible, its methodological dispute, and how. And final question about the relationship between artificial intelligence and other artificial society, emotions, etc. And some technological perspective, artificial consciousness and AI, they do not coincide, but they overlap. Artificial life, artificial society, these are historical, genetically connected technologies, initially based on the theory of cellular automations. And however, since time, artificial society underwent evolution in technology of multi-agentic systems and become a subtype or reincarnation of which are the contemporary research in the area of agent-based systems. And the final thing, which is about matching the philosophy and the theory of cognitive theories. I think the final question here depends on our understanding of the function of philosophy overall, whether a philosophy is a source of independent theories or is the connectivity within science. If we choose the first option, then the philosophical theory of cognition must match the empirical theories of knowledge, including pragmatic one. And if it is the second option, so this philosophy of not independent theories, but it explains the theories of foreign researchers, then it's KPI and the corresponding theory. And if we choose the second option, and if we recall what I've started with, that any science is the unity of theory, empiric, and ontology, then theory, it's formal rules, empirical facts, and ontology is determined spontaneously by the author. And philosophy, in this case, becomes a critique and the search for, it becomes a meta-ontology. And hence, we get this formula, the proper philosophy at meta-ontology of cognitive science that studies conscious behavior conditions. Thank you for the attention. Thank you. We have time for one question. I have a question, however, I will postpone it for the time of discussion. And we have a keynote on the topic of vector coding of information in humans on the similarity of phenomena. It's Vadim Leonidovich Ushakov, who is presenting to them together with Professor Georg Vasilievich Losik and Alexander Valentinovich Vartanov. Please, Vadim Leonidovich. Yes, very well. I will start sharing the screen. And please, there is a button at the bottom. So there is a translation.
Выберите, пожалуйста, русскую, вас не слышно.
Сейчас, одну секунду. Так, тогда я сейчас пока остановлю демонстрацию. Значит, перевод, здесь надо русский, да? Все, выбрал русский, да, все.
Спасибо. Спасибо.
Да.
Замечательно.
Так, сейчас, одну секунду, теперь демонстрация экрана заново. Поделиться. Да, значит, в принципе, у меня доклад был 2 дня назад, некоторые я рассказывал.
The keynote 2 days ago, and I was presenting to one of the sections, plenary sessions, and I will be showing the same slides. And back then I was talking about my view and how coding, vector coding takes place and how the developments of the system is happening and how do we differ from artificial robots. But in this case, I will probably say more about the approach of Georgy Vasilievich. And whenever we talk about consciousness and where we're looking for it, I always have a question to this, and this is a question about this 300 micrometers, this loop, and the brain is here. In the brain of this creature, it has only 8 neurons. First it has 300, then they die out, only 8 left, and they use these 8 neurons to multiply, to feed, to avoid punishment. And so it's a targeted action. And the question is how to characterize consciousness. Vadim Leonidovich, can you switch your camera on? I'm afraid I won't do it because the connection is very poor and the broadband is not enough. And so I now start the keynote. The first thesis presented by Georgy Vasilievich is that coding of external stimuli and information has a vector type, what it means. And the second thesis from Georgy Vasilievich is that vector coding is supported by the system of mirror neurons. Well, talking about vector coding, this was rather well developed at the psychophysiology department in Moscow State University, and Sokolov's idea was that coding of external information is a populational vector, which, well, as an example, here is a separate neuron, and this neuron can receive information from a different neuron, and there is that direct connection. There are neurons where information arrives from the entire population of such neurons, and this is important here, who will be chosen by a significant signal by the neuron which receives information. It is believed that the selection of information depends on most expressed connection. And so what we have is a number of channels, one number of channels, because the information is passed by 3 channels, but only one receives it. So on such neural detectors, we can encode what external event is being recognized and what channel was used to convey information. So we get this vector because if you present it in X, Y, Z coordinates, the number of the channels will be one of the components of this vector. Why mirror neurons? They're very important for the understanding of anthropomorphic principle of coding. We remember this big boom about when there is a light, you open them, and the experiment was that when a hand would grasp an object, there's an activation in the motor cortex of neurons, and they're marked black, of those neurons which are responsible for that grasping movement, precisely the moment the person takes an object. But it turned out that and in this case it was a monkey with implanted electrodes, but if a monkey observes how a hand of another person grasps an object, it has the same activations in the brain, as if it was grasping, taking the object itself. It meant that monkey can understand the action that is seeing, and it plays it in its head, although it doesn't do the action, but nevertheless, this action happens in the brain, and so a new experience is learned. And the activation happened even when the hand would move behind this curtain where an object was. But if the activation happened, but if it knew that there was no object behind the curtain, the activation didn't happen. So it's an interesting system. It means we can understand the intention of others by playing inside of our brain those actions another person is doing. And that can be done automatically. And the same is true about pain. When we see that a person is in pain, and a bit later we'll be able to say where is it us and not us, and how it works. So the brain so there's data which show like the pain really exists inside of us, but we don't actually experience it, but we are able to co-feel and understand what other person is experiencing. So the next thesis that is offered here says that as a result of early oncogenesis, a sensory motor system is created. And this system, taking into account the mirror nature of neurons, it can model the movement of a body of a human being without actually producing those actions, which is natural, because the first thing we encounter within our life are motor functions. As a toddler, it first learn movement, and that's used movement to express its desires. We try to taste everything, and but what's interesting in this case is that if at the level of this motor act we develop a system, it's like a thought avatar. When these movements are modeled by the brain but not actually implemented, in this case a micro learning is going to happen. Here I wanted to show a slide. If we scan a brain, a human brain, and we try to see which systems mature, that is 5 years and that's 20 years. So here we see those areas of brain which develop most actively. We see that in 5 years, there's an active development of the prefrontal. And this is the prefrontal control. And here are the areas which ensure targeted behavior. And this is the system, a sensor motory. And you can't see the preferences. So it merges one of the original ones, and then we don't see that there's any change in the gray matter. In other cases, there's changes in speech, for example, and depending on what happens at every stage, we get develop new possibilities to interact. And how a mirror system could help us to perceive external information. So this is an experience with Konstantin Vadimovich likes. So when a mouse is trained, when it runs from one point in the labyrinth to the end one, it plays the neuron spots. It's when in every position, and it's in reverse order. It recalls. It doesn't run, but still, the neurons are working in its head. And this is, I'm just showing it from a different computer. So it's standard, the mouse is running across the labyrinth, and we see that in each position of this labyrinth, certain neurons, they discharge. And the same playing with neurons, maybe through observation or maybe through exercising some action and memorizing info. It can be memorizing info during sleep. And if we observe the mouth that was on the run. So first, blue neuron discharged in red, and that shows the spots where coding took place. And during sleep, we have the same succession of those charges of neuronal groups, but it runs much faster. Here it's 100 milliseconds, here 1 second. And when it moves really across the labyrinth. So it means this happens not only when we actually do an action, but even during subconscious process like sleep. When else do we play these external events using the systems? When we reach this deviation of the labyrinth, when you can run to the left and to the right, and maybe with Konstantin Vladimirovich, you heard when the circle approaches the deviation, and these colors, they determine the neurons which get discharged and correspond to the point of location, as if she was crossing this spot. This branching. But when she's at the branching, the picture in her head is that she placed the movement both to the left and to the right without actually moving. So the mental process is continuing whether to run to the left and to the right without actually committing that movement. Now, the third thesis, in principle, if we have these systems, mirror systems, then how do they help us shape the world around? And this is, I will skip these slides. And this is what I would like to show as a summary regarding the Georgy Vasilievich approach. So inside, we have this system of motor movements, which gets mature very early. And it can, even in our sleep, we can play these events. It is capable of to be self-learning and perform behavioral acts. For example, if we are planning to learn a poem, then let's imagine that we're doing something else, like we are writing a mathematical equation, and the system that plays through those equations, it lives inside us as an incomplete task, and it learns through the activation neurons. It learns to memorize that poem. And you know this phenomenon when you read at night and in the morning you remember it. So these schemes, they need to be mature, but when maturing, they improve themselves. So hence a cognitive map is being built by way of these motor mirror systems. And this map is not just built, it can also explain the motives of behavior of a human being. So we are building a map of intentions, and this map of intentions and the behavior of a human being. And in order to complete the intention, we need to commit a motor or another type of act. So the map, thanks to which the motor has matured, which works in parallel with a real motor, this map, it is capable of setting the goals and performing them, and then mastering the actual movement in this case. But with this help of such maps, it becomes easier for us to learn about the motives and intentions of our people, because when maps is activated, we realize that this sequence of actions can yield this result, and we understand the motives of a particular person. So this is like vector coding. So all the motives are encoded by means of these acts. And I wanted to show that by means of such mirror systems, we can study or gain experience. So this is parachute jumping, and there was the objective. There are many, but we're interested in the first and the second one. When a person imagined jumping with parachute, imagine jumping leading a lecture. Since these all were students, they knew what it was like, what didn't know about jumping with parachute. But if process the data, when you jump with parachute, a lot of things activate in the brain. It's a motor that includes motor areas, as if a human being is really jumps out of the plane. I don't know what experience a particular person had. However, in a way, he's trying to model that situation. And this is quite interesting. Now, talking about what is intentional process. And automatic process. These are interesting experiments which were repeated at the neuronal level. When the circle is rotating, and then we have a desire. So there is a desire here. When there is a hand runs across the face, and we see that the desire always precedes the actual pressing. And when they reach the assessment area of the stimulus, and here we see the neurons, which they registered, but it turned out that we see that the activation of the neurons at some point is increased here at some point. And if we record from these discharges, then the neurons would discharge here. So the program has already been formed, and in 15-20 seconds the desire has been formed, and only then comes action. So we don't even have the desire, but the brain has already created a behavioral model that it will implement. And the final thing I wanted to say, I think what do we need these systems for, apart from learning more about the world? I guess evolutionally, and when we're genetically programmed to a certain construct, we are programmed to a certain type of movement. So this information about the possibility to use the system, virtual system, to code the world and to recognize motives, it is passed on from generation to generation. Maybe it's even being improved, but it's not the stimulus or understanding of the external world, because this is done through the Cultural Revolution. But there is algorithm, how we obtain information, how we process it. And if we look at the evolution from this perspective, then maybe the system of neurons, it is passed on to our subsequent generation, gets mature at earlier stages. And to a certain extent, the fact that we can unexpectedly program what we do not expect, this is due to the fact that in the motor area is usually responsible for, well, when you implant an electrode and you observe what discharges occur in the electrode, you see different stimuli with different angle. And if it's a certain, if it's vertical, then there's discharge. And if it's any other angle, there's no discharge. And this might seem this is the primary visual cortex, and then the information processing takes place. But then when MFRI method develops and we looked at what activations are going to take place in the visual cortex and what activations are going to be there, well, red here is a face. The blue is the scene or body parts. And when they determined those different objects, it turned out that they're not scattered across the cortex, but in the visual cortex, they are structured into specific groups. Here is the group which recognizes objects. Here is the group which recognizes faces, etc. So the sensory system might seem it should be broken down to certain stimuli, like a line and angle. And here it is broken down to entire objects. And what is going to happen if we replace, since these are associative areas, what if we replace audio stimuli with visual? And it turns out that if we deliver this same images, if we replace it, so hence we replaced it, for example, visual stimuli with audio stimuli. And it turned out that the structure remains practically the same. So if we is show not video but audio, we use not video but audio, it will still hit that specific area of the brain. Maybe it thought it happens as the result of ontogenesis, so we learn it, but it doesn't happen genetically. But blind people, they don't, they classify the objects the same. So if a person haven't seen an image, the actual image, but there's classification systems in the visual cortex, which is not that specific, because categorization is temporal, and still it happens. And it is the system of recognition of motives and movements, and it's not focused in certain specific sections, but it looks like they mature genetically and they can be scattered across the brain. Thank you for the attention. Thank you, Vadim Leonidovich. Are there any questions? Vadim Leonidovich? Vadim Leonidovich speaking about the experience of flying or the jump. Really, many people fly in their sleep. And the experience when you sleep, it's probably as good as your actual experience. I think what we encounter, well, thank you very much for that question. We can also experience our own experience. So any experience we get, whether it's in our sleep or when we actually commit the action, still this is our experience. And after that, our system gets reorganized. The question is whether, to what extent this experience corresponds to the real one. When a person actually starts flying, and maybe he starts flying, everything's going to be reorganized simply because his model of the world does not correspond to the real flying. It's quite possible. Whether they gain experience, yes, they do. How adequate it is, well, that can be checked only if real experience can be compared. Yeah, it's hard to catch that moment when the person is flying in his sleep. Vadim Leonidovich, yesterday, being in the hotel, I watched such a popular lecture by Cantor, and he talked about a similar thing, that the desire starts before action. And he explained that because the brain prepares. And I have a question. Maybe it has to do with subconscious. For according to certain theories, a big number of scores of information is stored. And a person without cognition, a person takes that knowledge. And this is the hypothesis. So what do you think about that? That this is taken from the unconscious part of the brain. Well, I believe that the brain, well, first of all, works proactively, in proactive mode. So when, like I showed, when a mouse runs and reaches a branching of the labyrinth, and then in her head, it plays where to go. And that happens on the level of those mirror systems, motor systems, as if it was already going there. And if we imagine, if we go a level down, if we imagine that there's a strong need in a certain behavioral act, or for example, we feel hungry, but we don't still, but we experience hunger. I can say 100% once there's a need, brain starts working on that problem. And for now, it's working at the level that at the conscious level, this problem hasn't reached the conscious level yet. But if this level becomes a vital one, and the problem crosses the barrier of consciousness to from subconscious to conscious, that's when we wake up. So we have sleep when all the processes run subconsciously. But because of those activating systems and because of that pattern of activity of the excitation cells, well, they are being activated like on TV. Conscious processes get activated. The same is true here. The problem which revolves at the subconscious level is will continue revolving unless the overall activity of the cells which are busy with this problem does not exceed a certain level, and that won't reach the level of consciousness. That's my opinion. Thank you, Игорь Феликсович. Vadim Leonidovich. I'm not an expert here, but recently I've read and heard that the concept, Rizolati's concept, was not empirically confirmed. So, in this respect, mirror neurons concept, how important is it for your concept? Rizolati, he had a concept that these are certain structures of the brain, and they are located in certain centers. Really, it's not so. Like I said, it's branched a network, and so the entire brain is like a reactive reflection of the real world. But is there a specialization of neurons? No. We have multi-plan or multi-level participation of neurons in different processes. So depending on the signal, a neuron can be part of different cognitive group. The idea is approximately that the same neuron can be a part of several associative connections, and depending on what
одно действие выполнять, а если другая, то он выполняет немного другую функцию. Лучше или хуже?
Whether it's better or worse, not clear. And when the mouse is running, you can observe the discharge of neurons. And when one neuron responds clearly to the location, you might see
какой-то один нейрон из этой популяции будет реагировать на другое положение. Ну, а существует
so different neurons from different populations will be responding to different position. And they don't code a specific spot, but they code a field. And in that respect, what I can say, the discharge can happen in other processes. So this is the approach. So it's not that this is a mirror and that's not. So, but every... Thank you. Елена Ивановна, please. Thank you.
Сейчас я переключу, да. Я некоторым образом хочу продолжить.
To a certain extent, I would like to continue the question of Igor Felixovich with the emphasis on the fact that if we want to find that out from the scientific perspective, we might think about relativity. And to a certain extent, I've heard the description of a process, and it is definite from your side. And I've written it in the comment. You haven't referred to the authors who talk about 8 neurons when you show the beetle, and you say that the entire completeness of actions and how it can be doing it. And there are psychological concepts or biological ones. And those mirror neurons, well, it says definitely that those mirror neurons, they're in a way a more interesting construction. So you can try to explain something from its standpoint of view. Have you tried to use the possibility to look from both sides to make the analysis? Because the concepts are different, but neurons, biological ones, and that's on the basis of Savelyev, that's who sequenced the brain. And he said that the neurons come apart and then come together back again. And we create a conceptual scheme, our own, with all the pictures, and we select what we like. But assessing our position critically, but a critical view on ourselves, it is a sign of a highly scientific approach. And if it's not there, it's just a description. And those who don't know, they were simply submerged into this situation without having an alternative. So how would you look at that material critically? So my question is about being closer to scientific part or interdisciplinary nature. Thank you very much. So the question is, in what parts would you like to be closer to being scientific character? If we're talking the part of coding with the help of those motor and mirror systems, then it's a monography where it is analyzed. I don't know if we'll send it or not. It will be published in Minsk. There are a lot of seemingly scientific explanations, but you haven't referred to any scientific explanation. Maybe a biologist yourself.
Вопрос по поводу проигрываний, который показывал у мышей и так далее, это экспериментальные данные, биологические экспериментальные данные.
The question about mice, this biological experimental data, and the only thing I can do here is just give a link to a reference. And speaking about the extent, to what extent the brain is working proactively and then receiving a response, to what extent it is trying to compare it to what it was thinking about it, and to understand whether this restructuring is successful or not, then this happens not at the level of remembering. For example, the memory process, is it active or passive? Well, passive, while I'm saying it's active, and Shverko talks about it, and that develops. Well, I'll explain. Yes, I understand. I understand it takes a long time to explain. If you look from every aspect, then Buzhaki in September, it presented a big review on how memory is organized, and he reviews that active and passive approach quite good. So whether the brain works proactively, or it's like a white sheet and it just recalls it. So, and it does it in detail. No, I'm asking about you personally. How do you use these capabilities to show that you send me elsewhere?
Да-да-да. В тех, что, наверное, вы правы, да, я в какой-то степени сторонник.
Yes, you're probably right. I'm probably in favor of the active approach to the brain, so I review that from that perspective. Yes. Dear colleagues, we already started discussion, but still we need some time limit. It's until 15 minutes more. And to continue the discussion, I would like to ask Igor Felixovich. So we're talking about mirror and neurons, and it is all about reproductive models, reproduction. And when we reproduce what our brain presents, we have the chance to realize the artificial personality. But that principle lies in the basis of reproductive models. Well, maybe I misunderstood it, but at least at one of the slides, it was clearly stated that the theory of consciousness, they try to eliminate the principle of multiple implementation. Why? Maybe this principle of multiple implementation should be viewed upon as one of the key principles. So, Igor Felixovich, can you comment? Yes, I think, yeah, I can only partially comment because de facto it's not to me, but to the authors of the article I referred to about hard criteria of the theory of consciousness. And here, the conversation is not about elimination, but limit it, because those implementations, they cannot be unlimited. There are material systems which can give birth to consciousness, and there should be material systems which should not be able to give birth to consciousness. So yes, so the theory must clearly show the circle of material systems which are capable of giving birth to consciousness. For example, the theory, well, not autononia, it does not match that criteria. Thank you. Does anyone have any other questions? Yes, please. Speaking about consciousness, if we look at the works which have been published recently, there are two works, one foreign one here, Yanochin, maybe you looked at it, and high neural activity and his particle cognitoma. He didn't state it with argumenting, but he gave all the theories, Kokot, Anoni, and Edelman, a theory of global space, and he analyzes those in detail. What advantage of each theory? It would be interesting in terms of the discussion to look at the article. And Anochin believes that each of the theories is not sufficient. By the way, I've read that article. In many aspects, it's parallel. Yes, a very good one. Yana Ivanovna, please. Thank you very much, Andrei Yurievich. In principle, now discuss and the discussion of all situations, I am observing the notion of consciousness in a discussion frame perspective. And here, there is a problem that rests here, and there is a big contradiction, because when we talk about consciousness, we're talking about living people who are present here and who are present in this virtual communication, but not the robot as such, which translates this information to us. But we, to a certain extent, we project this ability to a machine, but for some reason we don't project it to a card, but to a machine that contains algorithms for its work, which were generated by human beings. So any one of us, especially physicist or computer scientist, and it contains this, well, robot, these notions algorithmic in nature, but these are algorithms which are described as work of robot. In classic science, a human being is kind of eliminated. So discussing, speculating about the consciousness which exists in certain space, and then it dawns on a human being, that was typical. But then it is a human being that exists there. And all the products of our culture, they are measured by a human. As the same goes for robots. So we don't know how to take into account a human being when we're discussing about what things happens. So this critical function is missing. And so we give him conscience and hands and ability to move. And as a result, we're in a situation when we operate arguments which are not measured by a human. We overpopulate the machine with our characteristics, and then we'll be confused in those situations. So I guess we need to look at that situation critically and accept that as a person and take back all our categories and let machines their names, because they all are under pressure, that we need to think about them as about ourselves and then think about ourselves as about them. So we fall into a trap, a cognitive trap, a serious trap. And I've been listening and my ears trend because we're trying to use this graph to show this idea. The graph doesn't show anything. It's us.
Мы себя не мыслим. Мы сотворили график, нарисовали, потом говорим, он показывает.
We just create a graph and it shows, but it doesn't show anything. And when a human being become a part of that device, and otherwise we fall into a trap. That's my sore point. Thank you. So your position is alliance with Conaghan position. Their topic was, and that's, by the way, yes, it's about a specialist in the domain of artificial personality and studying philosophical. Their topic was elimination. And the immateriality of consciousness, they said it's not needed. And that was the position of not just specialists in the domain of those philosophical zombie, but Turing was talking about that as well. And Andrei Yuryevich, I apologize. From your point of view, I can't belong to those classes and notions you're talking about, but I work with post-neoclassic approach. And it's one of the scientific approach, classic and post-neoclassic. This is where I refer myself. But it doesn't intersect with the ideas of zombieing, which just really fall into a situation of self-reflection, which is incorrectly described. I apologize, it's just you characterize me, but you characterize your position with well, I don't know why you apply post-neoclassic methodology. It's not here in my approach that I apply post-neoclassic methodology. Well, at least
сознание, может быть, неправильно
Но они, может, похожи.
well, they might be similar. So do not apply it to the operation of machine what is described as a human being. These are two different notions. And if we don't recognize that, we will describe in ourselves in the mirror of a machine, but we don't need that because we will go the wrong way. But we need to understand that. Daria Sergeyevna, yes, you raise a hand. May I? Just one phrase. Well, you tell there is a clear difference, but how do you suggest to draw this difference? We had Vadim Leonidovich, and we didn't see him. Are you sure that Vadim Leonidovich is a human being and not AI? Are you sure about me? Because it can be modeled easily. How can you going to tell the difference between that? Because today's technologies, they make it possible to create an impression that you're talking to a person, but it will not be a person, but AI. So how do you suggest telling the difference? So what you suggest is terminological confusion, because no one will be able to tell the difference between your personal experience and no. I will be able to recognize Irina Ivanna, and I'm sure it is her because I've known her for a long time. So different scenarios work here. It's a copy. I imagine that Elena Ivanovna is a robot from those classic times, and for some reason, who was trying to stop everyone else and to force others to think in the right way. So I'm ready to admit that I'm not always right, and Elena Ivanovna is not always right. And okay, you seem all right. I can accept that. Well, it's not that it seems to me, but I know.
У нас уже содержательный разговор пришел.
All right, the content.
Чего она не опускается?
Так, Лариса Владимировна, вот вы как-то вышли в эфир, пожалуйста.
Larisa Vladimirovna, yes, I just wanted to say a few words about those problems which concern the lawyers, because we had a keynote and I think I was misunderstood because there are 2 points here. First, I saw a lot of interesting keynotes, but nevertheless, I had the impression there is no one concept of artificial personality. From that perspective, it might seem strange to try to develop the studies in the area of regulation of some personality that doesn't exist and we don't know anything about. More so, we see that some elements of artificial personalities, they already emerging, appearing, and they require regulation. So from the point of view of such studies, it would be correct for us to determine as part of the disciplinary approach what problems emerge during studies of these artificial personalities in different spheres. And then this approach would be more utilitarian in terms of regulation. So how should we regulate certain points? And overall, well, now we have already established framework when we develop total universal framework, which are applicable to the use of different technologies of artificial intellect. So this is the difference, because for some artificial intelligence is artificial personality, for others it's a robot. So it is important for us, if we talk about artificial personality, it's important to formulate clearly what we mean and why certain aspects, which of them are more active and which are less. Thank you.
Коллеги, с вашего позволения, сейчас я на себя наведусь.
Colleagues, if I may.
Так вот, с вашего позволения, я позволю себе, так сказать, в некотором смысле сформулировать, в чем суть.
I will try to formulate the essence of the problem of artificial personality. We can argue for hours whether the artificial personality exists or not, but at least there is an argument. But let's leave that aside for now. Largely, what's the essence? The essence is that there are technical systems which make decisions, and that cannot be argued with because these systems do exist. We had a lot of keynotes today which described how specific decisions are made, how they're made, and we experience that. We experience the decisions made by technical means. And the key question for lawyers, who is responsible for those decisions? This is the key problem. So we need to make a decision either with the creators of the algorithm, because it is responsible, they have a lot of legal capabilities, or the owner of the technical device is responsible for that. But there are a lot of problems like that. Who is responsible? And that's the point. So that's what I wanted to say. Yes, thank you very much. And you formulated it clearly. It's just the only thing I wanted to emphasize. Once we are forced to precisely analyze which system makes a decision and how responsibility is distributed with respect to this system. And if we say that an artificial personality has a legal standing, then we will need to be able to understand how it will be responsible for its decisions. And since this is not something, the system is not something which exists in isolation, it's not abstract, it is always an interaction with something. Well, then these questions needs to be looked at in the context of each specific intellectual system. So what objectives it resolves, what risks it creates. I would suggest to apply requirements to a machine which has its subject characteristics and to the creators of its code. And the decisions which were deemed incorrect, they should be characterized by certain criteria. Whether there were criteria which resulted in a mistake, or maybe there were one criteria that was inserted, but the criteria by which it worked were different, and hence it was not appropriate for this work. The machine is a tool to address certain tasks. It doesn't work by itself, but to achieve certain human goals. Control situation, but in a situation when you cannot control it, underground, for example, it makes decisions, and that's been transferred from the human communicative space, and that needs to be described as such, as a machine, that of a machine, and then it will be easier. And the one who created it will be responsible. Just 1 second. But you mentioned about 3 responsible parties. First, who did it, who planned, and the machine as such, and very strange position. And why? Why do you shift all the responsibility on the machine? Colleagues, well, first about programming. If algorithm of work of this machine is truly algorithmic, then yes, maybe it's a program who is to blame, but there are very few machines like that, because right now machines do not follow a strictly algorithmic path. once we shifted to neural networks with the internal layers and deep learning, then there's dynamic redistribution of weights, and that machine can use the same scope of data, produce the same solution. In this case, it's impossible to make a program responsible. But you create you are responsible. That's from the start. A child is born, parents are responsible. Even if it's a monster is born. Well, we don't listen to each other. Well, it's not that we don't listen, but we describe a machine from the point of view that it makes decision and something creative happening there. We can describe it in its own characteristics, but we don't even have this language to describe a machine as a machine. You unplug it and it stops being a machine. Please understand that's very important, ontological, creative. A person is important for his activity. Yes, this question, and you can also faint, for example, or be in an altered state. We all can, in an altered state, we can be in an altered state, but the machine, and then it's not known what is state is normal and what is not. Well, you don't need to know what is altered state for me. I don't know that myself, but I'm still responsible. I'm a grown up, and a machine is like a child, and grown ups are responsible for it. What is it learning? But why are you so sure, and why are you so confident in saying? Because this is what I'm working on. I'm working on that. No, you're working on different things. I'm working on methodology. I'm a philosopher. And the child grows up, okay? The child grows up, he's 18 years old, and the parents stop being responsible for it. What about the machine? Should we establish some time period, and until what period the author stops being responsible? Well, when in our head we are playing the concept, then this is when we need to be thinking about the responsibility of what there are a lot of explanations. And this is enough to be in creative status. And you won't be able to do anything. Can I ask a question from the point of view of discussion?
Да, мне просто интересно, как вы думаете вообще, вот вы тоже мамы, да, у вас дети растут.
And so future generations, every year, new generations of children come, and they lesson layers play using dolls and the toys which are manipulative. And motoric suffers because of that. And what do you think in future? Should we include some of those clockwork toys, or should we stick to classic ones? Dear colleagues, I do believe that children, they can't be isolated from the modern digital world. But you need to teach them and explain the risks. We don't work with the risks. We're just enchanted by that, and we use that enthusiasm. But the grown-up should explain the risks. What is the measure of use? If you look at the light flow and the child feels tired, the biological system stops being as efficient as it should. So the safety technique of usage of that equipment, it should be like litmus paper for a pen. It needs to be taught But how do you combine this traditional classic and the modern time? Because you cannot tear children away from computer and digitization. You cannot bring them back. That's we're looking for answers to these questions. You know, for a long time we had children didn't have time. You just give a computer or gadget to a child, and the child keeps silent. And that was like a magic wand for parents. Now we are dealing with the consequences. It's just the niche of for the toys. There is no niche for toys in Russia. Well, I understand what you're saying, but you are on the right path, I think. And your clockwork figures that moves their hands, it's very interesting. It will be very interesting for children. Because now their understanding is that everything happens inside the computer. Everything depends on the person who makes a computer, but they put in risks and not ready to carry responsibility. We have risks in our society, but we don't have it in our mind, and we don't realize ourselves as the one who does. That doesn't fit into a concept. So the concept is eliminated from the concept. It's just an object that is described, but there is no process. So classical science simplifies the situation very much. And today we have a big space where a person creates, but the scientific concept is not ready to describe it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We call a machine our name, and what's left is put a dress on it and then hug it.
Оживлял, всю свою жизнь кого-то оживлял, то животных, то вот сейчас
Oh, the
машин.
human being used to bring to life. And we create an entity out of a machine.
Все бегут.
Да, спасибо. Тут сейчас я передаю.
Во флешку, я вообще не знаю, это какой надо, мотивацию какую надо иметь во флешку.
And I don't even know what motivation you need to transfer conscience into your flash drive to have eternal life.
Меня это заботит с психологической точки зрения. Ну, если вы хотите, приходите в Институт философии.
Well, welcome to the Institute of Philosophy on the seminars. It's Russian Academy of Science, Institute of Philosophy. And this is your badge. I can't see it from afar. Dear colleagues, so I suggest we conclude our today's session. Very interesting topics that were discussed.
А я не увидел руки ваши, вот сейчас извиняюсь.
Да, очень коротко, у меня есть вопрос на прояснение к Ларисе Владимировне. Просто мне очень здесь нужно понять концепт. Лариса Владимировна, вы здесь еще вдруг? Здесь? Здорово, спасибо. Тогда вопрос вот такой. Когда мы говорим о правосубъектности человека, мы подразумеваем только дееспособного человека? Или мы, в принципе, можем говорить о правосубъектности, ну, например, ребенка или ментального больного, который недееспособен? Или, например, даже мы можем говорить о правосубъектности, может быть, домашнего питомца, как морального партнера? Вот мне проясните, это очень важно для себя сейчас.
Правосубъектность или правоспособность, еще аналогичные понятия, это способность иметь права и обязанности. И с этой точки зрения правоспособность и правосубъектность возникают у ребенка с момента рождения. А даже там у неродившегося плода тоже есть определенные права. И с этой точки зрения, понимаете, как права-то есть, но ответственность возникает. 18 лет, да, мы говорим в полном объеме. Потом есть элементы, когда человек может отвечать за свои действия, когда не может отвечать за свои действия. И все это разработано на, ну, я бы так сказала, на конкретных примерах. А здесь мы говорим, есть некая искусственная личность, и мы для нее из воздуха рисуем правила.
Не-не-не, я вот туда сейчас
вот
пока
я
не хочу уходить, мне просто именно нужно понять, как в юриспруденции правосубъектность
Да,
ну, именно как набор прав и обязанностей, даже если при этом обязанности, например, выполняться не могут.
Да, как у ребенка, то есть, да, у ребенка. А в отношении животных, конечно, здесь очень спорный вопрос, потому что у нас животные это вещи, хотя в отношении них тоже есть определенные обязанности и
Ну,
прочее.
насколько я знаю, да, за жестокое обращение с животным или, например, если какой-то человек, ну, это как повреждение вещи рассматривается, да, если он нарушает целостность физическую моего животного и приносит мне страдания тем самым.
Мы говорим там, что это вещь с точки зрения, например, гражданского права, но есть определенные все-таки особенности в правовом регулировании, когда мы учитываем, что это все-таки одушевленная вещь, а не обычная, то есть особый правовой режим, не такой, как для там, стола, табуретки и так далее.
There is a specific legal mode.
Спасибо вам огромное, большое.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for such an interesting session.
Спасибо, коллеги, до свидания.
Thank you, colleagues. Goodbye.
Доброго вечера.
Доброго вечера.
До свидания, спасибо всем большое.
Без картинки.
Спасибо.
А то вы были просто картинки.
Я попробую через студента вашего.
Рада очень. Всего доброго.
Так, уважаемые коллеги, есть предложение завершить наше исследование сегодняшнее. И в качестве завершающего аккорда хотелось бы сказать, что ввиду важности дискуссии, до того, что были подняты достаточно такие сложные темы, интересные не только для нашего внутреннего междусобойчика, но и для общественности, имеется предложение сделать до Нового года, по крайней мере, монографию либо сборник трудов, который будет посвящен вот этому проекту искусственной личности. Это первое. Значит, поэтому буду к вам приставать по поводу представления текстов. Тексты предлагаются старые, ну, имеется в виду те, которые не жалко вам, которые опубликованы уже были в журналах. Вот, для того, чтобы... Можно и новое, конечно, это нет вопросов, это в РИНС мы будем помещать. Вот, это надо, ну, почему готовы уже тексты, потому что быстро мы сможем издать монографию и к Новому году ее как бы выпустить, заявить о возможности вот этой тематики. Это первое. А второе, организовать ежемесячный семинар, по крайней мере, ежемесячный семинар вот по этим проблемам, по проблемам искусственной личности, так как мы все уже Zoom, укомплектованы Zoom, то, в принципе, никаких проблем не будет для организации взаимодействия, для заслушивания докладов, вот, к примеру, коллег из Перми, из Минска, да, вот, для того, чтобы эту тему поддержать и дальше развивать. Вот такие вот есть предложения. И данный семинар, по крайней мере, можно организовать на базе ГАУГН, совместно с МФТИ, конечно, Институтом философии. А на базе ГАУГНа, это Государственный академический университет гуманитарных наук, а, собственно, за проекты искусственной личности должны отвечать специалисты в области гуманитарных наук, в первую очередь, не социальных, а гуманитарных. За искусственное общество, да, это социальные науки, экономика, социология, политология, да. А здесь все-таки мы изучаем внутренний как бы духовный мир человека в связи с возможностью компьютерной экспликации вот этого сложного образования духовного мира человека. да, его сознание. Спасибо большое всем участникам данной нашей дискуссии, круглого стола. И надеюсь, что в ближайшее время мы с вами свяжемся для организации новых встреч, новых мероприятий по этой сложной и наиболее актуальной, что ли, проблематике, наиболее актуальной и с точки зрения юридических, правовых вопросов, этических вопросов. Значит, потому что здесь именно в контексте искусственной личности мы решаем, должны решать, по крайней мере, жгучие вопросы по поводу прав, ответственности, обязанностей не только вот тех, кто пользуется компьютерными технологиями, но и кто их разрабатывает, конечно. Сети доверия здесь необходимо, также доверенный искусственный интеллект развивать. Спасибо большое. Большое спасибо организаторам. Да, спасибо Олегу Станиславовичу. Очень большое спасибо за то, что он провел наше мероприятие. Да, пожалуйста.
Можно я еще тут осталось нашу как раз немножко? Вот тут как раз говорили по поводу придания юридического статуса. У нас в следующем году будет 300-летие Перми города. Вы, конечно, да, вот, это важный для нас момент. Но мы, конечно, вот сейчас мы занимались еще разработкой сувениров. Наш музей еще кроме исследовательского, там, выставочного центра, еще и интересный туристический объект. И поэтому мы разработали туристический сувенир. Но он у нас вышел в финал в конкурсе. Сейчас лучший туристический сувенир года. Но я бы хотела вам его каждому подарить. На самом деле у нас вообще медведь – герой русских сказок, вы все знаете, да? Да, образ России. Но нам, пермякам, больше всех повезло, потому что у нас на гербе медведь. У нас считается медвежий край, считается коми-пермяцкий богатырь Кудымош был рожден от медведя, а медведь Кудымош – праотец всех пермяков, то есть в каждом из нас пермяки есть что-то от медведя. Сейчас, кстати, вышло кино «Сердце Пармы». Можете посмотреть как раз о нашем Пермском крае, много чего интересного. Вот. Ну, понятно, что мы как раз, совмещая традицию и современность, на основе конструкции народной игрушки, то есть такой медвежонок делается без единой выкройки, он крутится из тряпочки. Но из современного материала, чтобы дети воспринимали, мы сделали вот таких медвежат. Я бы хотела каждому из вас подарить медвежонка. Вот вы можете выбрать, ну, как бы цвет. Да?
Не глядя надо.
Ну, не знаю, давайте вытягивайте на самом деле.
Кому как повезет. Я не видел.
Вот такую небольшую игру.
Что-то у меня две сразу.
Вот, вытягивайте. Ну,
великая.
Да, то есть у нас, в общем, но это еще не все. На самом деле, так, вытягивайте медвежонка. Ну, будет так, подождите, вот это номер 1, это мой. Следующий там, да. Он как бы, да, это самый первый. Ой, синий, так, вытягивайте там какого? Белого, белый, красный остался. Беленький или красный. В общем, смотрите. Это еще не все. На самом деле нашему медвежонку положено, мы ему кладем сердце вовнутрь. Вы его должны оживить. Это небольшая игра. Да. Да, ну то есть это вот мы именно... Да. И каждому медведю присваивается номер и выдается паспорт пермского медведя. Да. Вот. Но вы сейчас должны ему придумать имя, а я его фиксирую себе, и в следующем году он будет в год 300-летия поздравлен. Выдача паспорта – это день его рождения. Он будет поздравлен с днем рождения.
Почему его? У меня Маша.
Ну, она, да, может быть, она.
Имя-то я даю.
Ну, девочка, может быть, да, такое тоже бывает. Так, подождите, где у меня паспорта? Ну, такой элемент игры небольшой. Должны же мы...
Пермский период.
Да.
Пермская катастрофа.
Нет, у нас нет.
Катастрофа Пермская?
Нет,
он шел Пермский.
Это нет, это то...
Это геологический.
Геологический, это Камское море было.
Ну, динозавры поступали.
Так, давайте, Андрей, у вас будет номер очень удивительный. У нас уже более 1000 медведей. Вообще вот номер 1100. Да, они все номерные.
4 единицы.
Да, будет имя, дайте имя.
Ему, Миша.
Так,
тут сразу. Так, голубой.
Голубой хозяин будет Андрей, да? День рождения у нас какой сегодня? 14. 10.
А можно написать 13?
Можете. Так.
2022.
Жительство больше 15 лет, да?
Да.
Москва. Скажите свой телефон, я запишу, чтобы...
926, 840, 640, 88, 42.
Так, паспорт я вам выдам, но я просто почему телефон записываю, чтобы у нас же есть медвежий, да, зарегистрирован там медведи. Нам интересно, где медведи будут жить наши перские, и где наши пельмени будет известно, понимаете? Вот такая вот, ну, на самом деле, людям нравится. Так, поздравляю вас с рождением вашего Миши. А вот это вот сердце пельмени. Его можно засунуть ему сюда. Прямо в сердце. Это номер его. А вот еще есть сердце. Ты должен засунуть его прямо в сердце. Все, он может.
На велосипеде будешь это. Спасибо большое.
Ну, значит, так. Это ваш номер. Как его зовут? Как вас зовут? Просто не знаю. Так, цвет белый. Хозяин. Что? Подождите, пока не убирайте, давайте еще сфоткаемся. Ну, всех, ну, просто нам интересно, ведь тоже. Это день рождения медведя. Это медведь. Жительство где будет жить? Москва.